Section 1 of the Complete Confectioner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. Front matter. The title page. The Complete Confectioner, or Housekeeper's Guide, to a simple and speedy method of understanding the whole art of confectionery. The various ways of preserving and candying, dry and liquid, all kinds of fruit, nuts, flowers, herbs, etc., and the method of keeping them fresh and fine all the year round. The different ways of clarifying sugar, with directions for making fruit pastes, bomboons, pastils, compotes, fruit ices, cream ices, marmalades, jellies, jams, cakes, puffs, biscuits, tarts, custards, cheesecakes, sweetmeats, fritters, creams, syllabubs, blancmange, flummeries, ornaments for grand entertainments, dragées, syrups of all kinds, knick-knacks and trifles for desserts, strong cordials, oils, simple waters, milk punch that will keep 20 years, and all sorts of English wines. Also, the art of making artificial fruit with the stalks in it, so as to resemble the natural fruit, to which are added some bills of fare for desserts for private families. By Mrs. H. Glasse, author of The Art of Cookery, with considerable additions and corrections by Maria Wilson. London, 1800. Dedication. To the Ladies of Great Britain. It has often been observed that dedications are appendages calculated for works of a voluminous and important nature. Yet, as there are many ladies in England whose distinguished worth is at once an ornament to their country, and whose example, both in private and public life, render them the most amiable patterns of domestic economy, and who consider it no degradation to their character, in descending to recommend to their domestics whatever may be either useful or ornamental at their tables. To them the following simple and practical receipts are, with the highest deference, dedicated, and, it is hoped, will obtain their approbation and patronage, which will be the highest gratification to. Ladies, your obedient humble servant, Maria Wilson. Preface. The value and importance of a work like the present must be sufficiently obvious to all heads of families and persons entrusted with the care of housekeeping, to require but little to be said in its recommendation. There is, perhaps, no book more wanted than a Complete Confectioner, there being scarcely any extant upon that subject. Some little tracts are indeed to be met with, but none on a plan extensive enough for general use. Ladies residing in different parts of the country, where they have no opportunity of procuring their confectionaries, will feel the want of such a work, and those who have been accustomed to purchase them will find a considerable reduction in their domestic expenses by attention to the valuable receipts contained in this treatise. To render it at once the most complete and valuable work of the kind extant, neither expense nor pains has been spared. For, added to the experience of 30 years, A compilation has been made from Mrs. Glasse and every other work on the subject. And, though the editor may not have to boast of an entire original work, she flatters herself she now presents to the public the most complete, extensive and familiar work of the kind ever published. Seasons for Fruit. January. Golden pippins, nonpareils, pearmain apples, medlars, dried apples, chestnuts, royal pears, Saint-Germain and winter Chaumontel, Colmar, rennets and russet apples. April. The same as in January, with pomegranates, winter Bonchrétien, pistachio nuts, almonds and raisins. June. All sorts of strawberries, raspberries, gooseberries, duke cherries, currants, melons and masculine apricots. October. Peaches, nectarines, sweet water grapes, figs, greengage plums, St. Catherine mulberries, morella cherries, walnuts, filberts, Arline plums, bergamot pears, burse pears, golden pippins, medlars and mulberries. 4 months in the year are only mentioned, because fruit continues 3 months the same. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sugars. It must be observed that the first thing necessary to be known is to be perfectly acquainted with the different degrees or heights of clarifying or refining sugar, and agreeably to the fruit you have to preserve, in order to have them done in a higher degree of perfection, you must be attentive to make use of such degrees of sugar so refined as is adapted to their different degrees of ripeness as well as to their different sorts. To clarify sugar. In proportion to 3 pounds of fine, lump or powder sugar, which you are to put in a skillet or boiler, break into an earthen pan the white of an egg, with near a pint of fresh water, and beat them up all together with a whisk to a white froth. Then put the whole into a copper kettle or pan, and set them on a clear and slow fire. When it begins to boil, do not fail to put a little more water in, and begin to skim it, till you see the scum appears thick on the top, and the sugar becomes pretty clear. That done, to clear it properly, sift it in a wet napkin or silk sieve, and pass it thus into what vessel you please, till you want to make use of it. Note: if the sugar does not appear very fine, you must boil it again before you strain it, otherwise, in boiling it to a height, it will rise over the pan. To boil sugar to the degree called smooth. When your sugar is thus clarified, put what quantity you have occasion for over the fire, to boil smooth, which you may prove by dipping your scummer into the sugar, and then touching it with your forefinger and thumb. In opening them, you will see a small thread drawn betwixt, which immediately breaks, and remains in a drop on your thumb. Thus it is a little smooth. Then, boiling more, it will draw into a larger string, and become very smooth. The blown sugar. Boil your sugar longer than the former, and try it thus. Dip in your scummer and take it out, shaking off what sugar you can into the pan, and then blow with your mouth strongly through the holes. and if certain bubbles or bladders blow through, it is boiled to the degree called blown. The feathered sugar. It is a higher degree of boiling sugar, which is to be proved by dipping the scummer when it has boiled a little longer. Shake it first over the pan, then give it a sudden flirt behind you. If it be enough, the sugar will fly off like feathers. The crackled sugar is proved by letting it boil rather longer, and then dipping a stick into the sugar, which immediately remove into a pot of cold water standing by for that purpose, drawing off the sugar that cleaves to the stick. If it becomes hard and snaps in the water, it is enough. If not, you must boil it till it comes to that degree. Note, your water must be always very cold, or it will deceive you. The caramel sugar is known by boiling yet longer, and is proved by dipping a stick, as aforesaid, first in the sugar and then in the water. But you must observe, when it comes to the caramel height, it will snap like glass the moment it touches the cold water, which is the highest and last degree of boiling sugar. Note, observe that your fire be not very fierce when you boil this, lest flaming up the sides of your pan it should cause the sugar to burn and so discolour it. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preserves, Part 1. To preserve Seville oranges liquid, as also lemons. Take the best Seville oranges and pare them very neatly. Put them into salt and water for about 2 hours. Boil them very tender, till a pin will go into them easily. Then drain them well from the water and put them into your preserving pan, putting as much clarified sugar to them as will cover them, laying a trencher or plate on them to keep them down. Set them over a fire, and by degrees heat them till they boil. Let them have a quick boil, till the sugar comes all over them in a froth. Then set them by till next day, when you must drain the syrup from them and boil it till it becomes very smooth, adding some more clarified sugar. Put it upon the oranges and give them a boil, and set them by till next day, when you must do as the day before. The fourth day drain them and strain your syrup through a bag, and boil it till it becomes very smooth. Then take some other clarified sugar, boil it till it blows very strong, and take some jelly of pippins, as will hereafter be expressed, with the juice of some other oranges. After they are preserved as above directed, take 2 pounds of clarified sugar, boil it to blow very strong. Next 1 pint and a half of pippin jelly and the juice of 4 or 5 oranges. Boil them all together, then put in the syrup that has been strained and boiled to be very smooth, and give all a boil. Put your oranges into your pots or glasses and fill them up with the above made jelly. When cold, cover them and set them by for use. Note: be careful in all your boilings to clear away the scum, otherwise you will endanger their working, and if you find they will swim above your jelly, you must bind them down with the sprig of a clean whisk. Sugar pears. Take any quantity of pears which are but half ripe, make a split on their head crossways with a knife, no deeper than the heart. After this is done, put a pan of water on the fire and when it boils put your pears in it and boil them in with a slow fire till they become a little soft. Then take them off the fire and throw them immediately into another pan of fresh water. Have again another pan of fresh water in which you squeeze 3 lemons. Pare your pears and put them in that lemon water. They will turn as white as snow. Then take a preserving pan, put in it some of the first degree of your clarified sugar, put your pears in it and let them boil about 12 minutes, taking care to take off all the scum they will throw. Then take them out from the fire and put them in an earthen vessel. You will repeat this operation during the 4 days following, and strain the sugar off every time, and boil it before you put the pears in, because, as you will perceive, the sugar always throws off a white scum, which must be taken off, and it is after that you must put your pears in and boil them. When you see the syrup is very thick, and that your pears have well taken the sugar, put them in pots and take care that they be well covered with syrup, or else they will soon turn mouldy. Cover them with paper or parchment. To preserve moist ananas or pine apples. Take any quantity of ananas. Cut them into 4 quarters or in round slices and pare off the skin. Then take clarified sugar and water in equal quantities. Put in the ananas and proceed as before, taking care to skim them well during the time you are doing them. For it is very essential to remark that when you are making any sort of preserves whatever, if you do not skim them well, they are apt to grow sour, which occasions a great deal of trouble to repair them again. You must not boil the ananas in water first, as directed for the other fruits, because it would deprive it of its best substance and flavour. To preserve oranges with marmalade in them, and lemons. Pare your oranges. Make a round hole in the bottom where the stalk grew, the bigness of a shilling. Take out the meat and put them into salt and water for 2 or 3 hours. Then boil them very tender and put them into clarified sugar. Give them a boil the next day, drain the syrup and boil it till it becomes smooth. Put in your oranges and give them a good boil. When a little cool, drain them and fill them with a marmalade made as directed, putting in the round piece you cut out. With the syrup, some other sugar and pipping juice, make a jelly and fill up your pots and glasses. For variety, take 3 of your preserved oranges, take off the tops, cut them so as to look like little cups, and fill them with this marmalade. They both eat pleasant and make a variety. To preserve green oranges. Take the green oranges, slit them on one side, and put them into a brine of salt water, as strong as will bear an egg, in which they must be soaked at least 15 days. Then strain them and put them into fresh water, and boil them tender. Put them into fresh water again, shifting them every day for 5 days together. Then give them another scald and put them into clarified sugar. Give them a boil and set them by till next day. Then boil them again. The next day add some more sugar and give them another boil. The day after, boil the syrup very smooth, pour it on them and keep them. Note that if at any time you perceive the syrup begin to work, you must drain them and boil the syrup very smooth and pour it on them. But if the first proves sour, boil it likewise. Green lemons are done after the same manner. If the oranges are anything large, you must take out the meat from the inside. The Duchess of Cleveland's receipt for preserving lemons, oranges and citrons. Take good lemons, fair and well coloured, and scrape a little of the uppermost rind. Take out the seeds and the juice. Lay them in spring water, shifting them twice a day for a day or two. Then boil them to be tender with 1.25 pounds of double refined sugar and 1 pint and 3/4 of spring water. Take the scum off and put it in your lemons. Have ready a pint of pippin water. Boil it first with 1/2 pound of sugar and put it to them. Boil it to a jelly and put in the juice of your lemons. Then let them boil, but a little after, and put them into your glasses, but be sure to cover them with syrup. How to take out the seeds. Cut a small hole in the top and take them out with a scoop. Dry them before you put them into your syrup with a clean cloth. To preserve greengages. Take any quantity of greengages, prick them with a pin, put them in a pan with water and set them on the fire. When you see the water beginning to boil, take them off and leave them in the same water to cool till the next day, when you are to set them again on a very gentle fire, that they may turn green. When you see they are green enough, put them in a sieve to drain. Then take clarified sugar, in which add 3 parts water, then the plums, and set the whole on a slow fire to make them throw off their water. After which put them in a pan for 2 days, and then add clarified sugar and proceed as for other preserves. To preserve cucumbers. Take little gherkins, put them in a large deep jug, cover them close down with vine leaves, fill the jug with water, cover it with a plate, set it in your chimney corner, a little distance from the fire, yet so as to keep warm. Let them stand so a fortnight, then throw them into a sieve to drain. They will look very yellow and will smell disagreeable. Throw them into spring water once or twice to clear them. Put them into a large deep stew pan or preserving pan. Cover them all over with vine leaves, put in as much clear spring water as will cover them, set them over a charcoal fire, look often at them, and when they are turned a fine green, drain off that water and put them into fresh cold water. Have your syrup made ready thus. To every pound of sugar add 1 pint of water, the clear peel of a lemon cut in long shreds, an ounce of ginger boiled in water for 1/4 hour. Put the ginger and lemon peel to the sugar and water, boil it to a syrup, throw in your cucumbers and give them a boil. Pour them into the pan you intend to keep them in, let them stand till next day, and boil them again 3 times. When cold, cover them up, and they make as fine a sweet as is tasted. At the same time, take large green cucumbers full ripe and cut them in 4 long ways. Put them into cold water, cover them with green vine leaves and set them over a charcoal fire till they boil. Take them off, throw them into cold water and repeat it several times till they are a fine green and tender. Then preserve them as before, or dry them as your other candied sweetmeats. Either way they answer in tarts, mince pies or cakes, as well as citron. To preserve green almonds. Take the almonds when they are well grown, and make a lye with wood, charcoal and water. Boil the lye till it feels very smooth, strain it through a sieve and let it settle till clear. Then pour off the clear into another pan and set it on the fire in order to blanch off the down that is on the almonds, which you must do in this manner, namely, When the lye is scalding hot, throw in 2 or 3 almonds and try when they have been in some time if they will blanch. If they will, put in the rest, and the moment you find their skins will come off, remove them from the fire, put them into cold water and blanch them one by one, rubbing them with salt. Then wash them in several waters in order to clean them, in short, till you see no soil in the water. When this is done, throw them into boiling water and let them boil till so tender as a pin may easily pass through them. Drain and put them into clarified sugar without water. They being green enough do not require a thin sugar to bring them to a colour, but on the contrary, if too much heated they will become too dark a green. The next day boil the syrup and put it on them. The day after, boil it till it be very smooth. The day following, give all a boil together, scum them and let them lie 4 or 5 days. Then, if you will dry them or put them in jellies, you must follow the directions as for green apricots. Note, if you will have compote of either, it is but serving them to table when they are first entered, by boiling the sugar a little more. To preserve white citrons. Cut your white citrons into what size pieces you please. Put them into water and salt for 4 or 5 hours. Then wash them in fair water and boil them till tender. Drain them and put them into as much clarified sugar as will cover them, and set them by till next day. Then drain the syrup and boil it a little smooth. When cool, put in your citrons. The next day, boil your syrup quite smooth and pour on your citrons. The day after, boil all together and put it into a pot to be candied, or put it into jellies and compose it as you may think proper. To preserve orange flowers. Take the orange flowers just as they begin to open. Put them into boiling water and let them boil very quick till they are tender, putting in a little juice of lemon as they boil to keep them white. Then drain them and dry them carefully between 2 napkins. Put them into as much clarified sugar as will cover them. The next day drain the syrup and boil it a little smooth. When almost cold, pour it on the flowers, and the following day you may drain them and lay them out to dry, dusting them a very little. To preserve cochineal. Take 1 ounce of cochineal and beat it to a fine powder. Boil it in 3/4 pint of water to the consumption of half. Then beat half an ounce of roach alum and half an ounce of cream of tartar very fine and put them to the cochineal. Boil them all together a little while and strain it through a fine bag, which put into a phial and keep for use. Note: if an ounce of loaf sugar be boiled in with it, it will keep what you do not use immediately from moulding. To preserve golden pippins in jelly. Pare your pippins from all spots, and with a narrow pointed knife make a hole quite through them. Then boil them in fair water about 1/4 hour. Drain them and take as much sugar as will cover them. Boil it till it blows very strong. Then put in your pippins and give them a good boil. Let them cool a little and give them another. Then if you have, for example, a dozen of pippins, take 1 pound of sugar and boil it till it blows very strong. Put in half a pint of pippin jelly and the juice of 3 or 4 lemons. Boil all together and put to the golden pippins. Give them all a boil, scum them, and put them into glasses or pots. To preserve pippins for present eating. Pare them very thin and put them into a clean stew pan, saucepan or preserving pan, according to the quantity you want. But scoop out the cores, and into every pippin put 2 or 3 long narrow bits of lemon peel. Take the parings, boil them in water enough to cover the pippins, strain it and make it as sweet as syrup. Pour it on your pippins and stew them till they are quite tender. They make a pretty plate. To preserve barberries. Take a pound of barberries picked from the stalks, put them into 2-quart pans, set them in a brass pot full of hot water to stew them. After this, strain them, add a pound of sugar and a pint of rose water. Boil them together a little. Take half a pound of the best clusters of barberries you can get, dip them into the syrup while it is boiling, take out the barberries and let the syrup boil till it is thick. When they are cold, put them into glasses or gallipots with the syrup. To preserve barberries in bunches. Take any quantity of barberries without stripping them of their stalks. Split them with a knife, take out all the seed which is in them, then tie them in little bunches. Have clarified sugar which set on the fire. When your sugar is at a high degree, put your little bunches in and boil them about 10 minutes, after which put them in a pan and place them in the stove with a slow fire for 3 days running, at the end of which time take them from that sugar which you set again on the fire to heighten it again to the above degree. For the barberries will have weakened it by throwing their juice in it. When that is done, put the bunches again in it and place it as before in the stove for 3 whole days, after which draw out your bunches from the sugar and put them to drain on a wire grate, made on purpose for these sort of things. Then range them on a horsehair sieve and replace them in the stove to dry, and they are ready for use. To preserve Angelica in knots. Take young and thick stalks of Angelica, cut them into lengths of about 1/4 yard and scald them. Then put them into water, strip off the skins and cut them into narrow slips. Lay them on your preserving pan and put to them a thin sugar, that is, to 1 part sugar as clarified and 1 part water. Set it over the fire, let it boil, and set it by till next day. Then turn it in the pan, give it another boil, and the day after drain it and boil the sugar till it is a little smooth. Pour it on your Angelica, and if it be a good green, boil it no more. If not, heat it again, and the day following boil the sugar till it is very smooth, and pour it upon your Angelica. The next day boil your syrup till it rises to the top of your pan, and put your Angelica into the pan. Pour your syrup upon it, and keep it for use. To preserve Angelica in sticks. Angelica, not altogether so young as the other, cut into short pieces, about 1/4 yard or less. Scald it a little, then drain it and put it into thin sugar as before. Boil it a little the next day. Turn it in the pan the bottom upwards and boil it, and then finish it as the other for knots. Note: when you will candy it, you must drain it from the syrup, wash it and candy it as the orange and lemon. To preserve Ringo root. Take your ringo roots and parboil them reasonably tender, then pick and peel them. Wash them very clean, dry them with a cloth, and put in as much clarified sugar as will cover them. Boil them leisurely on a chafing dish of coals till you see the rolls look clear and your syrup something thick, betwixt hot and cold, and put them up. To preserve sweet marjoram. Take the white of an egg, beat it very well, and take double refined sugar, beaten very fine and sifted. Then take the marjoram and rub it on a glass that is clean, and lay it in form of the glass. So do it with your egg, then sear it with your sugar on it, and lay it on papers to dry. To preserve quinces white. Pare and core the quinces. To every pound of sugar and quinces, put in a pint of water. Boil them together as fast as you can, uncovered. The same way you may preserve pippins white. To preserve quinces white or red. Core and pare your quinces. Those which you would have white, put into a pail of water for 2 or 3 hours. Then take as much sugar as they weigh, and add as much water as will make a syrup to cover them. Boil the syrup a little, then put in the quinces, and let them boil as fast as you can till they are very tender and clear. Afterwards take them out and boil the syrup a little higher alone, and when it is cold put the quinces up in pots. If you would have them red, put them raw into sugar and let them boil gently, being close covered till they are red. You must not put them into cold water. To preserve apricots green. Take the apricots when about to stone, before it becomes too hard for a pin easily to pass through. Pare them in ribs very neatly, because every stroke with the knife will be seen. Then put them into fair water as you pare them, and boil them till tender enough to slip easily from your pin. Drain them and put them into a thin sugar, that is to say, 1 part sugar clarified and 1 part water. Boil them a little and set them by till next day. Then give them another boil, and the day after drain them. Boil your syrup a little smooth and put it upon them without boiling your fruit. Let them remain in the syrup 4 or 5 days. Then boil some more sugar till it blows hard, and add it to them. Give all a boil, and let them lie till the day following. Then drain them from the syrup, and lay them out to dry, dusting them with a little fine sugar before you put them into the stove. To preserve apricots whole. Take the apricots when full grown, pare them, and take out their stones. Then have ready a pan of boiling water, throw them into it, and scald them till they rise to the top of the water. Take them out carefully with your scummer, and lay them on a sieve to drain. Then lay them in your preserving pan, and lay over them as much sugar, boiled to blow, as will cover them. Give them a boil round by setting the pan half on the fire and turning it about as it boils. Then set it full on the fire and let it have a covered boiling. Then let them settle a quarter of an hour, and pick those that look clean to one side, and those that do not to the other. Boil that side that is not clear till they become clear, and as they do so, pick them away lest they boil to a paste. When you see they look all alike, give them a covered boiling, scum them, and set them by. The next day boil a little more sugar to blow very strong. Put it to the apricots and give them a very good boil. Scum and cover them with paper, and put them in a stove for 2 days. Then drain them and lay them out to dry, first dusting the plates you lay them on, and then the apricots extraordinarily well, blowing off what sugar lies white upon them. Put them into a very warm stove to dry, and when dry on one side, turn and dust them again. When quite dry, pack them up. Note: in the turning them, you must take care there be no little bladders in them. If there be, you must prick them with the point of a penknife and squeeze them out, otherwise they will blow and sour. To preserve apricot chips. Split the apricots and then take out the stones. Pare them and turn them round with your knife. Put them into your pan without scalding, and put as much sugar, boiled very smooth, as will cover them. Then manage them on the fire as the whole apricots. Scum them and set them in the stove. The next day boil some more sugar very strong. Drain the syrup from the apricots, boil it very smooth, put it to the fresh sugar and give it a boil. Then put in the apricots, boil them first round, and then let them have a covered boil. Scum them and cover them with paper, then put them into the stove for 2 or 3 days. Drain them and lay them out to dry, first dusting them. To preserve apricots in jelly. Pare and stone your apricots, then scald them a little. Then lay them in your pan and put as much clarified sugar to them as will cover them. The next day drain the syrup and boil it smooth. Then slip in your apricots and boil as before. The next day make a jelly with codlings, boiling some apricots among them to give a better taste. When you have boiled the jelly to its proper height, put in the apricots with their syrup and boil all together. When enough, scum them well and put them into your glasses. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preserves, Part 2. To preserve green codlings to keep all the year. Gather your codlings when they are about the size of a walnut, and let the stalk and a leaf or two remain on each. Put some vine leaves in a brass pan of spring water and cover them with a layer of codlings, then another layer of vine leaves, and proceed in the same manner till the pan is full. Cover it close to keep the steam in and set it on a slow fire. When they become soft, take off the skins with a penknife. Then put them in the same water with the vine leaves. It must be quite cold, or it perhaps may crack them. Put a little roach alum and set them over a very slow fire till they are green, which will be in about 3 or 4 hours. Then take them out and lay them on a sieve to drain. Make a good syrup and give them a gentle boil once a day for 3 days, after which put them into small jars. Cover them with brandy paper and keep them for use. To preserve green peas. Shell fine young peas and put them into boiling water with some salt. After boiling 5 minutes, drain them in a colander and put them on a cloth doubled 5 or 6 times on a table. Let them lie free in order to dry. Your bottle should be prepared beforehand and be quite clean and dry. Fill them with the peas and put on the top some mutton fat tried. Tie a bladder with a thin board or lath over them and let them be put in a cool dry closet or cellar. Boil your water when you use them and put in a little butter, salt and sugar, and as soon as they are enough, drain them and put them into a saucepan with some butter and shake it while it is melting. Peas done this way will keep good till Christmas. To preserve nectarines. Split the nectarines and take out the stones. Then put them into clarified sugar and boil them round till they have well taken the sugar. Take off the scum, cover them with a paper and set them by. The next day boil a little more sugar till it blows very strong. Put it to the nectarines and give them a good boil. Take off the scum, cover them and put them into the stove. The following day drain them and lay them out to dry, first dusting them a little, then put them into the stove. To preserve peaches whole. Take the Newington peach when full ripe, split it and take out the stone. Then have ready a pan of boiling water. Drop in the peaches and let them have a few moments scalding. Take them out and put them into as much sugar, only clarified, as will cover them. Give them a boil round, then scum them and set them by till the next day. Then boil some more sugar to blow very strong, which sugar put to the peaches and give them a good boil. Scum them and set them by till the day following. Then give them another good boil, scum them, and put them into a warm stove for the space of 2 days. Then drain them and lay them out, one half over the other. Dust them and put them into the stove. The next day turn and dust them, and, when thoroughly dry, pack them up for use. How to preserve peach chips. Pare your peaches and take out the stones, then cut them into very thin slices, not thicker than the blade of a knife. Then, to every pound of chips, take 1 pound and a half of sugar, boiled to blow very strong. Throw in the chips, give them a good boil, and let them settle a little. Take off the scum, let them stand 1/4 hour, and then give them another good boil, and let them settle as before. Then take off the scum, cover them and set them by, and the next day drain them and lay them out, bit by bit. Dust them and dry them in a warm stove. When dry on one side, take them from the plate with a knife and turn them on a sieve, and again afterwards if they are not pretty dry, but which they generally are. How to preserve peaches in brandy. First preserve your peaches whole, with their weight of sugar. Do not scald them in water, but boil them in the syrup 3 times. Lay your peaches in a large deep glass for the purpose. Take the syrup and pour it over them, with an equal quantity of brandy. Cover them close and keep them for use. Nectarines may be done in the same way. To preserve violet plums. Violet plums are a long time yellow, and are ripe in the month of June. They are preserved in the following manner. Put them into clarified sugar, just enough to cover them, and boil them pretty quick. The next day boil them again as before. The day after drain them and take away their skins, which you will find all flown off. Then put them into sugar, boiled till it blows a little, and give them a boil. The day following boil some more sugar till it blows a little, and give them another boil. The next day boil some more sugar to blow very strong. Put it to the plums in the syrup, boil them a little, then scum them. The day following drain them and lay them out to dry, observing to dust them before you put them into the stove. How to preserve green amber plums. Take the green amber plums when full grown, prick them in 2 or 3 places, and put them into cold water. set them over the fire to scald, in which you must be very careful not to let the water be too hot, lest you hurt them. When they are very tender, put them into a very thin sugar, that is to say, 1 part sugar and 2 parts water. Give them a little warm in this sugar, cover them, and the next day give them another warm. The third day drain them, and boil the syrup, adding a little more sugar. Then put the syrup to the plums, and give them a boil, and the day after boil the syrup till very smooth. Then put it to the plums, cover them and put them into the stove. The day following boil some more sugar to blow very strong, put it to the fruit, give all a boil, and put them into the stove for 2 days. Then drain them and lay them out to dry, first dusting them very well. Manage them in the drying as other fruit. To preserve fruit green. Take pippins, apricots, pear plums or peaches while they are green, and put them in a preserving pan or stew pan. Cover them with vine leaves and then with fine clear spring water. Put on the cover of the pan, set them over a clear fire. When they begin to simmer, take them off and carefully with your slice take them out, peel and preserve them as you do other fruit. To preserve green orange plums. Take the green orange plums, full grown, before they turn. Prick them with a fine bodkin, as thick all over as you possibly can. Put them into cold water as you prick them, and when all are done, set them over a very slow fire, and scald them with the utmost care you can, nothing being so subject to break, and if the skin flies, they are worth nothing. When they are tender, take them off the fire and set them by in the same water for 2 or 3 days. When they become sour and begin to fret on the top of the water, be careful to drain them very well, and put them in single rows in your preserving pan. Put to them as much thin sugar as will cover them, that is, 1 part sugar and 2 parts water. Set them over the fire, and by degrees warm them, till you perceive the sourness to be gone and the plums are sunk to the bottom. Then set them by, and the day after throw away that syrup, and put to them a fresh sugar, of 1 part sugar and 1 part water. In this sugar give them several heats, but not to boil, lest you hurt them. Cover them and set them in a warm stove, that they may suck in what sugar they can. The next day drain the sugar and boil it till it becomes smooth, adding some more fresh sugar. Pour this sugar on them, return them into the stove, and the day after boil the sugar to become very smooth. Pour it upon the plums and give all a gentle boil. Scum it and put them into the stove. The day following drain them out of the syrup and boil some fresh sugar, as much as you judge will cover them very smooth. Put it to your plums and give all a very good covered boiling. Then take off the scum, cover them and let them stand in the stove 2 days. Then drain and lay them out to dry, dusting them very well. To preserve the green Mogul plum. Take this plum when just upon turning ripe. Prick with a penknife to the very stone on that side where the cleft is, and put them into cold water as you do them. Then set them over a very slow fire to scald, and when they are become very tender, take them carefully out of the water, and put them into a thin sugar, that is, half sugar and half water. Warm them gently, cover them and set them by. The next day give them another warm and set them by. The day following, drain the syrup and boil it smooth, adding to it a little fresh sugar, and give them a gentle boil. The day after, boil the sugar very smooth, pour it upon them, and set them in the stove for 2 days. Drain them and boil a fresh sugar to be very smooth, or just to blow a little, and put it to your plums. Give them a good covered boiling, scum them, and put them into a stove for 2 days. Drain them and lay them out to dry, dusting them well. To preserve the green admirable plum. This is a little round plum, about the size of a damson. It leaves the stone when ripe, and is somewhat inclining to a yellow in colour, and very well deserves its name, being the finest green when done, and with 1/10 part of the trouble and charge, as you will find by the receipt. Take these plums when full grown, and just upon the turn. Prick them with a penknife in 2 or 3 places, and scald them by degrees till the water becomes very hot, for they will even bear boiling. Continue them in the water till they become green, then drain them and put them into clarified sugar. Boil them very well and let them settle a little. Then give them another boil if you perceive they shrink and take not the sugar in very well. Prick them with a fork all over as they lie in the pan, and give them another boil. Scum them and set them by. The next day boil some other sugar till it blows, and put it to them. Give them another boil. Set them in the stove for 1 night, and the next day drain them and lay them out, first dusting them. To preserve yellow amber plums. Take these plums when full ripe, put them into your preserving pan, and put to them as much sugar as will cover them. Give them a very good boil, let them settle a little, and boil them again 3 or 4 times. Scum them, and the next day drain them from the syrup. Return them into the pan. Boil as much fresh sugar to blow as will cover them, and give them a thorough boiling. Scum them, set them in the stove for 24 hours, and drain them. Then lay them out to dry, after having dusted them very well. Note, in the scalding of green plums, you must always have a sieve in the bottom of your pan to put your plums in, that they may not touch the bottom, for those that do will burst before the others are scarcely warm. To preserve green figs. Take the small green figs, slit them on the top, put them in water for 10 days, and proceed thus. Put as much salt into the water as will make it bear an egg, then let it settle, take the scum off, and put the clear brine to the figs. Keep them in water for 10 days, then put them into fresh water, boil them till a pin will easily pass into them, drain and put them into other fresh water, shifting them every day for 4 days. Again drain them, put them into clarified sugar, give them a little warm, and let them stand till the next day. Warm them again, and when they are become green, give them a good boil. Then boil some other sugar to blow, put it to them, and give them another boil. The next day drain and dry them. To preserve ripe figs. Take the white figs when ripe, slit them in the tops, put them into clarified sugar, and give them a good boil. Scum them and set them by. The next day boil some more sugar till it blows, pour it upon them, and boil them again very well. Scum and set them in the stove. The day after, drain and lay them out to dry, first dusting them very well. To preserve raspberries. Choose raspberries that are not too ripe, and take the weight of them in sugar. Wet your sugar with a little water. Put in your raspberries and let them boil softly. Be careful not to break them. When they are clear, take them up and boil the syrup till it be thick enough, then put them in again, and when they are boiled, put them up in glasses. Another way to preserve raspberries. If you intend to preserve the red sort of raspberries, gather them on a dry day when they are just turning red, with the stalks on, about 1 inch long. Lay them singly on a dish, beat and sift their weight of double refined sugar and strew it over them. To every quart of raspberries, take a quart of red currant jelly juice and to it its weight of double refined sugar. Boil and thin it well, then put in your raspberries and give them a scald. Take them off and let them stand for 2 hours. Then set them on again and make them a little hotter. Proceed in this manner 2 or 3 times till they look clear, but take care to prevent their boiling, as that will occasion the stalks to come off. When they are tolerably cool, put them into jelly glasses with the stalks downwards. White raspberries may be preserved in the same manner, only using white currant jelly instead of red. To preserve green grapes. Take the largest and best grapes before they are thorough ripe. Stone and scald them, and let them lie 2 days in the water they are scalded in. Then drain them and put them into a thin syrup, and give them a heat over a slow fire. The next day turn the grapes in the pan and heat them again the day after. Then drain them, put them into clarified sugar, give them a good boil, scum them and set them by. The following day boil more sugar to blow, put it to the grapes, give all a good boil, scum them and set them in a warm stove all night. The day after drain the grapes and lay them out to dry, first dusting them very well. To preserve grapes in clusters with 1 leaf when you gather them. Take the great Gascoigne grapes when they are green, before they are too ripe, and prick every one of them. To every pound of grapes add 1 pound and 1/4 of sugar. Make a syrup with the verjuice of the grapes stained. When your sugar is made clear and perfect, put in your grapes strained into juice. Put them in a deep basin, cover them close, and set them on a pot of scalding water to boil. When your grapes are tender, take them up, boil the syrup a little more, and, betwixt hot and cold, put them in broad glasses or gallipots, which is better than glasses, as you must lay one cluster above another. Then put a paper over them and tie them up. Another way to preserve grapes in clusters with 1 leaf. Take some close bunches of red or white grapes before they are too ripe, and put them into a pan with 1/4 pound of sugar candy, and fill the jar with brandy. Tie it close and set them in a dry place. To preserve mulberries whole. Set some mulberries over the fire in a skillet or preserving pan. Draw from them a pint of juice when it is strained, then take 3 pounds of sugar beaten very fine, wet the sugar with the pint of juice. Boil up the sugar and skim it. Put in 2 pounds of ripe mulberries, and let them stand in the syrup till they are thoroughly warm. Then set them on the fire and let them boil very gently. Do them but half enough, and put them by in the syrup till next day. Then boil them gently again when the syrup is pretty thick and will stand in round drops. When it is cold they are enough, and may be put into a gallipot for use. To preserve mulberries dry. Let the mulberries not be too ripe, but rather a reddish green and tart. Having prepared a quantity of sugar equal to the mulberries and brought it to its blown quality, throw in the mulberries and give them a covered boiling. The sugar may also be melted with the juice of mulberries to clarify it. When they have boiled, take the pan from the fire, scum it and set it in the stove till next day. Then take them out, drain them from the syrup and put them up in boxes for use. To preserve walnuts white. Pare your walnuts till only the white appears, and be careful in doing them that they do not turn black, and as fast as you do them throw them into salt and water, and let them lie till your sugar is ready. Take 3 pounds of good loaf sugar, put it into your preserving pan, set it over a charcoal fire, and put as much water as will just wet the sugar. Let it boil. Then have ready 10 or 12 whites of eggs strained and beat up to a froth. Cover your sugar with a froth as it boils and skim it. Then boil it and skim it till it is as clear as crystal. Just give them a boil till they are tender, then take them out and lay them in a dish to cool. When cool, put them in your preserving pan, and when the sugar is as warm as milk, pour it over them. When quite cold, paper them down. To preserve walnuts black. Take walnuts of the smaller kind, put them in salt and water, and change the water every day for 9 days. Then put them in a sieve and let them stand in the air till they begin to turn black. Then put them into a jug, pour boiling water over them, and let them stand till the next day. Put them into a sieve to drain, stick a clove in each end of your walnut, and put them into a pan of boiling water, and let them boil 5 minutes. Then take them up, make a thin syrup, and scald them in it 3 or 4 times a day, till your walnuts are black and bright. Make a thick syrup with a few cloves and a little ginger cut in slices. Skim it well, pour in your walnuts, boil them 5 or 6 minutes, and put them into your jars. Lay brandy paper over them and tie them down close with a bladder. They will eat better the second year after their keeping than in the first, as their bitterness goes off with time. Another way to preserve walnuts black. Take the smaller sort of walnuts when full grown and not shelled. Boil them in water till very tender, but not to break, so they will become black. Drain them and stick a clove in every one. Put them into your preserving pan, and if you have any peach syrup or that of the white walnuts, it will be as well or better than sugar. Put as much syrup as will cover the walnuts. Boil them very well, scum them, and set them by. The next day boil the syrup till it becomes smooth. Put in the walnuts and give them another boil. The day after, drain them and boil the syrup till it becomes smooth, adding more syrup if occasion. Give all a boil, scum them, and put them into the pot for use. To preserve walnuts green. Gather your walnuts when they are not much larger than a good nutmeg. Wipe them very clean and lay them in strong salt and water 24 hours. Then take them out and wipe them very clean. Have ready a stew pan of boiling water, throw them in, let them boil a minute, and take them out. Lay them on a coarse cloth and boil your sugar as directed for the white walnuts. Then just give your walnuts a scald in the sugar, take them up and lay them to cool. Put them in your preserving pot and pour on your syrup. Note: they answer much better boiled up with the coarsest Lisbon sugar. To preserve Garlic. Take a head of garlic, peel the cloves, throw them into spring water, give them just a boil and preserve them as you do your apricots. To preserve green almonds. Take the almonds when they are well grown and make a lye with wood, charcoal and water. Boil the lye till it feels very smooth, strain it through a sieve and let it settle till clear. Then pour off the clear into another pan and set it on the fire in order to blanch off the down that is on the almonds, which may be done thus. When the lye is scalding hot, throw in 2 or 3 almonds and try, when they have been in some time, if they will blanch. If they will, put in the rest, and the moment you find their skins will come off, remove them from the fire, put them into cold water and blanch them one by one, rubbing them with salt. Then wash them in several waters in order to clean them. In short, till you see no soil in the water. When this is done, throw them into boiling water and let them boil till so tender as a pin may easily pass through them. Drain and put them into clarified sugar without water. They being green enough, do not require a thin sugar to bring them to a colour, but, on the contrary, if too much heated, they will become too dark a green. The next day, boil the syrup and put it on them. The day after, boil it till it is very smooth. The day following, give all a boil together, scum them, and let them lie 4 or 5 days. Then, if you will dry them or put them in jelly, you must follow the directions as for green apricots. To preserve almonds dry. To a pound of Jordan almonds, take half a pound of double refined sugar. Blanch one half of the almonds and leave the other half unblanched. Beat the white of an egg very well, pour it on your almonds, and wet them well with it. Then boil your sugar again, dip in your almonds, stir them all together that your sugar may hang well on them. Then put them on plates, place them in the oven after the bread is drawn, let them stay in all night, and they will keep the year round. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preserves, Part 3. To preserve cherries liquid. Take the best morello cherries when ripe. Either stone them or clip their stalks off. To every pound, take a pound of sugar. Boil it till it blows very strong. Then put in the cherries and by degrees bring them to boil as fast as you can, that the sugar may come all over them. Scum them and set them by, and the next day boil some more sugar to the same degree. Put some jelly of currants drawn as directed. For example, if you boil 1 pound of sugar, take 1 pint of jelly of currants, put in the cherries and the syrup to the sugar, then add the jelly, and give all a boil together. Scum them and fill your glasses or pots, taking care, as they cool, to disperse them equally, or otherwise they will all swim to the top. To preserve cherries dry. Stone your cherries and weigh them to 8 pounds. Put 2 pounds of sugar, boil it till it blows very strong. Put the cherries to the sugar and heat them by degrees till the sugar is melted, for when the cherries come in, it will so cool the sugar that it will seem like glue, and should you put it on a quick fire at first, it will endanger the burning. When you find the sugar is all melted, then boil it as quick as possible till the sugar flies over them. Scum and set them by in an earthen pan, for where the sugar is so thin it will be apt to canker in copper, brass or silver. The next day drain them and boil the sugar till it rises. Pour in your cherries, give them a good boil, scum them and set them by till the next day. Then drain and lay them out on sieves and dry them in a very hot stove. To preserve cherries with the leaves and stalks green. Dip the stalks and the leaves in the best vinegar when it is boiling hot. Stick the sprigs upright in a sieve till they are dry. In the meantime, boil some double refined sugar to syrup, and dip the cherries, stalks and leaves in the syrup, and just let them scald. Lay them on a sieve and boil the sugar to a candy height. Then dip the cherries, stalks, leaves and all. Then stick the branches and leaves and dry them as you do other sweetmeats. They look very beautiful at candlelight in a dessert. Mrs. Smith's way of preserving cherries in jelly. Take green gooseberries, slice them on the side, that part of the liquor may run out. Put them into pots and put into the pots 2 or 3 spoonfuls of water. Stop the pots very close and put them in a skillet of water over the fire till the gooseberries have made a liquor as clear as water. Half a pound of gooseberries will make this liquor. Take a pound of cherries stoned, 1 pound of double refined sugar beaten small, strew some at the bottom of your silver basin, and then a layer of cherries, and cover them over with sugar. Keep some to throw over them as they boil. Put to the cherries 5 or 6 spoonfuls of gooseberry liquor. Set them over the fire and boil them very moderately at first, till your sugar is melted, and afterwards as fast as you can. Scum it very well and carefully. When your liquor is brought to a jelly, it will stick upon your spoon, and then put it up. They do best half a pound at a time. To preserve cherries the French way. Take Morello cherries, hang them by their stalks one by one, where the sun may come to dry them, and no dust can get to them. This must be in autumn. Cut the stalks as for preserving. Place them one by one in your glasses, scrape as much sugar as will cover them. Then fill them up with white wine, set them in a stone to swell, and then use them. To preserve cherries a cheap way. Take 6 pounds of cherries and stone them. Put half a pound of the best powdered sugar, boil them in a little copper or other vessel as most convenient. When you think they are enough, lay them one by one on the back side of a sieve. Set them to dry in an oven that has been heated, and when dry put them in a stove to keep them so. If any liquor be left, do more cherries as above. They will keep well coloured all the year. To preserve gooseberries green. Take the longest sort of gooseberries, the latter end of May or beginning of June, before the green colour has left them. Set some water over the fire, and, when it is ready to boil, throw in the gooseberries. Let them have a scald, then take them out and carefully remove them into cold water. Set them over a very slow fire to green. Cover them close that none of the steam can get out, and when they have obtained their green colour, which will perhaps be 4 or 5 hours, drain them gently into clarified sugar, and give them a heat. Set them by till next day, and give them another heat. This you must repeat 4 or 5 times in order to bring them to a very good green colour. Thus you may serve them to table by way of compote. If you wish to preserve them to keep either dry or in jelly, you must proceed as directed for green apricots. To preserve gooseberries white. Take the large Dutch gooseberries when full grown, but before they are quite ripe. Pare them into fair water, stone them, put them into boiling water, and let them boil very tender. Then put them into clarified sugar in an earthen pan, and put as many in one pan as will cover the bottom, and set them by till next day. Then boil the syrup a little, and pour it on them. The day after boil it smooth, and pour it on them. The third day give them a gentle boil round, by setting the side of the pan over the fire, and turning it about as it boils, till they have had a boil all over. The day following make a jelly with codlings, and finish them as you do the others. To preserve gooseberries whole without stoning. Get the largest preserving gooseberries, pick off the black eye, but not the stalk. Scald them, but take great care they do not break. Then take them up and throw them into cold water, and to every pound of gooseberries put 1.5 pounds of double refined sugar, which must be first clarified. To every pound of sugar a pint of water. And when the syrup is cold, lay your gooseberries single into your preserving pan, and put the syrup to them. Set them on a slow fire, and let them boil, but not too fast, lest they break. When you perceive the sugar has entered them, take them off, cover them with white paper, and set them by till next day. Then take them out of the syrup, boil the syrup till it begins to be ropy, scum it, put it to them again, and set them on a gentle fire. Let them preserve gently till you perceive the syrup will rope, then take them off, set them by till they are cold, and cover them with paper. Boil some gooseberries in fair water. When the liquor is strong, strain it off, let it stand to settle, and to every pint of that liquor put 1 pound of double refined sugar, and make a jelly of it. Put the gooseberries in glasses. When cold, pour the jelly over them, and the next day paper them. Wet and half dry the inside paper, to lie down the closer. Put on your upper paper, and set them in the stove. If you have a mind to make a little tree of them according to art, they will be pretty in a dessert. To preserve gooseberries dry. To every pound of gooseberries, when stoned, put 2 pounds of sugar, but boil the sugar till it blows very strong. Then strew in the gooseberries and give them a gentle boil, till the sugar comes all over them. Let them settle a quarter of an hour, give them another good boil, scum them, and set them by till the next day. Then drain and lay them out on sieves to dry, dusting them well. Put them before a brisk fire in the stove, and when dry on one side, turn and dust them on the other. When quite dry, put them into your box. To preserve gooseberries, damsons, or plums. Gather them when dry, full grown, and not ripe. Pick them one by one, put them into glass bottles that are very clean and dry, and cork them close with new corks. Then put a kettle of water on the fire, and put in the bottles with care. Wet not the corks, but let the water come up to the necks. Make a gentle fire till they are a little coddled, and turn white. Do not take them up till cold. Then pitch the corks all over, or wax them close, and set them in a cool, dry cellar. To preserve currants for tarts. Put 1 pound of sugar into a preserving pan, for every £1.25 of currants, with a sufficient quantity of juice of currants to dissolve the sugar. When it boils, skim it, and put in your currants, and boil them till they are very clear. Put them into a jar, cover them with brandy paper, and keep them in a dry place. To preserve currants in jelly. Stone your currants, clip off the black tops, and clip them from the stalks. To every pound boil 2 pounds of sugar till it blows very strong. Slip in the currants, give them a quick boil, take them from the fire and let them settle a little. Then give them another boil and put in a pint of currant jelly drawn as directed till you see the jelly will flake from the scummer. Then remove it from the fire, let it settle a little, scum them and put them into your glasses, and as they cool take care to disperse them equally. To preserve red currants in bunches. Having stoned your currants, tie 6 or 7 bunches together with a thread to a piece of split deal about the length of your finger. Put double refined sugar, equal in weight to your currants, into your preserving pan with a little water, and boil it till your sugar flies. Then put the currants in and give them a boil up, and cover them till next day. When take them out and either dry or put them in glasses, with the syrup boiled up with a little of the juice of red currants. Put brandy paper over them and tie them close down with another paper, and set them in a dry place. To preserve currants in bunches dry. Stone your currants and tie them up in bunches. To every pound of currants boil 2 pounds of sugar till it blows very strong. Dip in the currants, let them boil very fast till the sugar flies all over them. When settled 1/4 hour, boil them again till the sugar rises almost to the top of the pan. Let them settle, scum them, and set them by till next day. Then drain them and lay them out, taking care to spread the sprigs that they may not dry clogged together. Dust them very much and dry them in a hot stove. To preserve or dry samphire. Take it in bunches as it grows. Put on the fire a large deep stew pan filled with water. When it boils, throw in a little salt, put in your samphire, and when you see it look of a fine beautiful green, take off the pan directly, and with a fork take up the samphire, lay it on sieves to drain, and when cold either preserve it or dry it. If you frost them, they will be very pretty. To preserve hops with gooseberries. Take the largest Dutch gooseberries, cut them across the head and halfway down. Pick out the seeds clean, but do not break the gooseberries. Take fine long thorns, scrape them, and stick on your gooseberries. Put in the leaf of the one to the cut part of the other, and so till your thorn is full. Then put them in a new pipkin with a close cover. Cover them with water and let them stand scalding till they are green, before your water boils. While they are gently greening, make a syrup for them, and take whole green gooseberries and boil them in water till they all break. Then strain the water through a sieve. To every pound of hops put 1.5 pounds of double refined sugar. Put the sugar and hops into the liquor and boil them uncovered till they are clear and green, then take them up and lay them on pie plates, and boil your syrup longer. Lay your hops in a very deep gallipot, and when the syrup is cold, pour it on them. Cover them with paper and keep them in a stove for some time, afterwards in a very dry place. To preserve damsons or bullace. Put your damsons in a pot, To 2 quarts put a pound of fine sugar and bake them in a slow oven 2 hours. Then set them in a cool place a week, and pour over them as much rendered beef suet as will be an inch thick. It must be put on hot every time you take any out, and they will keep all the year. To preserve beet roots. Boil your beet root for 4 hours, till you see it quite soft. Then make a syrup of a pint of spring water and half a pound of sugar, and boil the beetroot in it for 1/4 of an hour. Then put it in gallipots for use. When you want to use them for sauce, soak them in warm water for 10 minutes or more, and slice them into oil and vinegar. To preserve apples red all the year. Get a dozen of pippins or pearmains, pare them, put 1/4 of water to them, 1 pennyworth of cinnamon stick, great part of a lemon rind, and some cochineal steeped in water, and half a pound of loaf sugar. Then send them to the oven, tie over them a paper, and after that coarse paste. Do not forget to scoop a hole in the middle of the apples to let the liquor through them. Let them stand in a slow oven. When you think they are enough, take them out of the oven, take off the paper, and let them stand in the syrup. In the morning drain it from them, and put to it a little water, a pound or a pound and a half of sugar, as you would have a quantity of syrup for them. And when you have scummed them well, clear it with the white of an egg. When that is done, put in your apples again, and let them boil in the syrup till it be clear. Then put in as much cochineal as will make them of a good colour. Sometimes take the apples out, lest they should break. And let the syrup be boiling, and scum it often. When your apples are half enough, let them stand in the syrup all night, and in the morning set it over the fire, which must be of charcoal. Let it boil up, then take the apples out and put them in again. When your syrup has boiled to a thickness for keeping, and your apples a good colour, shred your lemon peel and put in it half an ounce of candied orange, cut in thin slices. Put your apples into the pot you design to keep them in, and when your syrup is half cold, put it on your apples and put them up for use. To dry golden pippins. Pare your pippins and make a hole in them as directed for preserving them. Then weigh them and boil them till tender. Take them out of the water, and to every pound of pippins take 1.5 pounds of loaf sugar, and boil it till it blows very strong. Then put in the fruit, and boil it very quick till the sugar flows all over the pan. Let them settle, cool them, scum them, and set them by till the next day. Then drain them and lay them out to dry, dusting them with a fine sugar before you put them into the stove. The next day turn them and dust them again. When dry, pack them up. You may dry them in slices or quarters after the same manner. To dry apples or pears. First boil them in new ale wort on a slow fire for 1/4 of an hour. Then take them out and press them flat, and dry them in your oven or stove. Put them up in papers in a box, and they will keep all the year. To dry green codlings. Take your codlings and coddle them gently, close covered. Then peel your codlings and put them into cold water, setting them over a slow fire till they are green, close covered. They will be 2 to 3 hours doing. To dry angelica in knots. Drain what quantity you will from the syrup, and boil as much sugar as will cover it, till it blows. Put in your angelica, and give it a boil till it blows again. When cold, drain it, tie it in knots, and put it into a warm stove to dry, first dusting it a little. When dry on one side, turn it to dry on the other, and then pack it up. To parch almonds. Take a pound of sugar, make it into a syrup, boil it candy high, and put in 3/4 pound of Jordan almonds blanched. Keep them stirring all the while till they are dry, then crisp them, put them in a box, and keep them dry. To dry barberries. Stone the barberries and use them in bunches. Weigh them, and to every pound of berries clarify 2 pounds of sugar. Make the syrup with half a pint of water to a pound of sugar. Put your barberries into the syrup when it is scalding hot, let them boil a little, and set them by with a paper close to them. The next day make them scalding hot. Repeat this 2 days, but do not boil it after the first time, and when they are cold, lay them on earthen plates, strew sugar well over them, the next day turn them on a sieve, and sift them again with sugar. Turn them daily till they are dry, taking care your stove is not too hot. How to keep fruit for tarts all the year. Take your fruit when it is fit to pot, and strew some sugar at the bottom of the pot, then fruit, and then sugar, so on till the pot is full. Cover them with sugar, tie a bladder over the pot, then leather, and keep it in a dry place. To keep grapes, gooseberries, apricots, peaches, nectarines, cherries, currants and plums the whole year. Take fine dry sand that has little or no saltness in it, and make it as dry as possible with often turning it in the sun. Gather your fruits when they are just ripening or coming near ripe, and dip the ends of the stalks in melted pitch or beeswax. And having a large box with a close lid, dry your fruit a little in the sun to take away the superfluous moisture, and lightly spread a layer of sand at the bottom of the box, and a layer of fruit on it, but not too near each other. Then scatter sand very even, about an inch thick over them, and so another layer till the box is full. Then shut the box lid down close, that the air may not penetrate. And whenever you take out anything, be sure to mind the placing them even again, so you will have them fit for tarts or other uses, till the next season. If they are a little wrinkled, wash them in warm water, and they will plump up again. You may use millet instead of sand, if you think it more convenient. To keep figs and stone fruit sound and fit, for use all the year. Take a large earthen pot, put the fruit into it, a layer of their own leaves being between them. Then boil water and honey, scumming it till no more will rise. Make it not too thick of the honey, and pour it warm on them. Stop up the vessel close, and when you take them out for use, put them 2 hours in warm water, and they will have in a great measure their natural taste. To keep grapes on the tree, or when pulled off the tree. When they are come to their full growth, before they are quite ripe, make for every bunch of grapes a bag of white paper well oiled. Close the top that no rain can get into the bag, and they will keep good till after Christmas. Or if you pull them when just ripe, and dip their stalks in melted pitch or wax, and hang them in strings across a room, so that they do not touch one another. Pears will keep the same way all the year. To keep walnuts or filberts all the year. Gather them when they are ripe, with the green husks on, bury them in dry sand and mix the filberts with them. How to keep all sorts of flowers. Gather them on a very fine clear day, at 12 o'clock. Have ready a box and a little writing sand. Place a layer of sand, then a layer of flowers, and so on alternately till the box is full. Close the box that no air can get in. To dry artichokes red. Boil your artichokes in water till you see they are soft. Then take them out and pound some cochineal very fine and mix in fresh water and boil them again a quarter of an hour. Then dry them in bags for a quarter of an hour. To keep walnuts all the year. Take your walnuts full ripe and peel them. Then dry them well in the sun for a week or more. Rub them often with a cloth till you see no mould on them. Then keep them in a bag in a dry place, and when you want any for a dessert, crack and peel them quite clean, but take care that you keep the nut whole or in quarters. Then put them in some spring water, as warm as you may bear your finger in. Let them stand 3 or 4 hours, then put them in cold spring water and let them stand all night. The next day, when you go to set your dessert, put them in glasses, and they will be crisp and fine as when fresh gathered. To keep kidney beans. Gather them on a dry day, dry them in the sun, and keep them in papers in a dry place, and before you use them, lay them in warm water. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fruit pastes, etc. To make Angelica paste. Take the youngest and most pithy Angelica you can get. Boil it very tender and drain and press out all the water you possibly can. Then beat it in a mortar to as fine a paste as may be, and rub it through a sieve. Next day dry it over a fire, and to every pound of this paste take 1 pound of fine sugar in fine powder. When your paste is hot, put in the sugar, stirring it over a gentle fire till it is well incorporated. When so done, drop it on plates, long or round as you think proper. Dust it a little and put it into the stove to dry. To make apricot paste. Take any quantity of apricots very ripe, peel, stone and cut them small. Put them in a deep earthen pan, then take a large and deep kettle, fill it with water, and place in it the earthen pan in which the apricots are. Boil them thus, what is called balneo Maria. When they have well boiled thus and thrown off their juice, take them off and pour them in a sieve to drain. When they are well drained, take a horsehair sieve very open, strain them well, after which put them in a preserving pan on the fire to dry them a little. When you see they begin to make a thick paste, take them off, have a pair of scales and weigh 1.5 pounds of very fine sifted sugar, pounded in powder to every pound of fruit. Put the whole again into a preserving pan, set it on the fire, keeping continually stirring it with a spoon till you see the sugar is well mixed with the apricots. Take notice they must not boil, for then the sugar would melt too much. When that is done, put this paste in your tin moulds and place them upon tin plates in the stove. When they have got a good crust on the top, Turn them to make them take one also at bottom. Then after your paste is very firm, take a little knife and pass it all round the moulds to make them quit the paste, which then put on a sieve in the stove to make it crust by the sides. When the crust is well formed, take them off and put them in boxes or anything you may think proper to keep them in for use. Another way to make apricot paste. Boil some apricots that are full ripe to a pulp, and rub the fine of it through a sieve. To every pound of pulp take 1 pound 2 ounces of fine sugar, beaten to a very fine powder. Heat well your paste, and by degrees put in your sugar. When all is in, give it a thorough heat over the fire, taking care not to let it boil. Then take it off and scrape it all to one side of the pan. Let it cool a little, then lay it out on plates in what form you please. Then dust them and put them into the stove to dry. To make paste of green apricots. Take the down off, which is done by making a lye with 5 or 6 handfuls of green wood ashes, sifted and boiled till the water is quite sleek and smooth to the fingers. Put in the apricots. Let them soak till the down comes off easily. Stir the ashes pretty often to keep it from settling at bottom. Take the pot off the fire to clean the fruit, and throw in fresh water as they are doing. Then boil them in the fresh water till they are tender enough to sift, and boil the juice till it comes to a good consistence, stirring it continually for fear it should burn. Weigh an equal quantity of fruit and sugar, and mix them well together off the fire. Put them in moulds directly, and dry them as before. To make cherry paste. Take 2 pounds of morello cherries, stone them, press out the juice, dry them in a pan, and mash them over a fire. Then weigh them, and take their weight in sugar beaten very fine. Heat them over a fire till the sugar is well mixed, then dress them on plates or glasses. Dust them when cold, and put them into a stove to dry. To make gooseberry paste. Take the gooseberries when full grown, wash and put them into your preserving pan with as much spring water as will cover them. Boil them all to a mummy, and strew them on a hair sieve over an earthen pot or pan. Then press out all the juice. To every pound of paste take 1 pound 2 ounces of sugar. Boil it till it cracks. Take it from the fire, put in the paste, and mix it well over a slow fire till the sugar is incorporated with the paste. Then scum it and fill your paste pots. Give them another scum, and when cold, put them into the stove. When crusted on the top, turn them and set them in the stove again. When a little dry, cut them in long pieces, set them to be quite dry, and, when so crusted that they will bear touching, turn them on sieves, dry the other side, and then put them into your box. Note: you may make them red or green by putting in the colour when the sugar and paste is well mixed, giving it a warm altogether. To make currant paste. Wash your currants well, put them into your preserving pan, bruise them, and with a little water boil them to a pulp. Then press out the juice, and to every pound take 20 ounces of loaf sugar. Boil it to crack, take it from the fire, and put in the paste. Then heat it over the fire, take off the scum, put it into your paste pots or glasses, then dry and manage them as other pastes. To make Orange flower paste. Boil 1 pound of the leaves of orange flowers very tender. Then take 2 pounds and 2 ounces of double refined sugar in fine powder, and when you have bruised the flowers to a pulp, stir in the sugar by degrees over a slow fire, till all is in and well melted. Then make little drops and dry them. To make quince paste. Let your quinces be full ripe. Boil them till they are quite tender. Drain and sift them as usual. Reduce the marmalade on the fire to a paste consistence, stirring it continually. According to the quantity of quince marmalade, refine a pound of sugar to 3/4 of quinces. Mix them together on a very slow fire without any boiling. Put it into what form you please directly and dry as usual. To make red quince paste. To make the paste of a fine red, bake the quinces in the oven a long while, then peel and sift them in a strong hair sieve. Dry the marmalade over a slow fire in a little while to about half the consistency of a paste. Then to redden it the more, keep it a good while on a slow ashes fire, stirring it some time. And to add further to its redness, put a little steeped cochineal and reduce it on a slow fire to a thick paste. That is, when it loosens from the pan. Put as much sugar as marmalade or paste, soak it a little while on the fire, and let it cool just enough to work it well with the hands. To make plum paste. Take any sort of plums you please, put a pan of water on the fire. When it boils, put your plums in. Let them soak till you see they loosen their skin. Then take them off, strain them through a sieve, and put them into a pan over the fire to make them throw off their water, keeping stirring them till you see your paste is a little thick. Take them off and proceed as directed for apricots. To make peach paste. Take any quantity of peaches, cut them small in an earthen pot, and do precisely as before. To make lemon and citron paste. Cut off the hard knobs at both ends, core them through and through. Boil them in water till they are tender. Take them out and put them into cold water a moment. Drain them by pressing them in a linen cloth to get the water out. Then pound and sift them. Upon 1/4 pound of marmalade, put half a pound of clarified sugar. Simmer it a while together to mix, stirring it continually, and proceed as with the other. To make apple paste. Take what quantity of golden pippins you think proper, which boil whole in a pan of water without paring them. When you see they are well done, take them off and put them in a draining sieve. Then take a horsehair sieve, very open, and strain them through. When that is done, put them in the preserving pan and proceed as directed for apricots. To make fine puff paste. To every pound of flour, put 1 pound of butter and the yolk of an egg. First take 1/4 pound of the butter and rub it in finely with the flour. Then make a hollow in the middle of your flour and beat the yolk of an egg very fine, or it will spot the crust, and put in as much cold water as will make it into a light paste. Work it up light and roll it out. Then divide the rest of the butter into 5 parts. Take one and stick it into little bits all over. Then shake a little flour all over, roll it up round, and cut off a piece at the end and lay on the middle of the roll, and roll it out again. Do this 4 or 5 times and it will make very fine puff paste. To make fine paste for tarts. Take a pound of flour, a pound of loaf sugar, beat fine, and a pound of butter, work it up all together. Do not roll it, but beat it well with the rolling pin for half an hour, folding it up and beating it out again. Then roll out little pieces as you want for your tarts. To make paste for patty pans. Take a pound of fine flour, a spoonful of sugar, 3/4 of a pound of good butter, rub it all into your flour, then take the yolks of 2 eggs, the white of 1, as much water as will wet it, beat them and pour it into the flour and work it all together. Then roll it out thin and it will rise in baking. To make paste for a pasty. Lay down a peck of flour, work it up with 6 lbs of butter and 4 eggs, and make it into a stiff paste with cold water. To make spun paste. Take either apples, peaches, apricots or plums. Put them in a pan of water on the fire and do them as before directed. Then after you have strained them through a sieve, take a high clarified sugar. When done, take it off from the fire and put your fruit in, which boil as it were for a jelly. When you see your paste thickens, take it off and spread it upon tin plates with a knife as thin as you can. Put those tin plates in the stove for 5 or 6 days with a slow fire. After that time your paste will be firm. Then take a knife and cut your paste as thin as you please. Have little round sticks, cover them with that paste which you have cut. Replace them again in the stove till the next day. Then your paste will have taken the form of the sticks. Take these off and keep them for use. To make royal paste. Boil half a pint of water a moment with a little sugar, 1/4 pound of butter, a little fine rasped or grated lemon peel, a little salt. Put flour to it by little and little to mix it well and pretty thick. Turn and stir it continually on the fire until it quits the pan. Take it off and while it is warm put eggs to it one by one. Mix it well and put eggs until it is come to the consistency of a paste and sticks to the fingers. To make queen paste. Is made after the same manner as the last, except you are to use cream instead of water. It will have a richer taste, but will not be so light. To make paste Spanish fashion. Make a hole in the middle of the flour, put salt to it and an equal quantity of butter and fresh hog's lard. Mix it with warm water, make it pretty firm and let it rest. Cut it in several pieces and roll each as thin as possible, and rub each leaf with melted hog's lard. Put all the pieces one upon another. Roll them together, let it cool, cut it with a knife and put it to what use you please. To make rice paste. Work some flour with a couple of eggs and a little water. Let it rest. Have some rice boiled very tender in a good rich broth. When it is cold, pound it in a mortar with the ready prepared paste and a little butter until it is properly mixed. It will serve for any sort of cakes, as all other paste. To make paste for a standing crust. To a peck of flour, put 6 lbs of butter. Lay your flour in a large dish, make a hollow in the middle, put your butter in a saucepan of water on the fire, and when the butter is all melted, take it off and put it into the flour hot, and with a wooden spoon or stick work it all together. Then with your hands work your paste quick, and pull it all into little pieces till it is quite cold. Then work it up into a stiff paste and form it into what shape you please, and build your walls for a standing pie. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bomboons, Pastils, etc. To make nut bomboons. Take a pound of Spanish nuts and boil them in an iron pan. When they are well boiled, rub off their skin with a napkin. If some stick too hard, pare it off with a knife. Take a tin grater and grate your nuts very fine on a sheet of paper. Then take a pound of powdered sugar to a pound of nuts. Put it in a pan over a slow fire. When your sugar is all melted in stirring it perpetually with a wooden spoon, put your nuts in and work them well till all is well mixed, and pour it upon a tin plate. Take a wooden rolling pin to spread it, which you must be very quick in doing, for it cools very fast. And when it is cold, cut it into what form you please. You must take care the sugar should not be too much melted, for it is very apt to soften when the nuts are joined to it. Lemon or orange bomboons. Take a piece of loaf sugar, rasp the oranges or lemons with it, brush off what sticks to the sugar upon a paper. Then pound in a mortar the same piece of sugar, and put it in a pan with that which is upon the paper, and which tastes of the lemon or orange. Set it upon a gentle fire to melt it slowly, after which pour it upon a tin plate, which must be rubbed before with a little butter, or it will stick to the plate. Then spread it with the rolling pin as you did for the nuts. Observe the rolling pin must likewise be rubbed with butter, for fear it should stick. When this is done, and it is perfectly cold, cut it in what shape you please, and send it up. To make bitter almond bomboons. Take bitter almonds, boil them in water to take off their skin, after which place them in a stove to dry them. When they are well dried, take a grater and do as directed for the nuts. You must put the same weight of sugar as almonds. To make coffee cream bomboons. Take about a pint of coffee made with water, put in it a pound of loaf sugar, set it on the fire, and boil it to a high degree. Then add a full pint of double cream and let it boil again, keeping continually stirring till it comes to caramel height. To know when it is come to that point, you must have a basin of water by you. Dip your finger in it and put it quickly in your sugar, then in the water again to remove the sugar, which will have stuck to it. Take a bit of it in your teeth. If it is hard in its crackling, take it off. It is to the height required. Pour it upon a tin plate and proceed as directed for the lemon bomboons. When it is warm, you may cut it in little squares, lozenges, or any other shaped pastils, and draw a few strokes over them with a knife. To make orange flower bomboons. Take dried, burnt, or what we shall call pralined orange flour, which pound in a mortar and pass through a sieve. Then take half a pound of pounded loaf sugar, which mix with your orange flour and put into a pan over a slow fire to melt it gently in, stirring continually with a spoon. When it is all well melted, pour it on a tin plate, and do as directed for the lemon bomboons. The author notes the word praline is from the French, there being no word to express the real idea of the French in this mode of preserving. To make pralined almonds. Take a pound of almonds, clean them well of their dust with a cloth. Put them in a pan with a pound of sugar and a little water, let them boil till they begin to sparkle. Then take them off the fire and stir them well with a wooden spoon, till you see the sugar will turn gravelly. Then set them again over a slow fire to dissolve the sugar, keeping still stirring that the sugar may stick to the almonds. When you see your almonds become reddish, they are well covered with sugar. Take them off, pour them in a sieve, cover them with a clean cloth, and put them in a stove. This makes them preserve their gloss. To make pralined nuts. Take a pound of Spanish nuts without their shells, which put in a pan with as much sugar, and proceed as directed for almonds. You may boil the nuts a little if you choose, to take off their skin, but then the sugar does not stick on them so well. You may also make all sorts of pralines with clarified sugar, which must be proportioned in equal quantity to the weight of sugar you want to praline. Your work will be certainly much the finer, for generally they use loaf sugar. To make pralined pistachio nuts. Take a pound of pistachio nuts ready shelled. Have a pound of water on the fire. When it boils, put your nuts in it. Let them boil thus a little, then take them off and rub off their skin. Put them again in another pan with an equal quantity of sugar and continue exactly as directed for the almonds. To make pralined orange peel. Take any quantity of oranges, part them into 4 quarters, take their rind off and take away very carefully all the white which is inwardly attached to it, so that there remains nothing but the very superficie of the yellow rind, which cut in strings as narrow as you please. When that is done, have a pan in which put some clarified sugar and let it boil a little. Then put your orange rind in, let the whole boil together to a high degree. Take it off and stir it with a wooden spoon till you see your sugar is well mixed together. You may set it again on the fire if you choose, keeping stirring till you see the sugar begins to dissolve. Then take it off immediately. This will make your orange rind firm and crackling in the mouth. As there are people who do not like the bitterness of the orange rind, you may, in such a case, give a little boiling to your rinds before you put them in sugar. To make fresh orange flower pralined. Take any quantity of orange flowers, pick them carefully leaf by leaf. When that is done, have a pan with what quantity of clarified sugar that is necessary. Boil it as before, then put your orange flower in. You will see that it will spoil all your sugar by the water it will throw off. Let it boil thus till your sugar recovers as far as the 1st degree. Then take it from the fire and stir it till your sugar turns sand or gravel like. Should it not dry so well as you would have it, set it again on the fire and keep stirring it perpetually till you see your sugar begins to melt. Take it off immediately and continue by stirring to reduce it to a sand. Better to have a little more trouble in working your sugar to reduce it in sand, because then the orange flower does not take so much sugar and has a better flavour. After it is dried, throw it in a sieve to drain the sugar from it, and keep nothing but the flour. Then place it in that sieve in the stove to finish drying it quite, stirring now and then for fear it should stick together. When it is well dried, put it in your boxes and keep for use. To make lemon pastils. Take ½ pound of pounded loaf sugar, sifted as fine as possible, put it in a plate. Take 3 or 4 lemons, which squeeze over your sugar. Mix it well with a spoon till you see it makes what is called a royal paste, a little thickish that you may take it upon a knife. Then take half a sheet of paper and cover it with little round and flat drops, which we call pastils, of the size of a farthing. Place it in the stove with a slow fire till it is quite dry, and take it off from the paper. You may add to it, if you choose, some of the skin of the lemon rasped or grated, but not chipped. For, as it is a melting pastil, some of the bits would remain in the mouth, which is not quite so well. To make chocolate pastils. Take a little chocolate, which put in a pan over the fire to melt it. Stir it with a spoon. When it is well melted, take ½ pound of loaf sugar pounded in a mortar and sifted, which dissolve in a little clear water. When that is done, put in your chocolate. If you find the paste too thick, add a little water, enough to bring it to that degree of liquidity specified for the lemons. Then dress it on half sheets of paper as we then directed, but do not put it in the stove, for the heat softens chocolate. Let it dry naturally in a cupboard, and when dry, take them off from the paper and put them in boxes for such purpose. To make raspberry pastils. Take ½ pound of pounded loaf sugar on a plate, then a quantity of raspberries, which squeeze through a sieve. When that is done, add the juice to the sugar till it makes a paste of that consistency specified in speaking of the lemons. Dress it on the paper and put it in the stove till dry. Another way to make raspberry pastils. Mash the raspberries, put in a little water, boil and strain them. Then take ½ pound of fine sugar, sifted through a hair sieve. Just wet the sugar to make it as thick as a paste. Put to it 20 drops of spirits of vitriol. Set it over the fire, making it scalding hot, but not to boil. Drop it on paper. It will soon be dry. If it will not come off easily, wet the paper. Let them lie a day or two on the same paper. To make currant pastils. Do exactly as directed for the raspberries. You have no occasion to put any water to these two sorts, because the juice of the fruit is enough of itself to dissolve the sugar, and make your paste as thick and as clear as you would have it. To make coffee pastils. Take ½ pound of pounded loaf sugar. Have about the quantity of 2 dishes of coffee made with water, which put in your sugar and mix well till you see it makes a royal paste a little thick, and proceed as before directed for the lemon drops. You may make them another way, that is, with ground coffee, which you sift very fine through a sieve, then adding a little water as directed for the chocolate drops. To make orange pastils. Take about a dozen oranges, squeeze out the juice, boil the rind very tender, cut out most of the white and beat the yellow rind very fine. Rub it through a hair sieve, and to a pound of the pulp put 1.5 pounds of fine sugar, sifted through a hair sieve. Mix it well and put in the juice till you make it thin enough to drop from a teaspoon. Drop it on glasses and set it by the fire. Let it stand there about 2 hours, and then put it in a stove. The next day turn it. It will be dry in 24 hours. To make barberry pastils. Take a good quantity of barberries, strip them off the stalks, put to them a little water to keep them from burning. Boil them and mash them as they boil till they are very dry. Then rub them through a hair sieve, and afterwards strain them through a strainer, that there may be none of the black noses in it. Make it scalding hot, and to half a pint of the pulp put a pound of the sifted sugar. Let it scald and drop it on boards or glasses. Then put it in a stove and turn it when it is candied. To make ratafia pastils, either of apricot kernels or half bitter and half sweet almonds. Take a pound of kernels or almonds, beat very fine with rosewater. Take a pound of sifted sugar and the whites of 5 eggs, beat to a froth. Mix them well together and set them on a slow fire. Keep them stirring till they begin to be stiff. When they are quite cold, make them in little round drops. Bake them on paper and thin plates. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Conserves and Compotes. To make violet conserve. Take any quantity of violets, which pick carefully leaf by leaf from their stalk, put them in a little mortar and pound them well. Take them out with a card and put them in a saucer. Then take a little clarified sugar, boil it to a high degree, take it off from the fire, add your violets to it and stir it well with a spoon, but not to dissolve it. Grating of it very fine will answer the same purpose. To make lemon and orange conserve. Take a lemon or an orange, grate the rind with a tin grater, put the powder in a saucer, squeeze the juice of the fruit over it, mix it well together with a spoon, then boil some sugar very high, because what you put in it is a liquor, since it is the juice and the grating of the fruit mixed together lowers the sugar, which requires the sugar to be boiled a little higher for this sort of conserve than for the others. When your sugar is boiled to the proper height, mix it in your composition and proceed on just the same as directed for the other conserves. To make white lemon conserve. Boil a pound of the finest sugar, but not so high as before. Take it off the fire and squeeze the juice of a lemon in it at different times, stirring continually. It will make the sugar as white as milk if properly done. Take care not to drop any of the seeds in it. Work it well together and pour it in the moulds when it is mixed of an equal substance, which prove by pouring some with a spoon, as any other jelly. To make pomegranate conserve. Take a good large ripe pomegranate of a fine colour, seed it one after another. Then squeeze it in a linen cloth to get the juice, which boil and reduce to half. Put it to a pound of sugar, refined as for violet conserve. When it is half cold, work it well together and dress it in the moulds as usual. To make conserve of hips. Gather your hips before they grow soft. Cut off the heads and stalks, split them in half and take out all the seeds and white. Put them in an earthen pan, stir them every day lest they grow mouldy, and let them stand till they are soft enough to rub through a coarse hair sieve. They are a dry berry, and rub through with some difficulty. Add to them their weight in sugar, and mix them well together without boiling, keeping it in gallipots for use. To make Conserve of Red Roses. Take red rosebuds, bruise them in a marble mortar, adding by degrees fine powder sugar sifted to the quantity of 3 pounds. Beat them till no particles arise, and till the whole becomes a firm and solid mixture. To make Conserve of Orange Peel. Take the clear rind of oranges, steep them in water of a moderate heat till they are tender. Then strain the water from them, pound them in a marble mortar, and strain them through a sieve. Then bring the pulp to a proper consistence over a gentle fire, and add to it thrice its quantity of sugar, and let it be reduced into a conserve by beating it in a mortar. To make Conserve of Quinces. Pare the quinces, take out the cores and seeds, then cut them into small pieces. Boil them till they are soft. To 8 pounds of quinces, put in 6 pounds of sugar. Boil them to a consistence. To make Conserve of Red Roses, or any other flowers. Take rosebuds, or any other flowers, and pick them. Cut off the white part from the red, and take the red flowers and sift them through a sieve to get out the seeds. Then weigh them, and to every pound of flowers take 2.5 pounds of loaf sugar. Beat the flowers pretty fine in a stone mortar. Then by degrees put the sugar to them, and beat it till it is well incorporated together. Then put it into gallipots, tie it over with paper, and over that a leather, and it will keep 7 years. To make Conserve of Cherries. Stone your cherries and boil them a moment. Sift them and reduce the juice on a slow fire till it comes to a pretty thick marmalade. Add the proportion of 1 pound to 1 pound of sugar. To make a Compote of Apples. Take any sort of apples, cut them in halves, take out the core and pare them very neatly, and in proportion as you cut and pare them, throw them into a basin of water, for fear they should turn black. Have a pan on the fire with clarified sugar in, very light, that is to say, half sugar and half water. Let it boil that you may skim it a little, then put your apples in and do them gently, taking care your sugar should not boil too fast, because in such a case they would wash all to a pulp. When you see that your apples are well done, take them off from the fire and let them cool in the sugar. For if they be too much done, in cooling in the sugar itself, they grow firm again, so set them in your ashes. But if you should perceive your syrup is too thin, you may, after you have taken off your apples, set it again over the fire, and give it what height you please. To make a Compote of Oranges. Cut the rind of your oranges into ribs, leaving part of the rind on. Cut them into 8 parts, and throw them into boiling water. When a pin will easily go through the rind, drain and put them into as much sugar, boiled till it becomes smooth, as will cover them. Give all a boil together, adding some juice of oranges to what sharpness you please. You may put a little pippin jelly into the boiling. When cold, they make pretty plates. To make a Compote of Pears. Take pears, which must not be too ripe, split them by the head's end with a knife, put them into a pan of water, and boil them till they are a little softened. Take them off and change them into cold water. Have another little pan of fresh water in which squeeze 2 lemons, after which pare your pears neatly and put them into that lemon water to whiten them. Take then another pan with clarified sugar very light, and put your pears in till they have well taken the sugar and are well done. To make a compote of apricots. Take any quantity of apricots, split them on one side to take out the stone. Put them in a pan of water and set them over the fire. Boil them very gently for fear they should mash. When you see they are well softened, take them off and change them into cold water. Take clarified sugar, put your apricots in, give them a little boiling, then take them off and set them in your dishes. To make a compote of green apricots. Take any quantity of green apricots, then 2 handfuls of salt, which wet with a little vinegar. Take a coarse towel, put your apricots in it along with the salt, and rub them well in the towel till you see the apricots have lost all their down. Be careful not to do them so hard as to break their skin. When that is well done, throw them into fresh water to make them lose the salt and vinegar, which is done by giving them 3 or 4 different successive fresh waterings. When your apricots are well cleaned, prick them well with a pin, set them in a pan of water on the fire, and boil them as much as you please. When they are sufficiently done, take them off from the fire and let them cool in that same water till the next day, when you must set them again on the fire in the same water, and as soon as it begins to boil, take them off and change them into cold water. Then take another pan with the first degree of clarified sugar. Put your apricots in. Let them simmer on a slow fire till they begin to turn very green. You must not let them be quite done the first time you put them in sugar. They must have then but 1 bubble in the sugar. Then take them off and let them stand till the next day, when they will have thrown off all their water and turn of the most beautiful green. To make a compote of greengages. Take greengages, which prick with a pin, and set on the fire in a pan of cold water till they are a little softened. Then take them off and let them cool in the same water. When that is done, take the highest degree of clarified sugar, put your plums in it, and set them again on a very slow fire, to make them throw off their water and turn green. You must also cover your pan during this second operation with a tin plate, that they may not lose their steam, which makes them greener. After which, take them off and dress them in your dishes. To make a compote of quinces. Take quinces, which cut into 4 quarters, and take out their cores and pare them. Set them in a pan of water on the fire. Boil them as much as you please. When they are done enough, take them out of the water and put them on a cloth to drain. Then take another pan with the first degree of clarified sugar, and put your quinces in, and let them do gently upon a slow fire, that they may be very mellow. If you would have them red, cover them as soon as you put them on the fire with a tin plate, and leave them on till they are quite done. Then take them off and dress them in your dishes. If your sugar is in jelly, put them directly in your dishes and pour sugar over them. To make a compote of cherries. Take cherries and cut off half their stalks. Have clarified sugar. Put your cherries in and let them boil till they are done enough. Then take them off from the fire and let them stand till they are grown sufficiently cold to take them all one by one and set them on their stalks upwards in your dishes, and pour sugar over them. To make a compote of Boone-Cretian pears. Pare your fruit and cut them into slices. Scald them a little, squeezing some juice of lemon on them in the scalding to keep them white. Then drain them and put as much clarified sugar as will just cover them. Give them a boil and then squeeze the juice from an orange or lemon, which you best approve of, and when cold they may be served to table. To make a compote of baked wardens. Bake your wardens in an earthen pot with a little claret, some spice, lemon peel and sugar. When you use them, peel off the skin and dress them in plates, either whole or in halves. Then make a jelly of pippins, sharpened well with the juice of lemons, and pour it upon them. When cold, break the jelly with a spoon, and it will look very agreeable upon the red pears. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fruit ices, cream ices, etc. To ice currants. Take fair currants in bunches, and have ready the white of an egg, well beaten to froth. Dip them in, lay them abroad, sift double refined sugar pretty thick over them, and let them dry in a stove or oven. To make orange and lemon ices. Take a high degree of clarified sugar in a pan, then take 3 lemons or oranges, pare very neat the outer rind without any of the white which is under it, and drop it in the sugar, where it must remain about 1 hour to let it take well the taste of it. When that is done, take the same 3 oranges or lemons which you have pared, cut them through the middle, and squeeze their juice into your sugar. Then pass the whole through a sieve into another pan, and put this composition mixture from this last pan into the icing pot, which is called sabotiere. You may add, if you please, the juice of 3 or 4 lemons to your orange ice. It will fatten the sugar and make your ices more mellow. The method of icing all sorts of liquid compositions. When your composition is put in the sabotiere, take some natural ice and put it in a mortar. When it is reduced to a powder, strew over it 2 or 3 handfuls of salt. Then take your pails, put some pounded ice in the bottom, and place your sabotiere in those pails, which you fill up after with ice to bury the sabotiere in. You must take care in the beginning to open your sabotiere in order not to let the sides freeze first, and on the contrary detach with a pewter spoon all the flakes which stick to the sides in order to make it congeal equally all over in the pot. Then work them well, for they are much more mellow by being well worked, and their delicacy depends entirely upon it. Do not wait till they are thoroughly iced to begin to work them, because they would become too hard, and it is not possible to dissolve what is congealed in lumps or pieces. When you see they are well congealed, let them rest, taking care, for this time there should be some which stick to the sides of the icing pot. This will prevent them from melting, and make them keep longer in a right degree of icing. If your composition does not congeal so quickly as you wish, through the melting of your pounded ice, you may change that ice in the same manner as you put it before. For as there is always a hole in the bottom of those pails, you may let the water of your melted ice run off by taking out the stopper without disturbing the sabotiere. Then fill your pails up again as you did before, continuing rolling your sabotiere till you see the composition is congealed to the point you wish. The method of moulding ices in all sorts of fruits. When your composition is perfectly congealed, take a spoon and the moulds you want to make use of. Fill these well with your ices as expeditious as you can. You must have besides ready by you a pail with pounded natural ice and a great deal of salt. There put your moulds in proportion as you fill them, and cover them directly with pounded ice and salt, continuing so doing to every mould you fill up till you have filled them all. When that is done, cover them quite and set them a full hour in that ice. When you want to take off what is in your moulds, take a pan of water and first wash well those moulds one after another to rub off all the salt which sticks round them. Then open your moulds and put their contents in a dish and send them up. You may give to every one of your ices the very colour of the fruit they represent. Thus, have your colour ready by you, and with a very fine pencil point them quickly, in which case they must likewise be served directly, or at least you must put them in the cave. Your cave must have been set in a pail and prepared half an hour before you take your fruits from their moulds. In that cave you are then to set them after they are coloured, till the time comes of serving them. Your fruit is certainly much finer and takes more the downy look of the natural one. To make apricot ice. Take very ripe apricots. Cut them very small in a sieve, which place over a pan. Squeeze them well with a spoon through that sieve, and after it is done, add some clarified sugar to it. Take afterwards about 20 almonds from the stones of those apricots. Pound them very fine in a mortar, moistening them with a little clear water. When they are well pounded, mix them with your apricots. If you see your mixture is too thick, squeeze in the juice of 3 or 4 lemons and a little water, till you see it is neither too clear nor too thick. Then put it in the sabotiere and proceed as before directed. To make peach ices. Take very ripe peaches, skin them neatly, cut them in small bits, and continue the same as directed for the apricots. To make currant ices. Take currants picked from their stalks and squeeze them through a sieve. Then take clarified sugar, boil it to a very high degree, add it to your currant juice, squeeze 4 lemons besides in it if you choose. It will render them but the more mellow. Strain them through a sieve a second time, and put them in the sabotiere to make them congeal, as directed for the lemons, and proceed as with them. To make raspberry ices. Take raspberries, which squeeze through a sieve, and proceed as before directed for the currant ices. Strawberries may be iced in the same manner. To make pear ices. Take pears, cut them in halves in a pan of water, which set on the fire and boil as it were for stewing or compotes. When you see they are well done, take out the cores and the skin off. Cut them very small in a pan, add some of the first degree of clarified sugar to them and a little water. Give the whole together another boiling, till it is well reduced into a pulp. Then take them off from the fire and put them in a sieve, through which squeeze them well. When that is done, if your pulp is too thick, add the juice of 4 lemons, some water and a little more sugar if they should not be sweet enough. Then pass them a second time through the sieve, and put them in the sabotiere to make them congeal. To make cedra ices. Take a piece of loaf sugar and have a fresh and sound cedra, which rasp or grate over a paper on that piece of sugar, scraping with a knife what sticks upon the sugar of the skin of the cedra. When you have thus taken off all the superficie or outer rind of your cedra by rasping or grating it on the sugar, take a little clarified sugar boiled very fine, which add to the raspings or gratings of the cedra with what quantity of juice of lemons you think requisite for the quantity of ices you are willing to make, and a little water. Pass the whole through a sieve and put it in the sabotiere to congeal as directed before. Note: you may likewise make cedra ices with preserved cedra, which, in that case, you are to pound in a mortar and boil it in a very light sugar, then proceed afterwards just as directed for the other cedra. To make muscadine ices. Take 1 ounce of elderflower, which put in a sabotiere. Pour upon it about half a pint of boiling water. Cover your sabotiere with its lid, thus let it draw about half an hour. Make then a composition precisely as it were to make a plain lemon ice. To that composition add your infusion of elderflower. Pass the whole through a sieve and put it in the sabotiere to congeal as has been explained. Note: you may make this sort of ice with white currants when it is the season, proceeding as it were to make a plain currant ice, and adding to it afterwards your infusion of elderflower, etc. To make anana or pine-apple ice. Take any quantity of ananas, take the superficie off their skin, cut them small and pound them in a mortar. When they are well pounded, squeeze them in a cloth to get all the juice. Pound them several times, because in pounding them you draw nothing more than their juice, and you cannot make them soft and liquid enough to make them all pass through the cloth, which obliges you to put them several times to the mortar. When that is done, squeeze in it the juice of 4 lemons, or more if you choose. Put your clarified sugar to it, boiled very little. If your composition is too thick, you may add a little water to it, then pass the whole through a sieve to make them congeal, as directed before. To make barberry ices. Take barberries, which put in a pan without water, set it over a very gentle fire, stirring them continually. When they are warm, take them off and pass them through a sieve in a pan. Add clarified sugar to that liquor, and if it proves too thick, you may put some water to it, but no lemon juice by any means, for the barberries are acid enough of themselves, without increasing that acid with the addition of the lemon. Therefore, put your composition as above in your sabotiere to congeal according to the former directions. To make grape ices. Take ripe grapes picked from their stalks, pass them through a sieve, mix your sugar with the juice of 4 lemons squeezed in it. Pass the whole together a second time through a sieve, and put it afterwards in the sabotiere to congeal. To make ices of violets, jessamines and orange flowers. Pound a handful of violets and pour about a pint of hot water upon them. Let them infuse about an hour. Put half a pound of sugar. When it is properly dissolved, sift them through a napkin. The jessamine is done after the same manner. To make the liquid taste more of the different flowers, pour it several times from one pan into another before sifting. The same with the orange flowers. Those different infusions are also mixed with cream instead of water. To make ices with preserved fruit. There are none of the ices which we have directed how to make with fresh gathered fruit, but may be made also with that same sort of fruit after it has been preserved, in which case you are to proceed thus. Take your preserve, of whatever sort it is, put it in a basin, mash it well and dissolve it as much as possible with a spoon. Take some lemon juice and a little water to bring it to a pulp. Pass it through a sieve. Should they be not sweet enough, add as much clarified sugar as is required, and when you have passed them through your sieve, put them in your sabotiere and make them congeal by working as for the other. To make pistachio nut cream ices. Take any quantity of cream in a pan, put in another 4 yolks of eggs for every pint of cream you are to employ. Pound your pistachio nuts very fine in a mortar, and put them in the pan where you dropped your yolks of eggs. Mix the whole together, add some pounded loaf sugar to it, keep stirring it continually, then add your cream by little and little, stirring and turning it till the whole is mixed properly together. Then set your pan over the fire and keep stirring it with a wooden spoon till you see your composition is near boiling, when take it off immediately. For from the moment you set your composition over the fire till that it offers to boil, it has a sufficient time to incorporate well and thicken sufficiently, without need of boiling. And should you let it boil, you would risk the turning your cream into whey, on account of the yolks of eggs, which would do too much. Take great care likewise your cream is fresh and sweet, for otherwise, as soon as it is warm, it will turn into curds and whey. Therefore, take care to stir it continually from the time you set it on the fire till you take it off, after which pour it into a sieve and pass it into a pan. Then put it in the sabotiere to make it congeal after the usual manner. To make chocolate cream ices. Take any quantity of chocolate, melt it over the fire in a small pan. When melted, pour it into that where you are to make your cream. Break your yolks of eggs into it and proceed as directed for the pistachio nuts. To make coffee cream ices. Take about a pint of coffee made with water and rather strong. When settled, draw it clear and add half a pound of sugar. Set it on the fire and let it boil till your sugar is at a very high degree. Take it off from the fire and let it cool, after which make your cream as before directed, with the yolks of eggs, and put your coffee in, then proceed as usual. To make anana or pineapple cream ices. Take any quantity of ananas. Do as directed for the ices of ananas. When it is so far ready, only add your cream to it, pass the whole through a sieve, and put it in the sabotiere to congeal as usual. To make white coffee cream ices. Prepare your cream as before explained, then take a £1/4 pound of coffee in grain, which roast as it were to make coffee with water. When roasted, put it in a fine cloth, which tie it as a bag, and throw it quite hot in your cream. Then set it on the fire, keeping stirring till it is near boiling. Take it off, pass it in a sieve, etc., and proceed as before. To make strawberry cream ices. Take any quantity of strawberries, squeeze them through a sieve. Then mix your cream and sugar, boil it and repass the whole through the sieve again and proceed as usual. To make apricot cream ices. Take any quantity of apricots, squeeze them through a sieve, join what quantity of cream and sugar you want to make, and proceed as for the strawberries. Raspberries may be iced in the same manner. To make currant cream ices. Take currants ready picked from their stalks, squeeze them through a sieve, add your cream and sugar, and proceed as directed for the strawberries. Peaches and cherries may also be done in this way, first paring the peaches and taking out the stones of the cherries. Observations on ices made with ripe fruits. The ices which we have just given directions for must first be made, as it were, for making them with the fruit alone. When they are so far prepared, join your cream cold to them, such as you buy it, for should you put it warm, as generally most of these fruits are acid, you would run the risk of making your cream turn directly into curds and whey. Therefore, put your cream cold to your fruit, and if you want to have your ices very mellow, you must make use of the double cream, which is thicker. You may also make all those sorts of ices with the preserved fruit of each kind, as observed in the directions for the ices made with preserved fruits, by putting your preserves in a basin and mashing them well with a spoon with the juice of 4 lemons and the cream instead of water. For it is usual always to add some water to your fruit besides the lemon juice, in order to render them more fluid. Now, instead of that little water, put your cream to any quantity you please without bounds. To make brown bread cream ices. Take any quantity of cream, prepare it as before, boiling it alone with yolks of eggs and the sugar, pass it through a sieve and put it in the sabotiere. When your cream begins to congeal, have crumbs of brown bread, which must be grated and sifted as fine as powder. Put it in the sabotiere and continue to work your cream for congealing. You may also make this sort of cream with plain cream alone, without yolks of eggs, or boiling, adding only a proper quantity of powdered loaf sugar, and set it to congeal, and when it begins to ice, then put your sifted crumbs of brown bread. But take care to have it very finely sifted, for it renders it infinitely more agreeable to the mouth. For icing, you may refer to the receipt for icing all sorts of liquid compositions. To make royal cream ices. Take any quantity of cream, join to it yolks of eggs in proper proportion, as observed for the pistachio nuts. Put a little half-pounded coriander, cinnamon, orange or lemon peel. Add some pounded loaf sugar and set it on the fire as before, till it is nearly upon boiling. Then pass it through the sieve and set it to ice. To make tea cream ices. Make tea very strong in a teapot. Have your cream ready mixed with the proper quantity of sugar and yolks of eggs. Pass your cream through a sieve. Pass likewise your tea over it. Mix the whole well with a spoon, after which put it in the sabotiere and make it congeal according to the usual method. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Marmalades, jellies, jams, etc. To make orange and lemon marmalade. Take 6 oranges, grate 2 of the rinds of them upon a grater, then wet them all and pick out the flesh from the skin and seeds. Put to it the grated rind and about half a pint of pippin jelly. Take the same weight of sugar as you have of the meat so mingled. Boil your sugar till it blows very strong. Then put in the meat and boil all very quick till it becomes a jelly, which you will perceive by dipping the scummer and holding it up to drain. If it be jelly, it will break from the scummer in flakes, and if not, it will run off in little streams. When it is a good jelly, put it into your glasses or pots. Note, if you find this composition too sweet, you may, in boiling, add more juice of oranges. The different quickness they have makes it difficult to prescribe. To make apricot marmalade. Take any quantity of apricots, peel them well, cut them very small into a pan. Put to them the same weight of pounded and sifted sugar as you have of the apricots, and set them over the fire in a large pan. Keep stirring them till they are done sufficient, which you may know by the same method as directed for the orange and lemon marmalade. Another way to make apricot marmalade. Take any quantity of apricots, cut them very small in a pan without peeling. Weigh in proportion 3/4 pound of clarified sugar to every pound of apricots. Put the sugar alone on the fire and boil it breaking height, then take it off and put your apricots in. Set your pan again on the fire and boil them along with the sugar till they come to the point specified above, trying the same experiment. Note, you may do this marmalade again differently if you want to make it still finer, which is to take your apricots rather less ripe, stirring it continually to mix them both well together, then put it in pots for use, observing to let it be cold before you cover it. Pears may be done in the same manner. To make peach marmalade. Take any quantity of peaches, cut them small, put them in a pan with a little water, boil them till they are well mashed, keep stirring continually. Then take them off and pass them through a sieve. When sifted, weigh them and put them in the pan and boil them again till the water they give is a little reduced. When so, weigh an equal quantity of sugar as you had of peaches, and put it by little and little into your pan, and continue as directed for the apricot marmalade. You may use either clarified or pounded loaf sugar. Then proceed with your peaches as directed for the apricots. To make raspberry marmalade. Take any quantity of raspberries, pass them through a sieve, and continue precisely as with the peach marmalade. Strawberries may be done exactly in the same manner. To make orange flower marmalade. After your flowers are properly picked, scald them near the space of a minute, then put them in water that has had a little alum dissolved in it. Boil some other water in which squeeze near half the juice of a small lemon, and boil the flowers in it till they feel tender. Then put them into fresh water again with the same quantity of lemon juice, and drain them in a napkin to pound. Mix 2 pounds of this marmalade with 5 pounds of sugar of the first degree, or any quantity in proportion, and finish as usual. To make red quince marmalade. Take quinces that are full ripe, pare them, cut them in quarters, and core them. Put them in a saucepan, cover them with the parings, fill the saucepan almost full of spring water, cover it close, and stew them gently till they are quite soft and of a deep pink colour. Then pick out the quinces from the parings and beat them to a pulp in a mortar. Take their weight in loaf sugar, put in as much of the water they were boiled in as will dissolve it, and boil and skim it well. Put in your quinces and boil them gently 3/4 of an hour. Keep stirring them all the time, or it will stick to the pan and burn. Put it into flat pots, and when cold, tie it down close. To make white quince marmalade. To 1.5 pounds of quinces, take 1 pound of double refined sugar, make it into a syrup, boil it high. Pare and slice the fruit, and boil it quick. When it begins to look clear, pour in 1/2 pint of juice of quince, or, if quinces are scarce, pippins. Boil it till thick, take off the scum with a paper. To make a juice, pare the quinces or pippins, cut them from the core, beat them in a stone mortar, strain the juice through a thin cloth. To every 1/2 pint, put more than 1 pound of sugar. Let it stand at least 4 hours before it is used. To make transparent marmalade. Pick out some very pale Seville oranges, cut them in quarters, take out the pulp and put it into a basin. Pick the skins and seeds out, put the peels in a little salt and water, and let them stand all night. Boil them in a good quantity of spring water till they are tender, then cut them in very thin slices and put them to the pulp. To every pound of marmalade, put 1.5 pounds of double refined sugar beat fine. Boil them together gently for 20 minutes. If it is not clear and transparent, boil it 5 or 6 minutes longer. Keep stirring it gently all the time, and take care you do not break the slices. When it is cold, put it into jelly or sweetmeat glasses. Tie them down with brandy papers. They are pretty for a dessert of any kind. To make apple marmalade. Scald some apples in water, and when tender, drain through a sieve. Put 3/4 pound of sugar to 1 pound of apples. Put them into the preserving pan and let them simmer over a gentle fire. Keep skimming them all the time. When they are of a proper thickness, put them into pots or glasses. Jellies, jams, etc. It is necessary to observe that as these jellies are directed to be done much in the same manner as the marmalades, that a material difference must be observed in sifting the different sorts of fruits, not to force anything but the juices, which make the jellies clearer, and ought for that purpose to be strained in linen cloth. To make orange flowers into jelly. After they are preserved, as has been directed, you must clarify a little more sugar with orange flower water and make a jelly of codlings, which, when ready, put in the flowers, syrup and all. Give them a boil, scum them, and put them into your glasses or pots. To make quince jelly. Take a quantity of spring water and put into it as many quinces, thin sliced with cores and parings, as will conveniently boil to be tender. Also a large handful of hartshorn. Boil it very fast, keeping it stirring. When it is strong enough tasted, rub it through a jelly bag. This is best when it looks pure white. Let your hartshorn be boiled first, add this to your syrup, and boil it all together. To make apricot jelly. You must keep them in the syrup till codlings are pretty well grown, taking care to visit them sometimes that they do not sour, which if they do, the syrup will be lost, by reason it will become muddy, and then you will be obliged to make your jelly with all fresh sugar, which will be too sweet. But when codlings are of an indifferent bigness, draw a jelly from them as we have directed from pippins. Then drain the apricots from the syrup, boil it and strain it through your straining bags. Then boil some sugar proportionably to the quantity of apricots you design to put up till it blows. Then put in the jelly and boil it a little with the sugar. Then put in the syrup and the apricots and give them all a boil together till you find the syrup will become a jelly. Then remove them from the fire, scum them well and put them into your pots or glasses, observing as they cool if they be regular in the glasses to sink and disperse them to a proper distance, and, when quite cold, to cover them up. To put peach chips in jelly. Draw a jelly from codlings, and when they are boiled enough, take as much jelly as sugar. Boil the sugar to blow very strong. Then put in the jelly, give it a boil, and put it to the chips. Give all a boil, scum them, and put them into your glasses. To put bell grapes in jelly. Take the long large bell or Roussanne grapes, pick the stalks off, stone them, and put them into boiling water. Give them a thorough scald. Take them from the fire and cover them down close so that no steam can come out. Then set them upon a very gentle fire so as not to boil, for 2 or 3 hours. Take them out, put them into clarified sugar, boiled till it blows very strong, as much as will a little more than cover them, and give them all a good boil. Scum them, boil a little more sugar to blow very strong. Take as much plum jelly as sugar, and give all a boil. Then add the grapes to it, give them a boil together, scum them well, and put them up into your pots or glasses. To make currant jelly. Wash your currants well, put them into a pan and mash them. Then put in a little water, boil them to a mummy, strew it on a sieve and press out all the juice, of which make your jelly. To make white currant jelly. Wash your currants as before, strain them carefully, mash them and set them on a slow fire. Put in a little water and boil it well, after which take them out and proceed as before. Another way to make white currant jelly. Strip off the currants, put them into a jug, set the jug in a kettle of water, let it boil an hour, then throw your currants and juice into a fine lawn sieve, press out all the juice, and to every pint of juice put a pound of double refined sugar. Put them in your preserving pan, set it over a charcoal fire, and keep it stirring till it is a jelly, which you will know by taking a little out to cool. Observe to take off the scum as it rises, and when it is jellied and very clear, pour it into glasses. When cold, cut round pieces of paper that will just cover the jelly dipped in brandy. Put white paper over the glasses, twisted round the top, and prick the paper full of holes with a pin. To make black currant jelly. Make it the same way as the red currant jelly, only with this difference. Make it with the coarsest lump sugar. Note: this jelly is never used in a dessert, but it is a very good thing for a sore throat. To make calves' foot jelly. Take a set of calves' feet, take the long bone out, split the foot and take out the fat. Boil these in 6 quarts of water with half a pound of hartshorn till it be a jelly, which you may know by cooling a little in a plate, then strain it off and scum the fat off. Beat the whites of 12 eggs, add as much sugar as will sweeten it, the juice of 6 lemons, some mace, a little orange flower water, and a pint of white wine. Stir this all together over a stove till it boils. It must not be too sweet nor too sharp. Strain it through a jelly bag and let it run on lemon peel to give it a colour. To make apple jelly. Pare the softer sort of pleasant tasted apples, slice them very thin, take out the cores and seeds, boil a pound of them in a quart of water till a fourth part be consumed. Strain it well, and to every pint and a half put 3/4 pound of sugar, with a little mace or cinnamon, and boil it up to a thickness, adding 1/4 pound of isinglass, then strain it again and again, and put it up for use. To make raspberry jelly. Make it the same way as the red currant jelly, only put 1/2 currants and 1/2 raspberries. To make orange jelly. Boil in 2 quarts of spring water 1 ounce of isinglass till it is dissolved, strain it off and let it stand till it is cold. Pare very thin the rinds of 4 Seville oranges, take the juice of 6 or 7, let them stand 12 or 14 hours, strain the liquor off, mix the juice with the jelly, sweeten it with double refined sugar. Put in a little spice, such as cloves and mace, and put some nutmeg. Beat the whites of 5 or 6 eggs to a froth, put it to the rest, boil it 5 or 6 minutes, run it through a jelly bag several times till it is clear. To make hartshorn jelly. Take ½ pound of hartshorn shavings and an ounce of isinglass. Cut the isinglass to pieces, put it and the shavings to 5 pints of spring water. Boil it to less than a quart over a gentle fire. Strain it and let it stand all night to settle. Melt the jelly, squeeze in 2 lemons and a half, the whites of 7 eggs, ½ pint of white mountain wine, and sweeten it to your taste with double refined sugar. Then put all these ingredients upon the fire, stir it pretty much till it boils, but boil it very little. Stir it well together, scum it through a jelly bag, but let it not run very fast. If it does, put it in again. Put lemon peel into the glasses. This quantity will make 12 of glasses. Another way to make hartshorn jelly. Put 2 quarts of water into a clean pan with ½ pound of hartshorn shavings. Let it simmer till near 1/2 is reduced. Strain it off, then put in the peel of 4 oranges and 2 lemons, pared very thin. Boil them 5 minutes, put to it the juice of the before mentioned lemons and oranges, with about 10 ounces of double refined sugar. Beat the whites of 6 eggs to a froth, mix them carefully with your jelly that you do not poach the eggs. Just let it boil up and run it through a jelly bag till it is clear. Note, when it is made for sick persons, only sweeten it and tincture it with saffron. To make isinglass jelly. Boil an ounce of isinglass and 1/4 ounce of cloves in a quart of water till it is reduced to a pint, then strain it over some sugar. Jelly for moulds. As this jelly requires to be a great deal stronger than for glasses, it will of course be necessary to have stronger things to make it with. You must take 2 calves' feet and 1 neat's foot, take out the large bones and cut them in small pieces. If you do not like the neat's foot, use 2 ounces of isinglass in its stead. Put it into a large saucepan or pot with a gallon of water, a lemon peel cut thin, and a stick of cinnamon. Boil it gently till it is reduced to 3 pints or less. As it boils, skim it well. Try it with a spoon as before directed, and if you find it strong enough, strain it off and let it settle half an hour. Then skim the top and pour it from the settlings into a stew pan. Put in ½ pint of white wine, sweeten it with loaf sugar, squeeze 6 lemons, straining the juice to keep out the seeds, and put it in with a little lemon peel. If you want it quite clear and bright, do not put in any saffron. If you want it an amber colour, put in a little saffron. If a very high colour, bruise a little cochineal and put in. Boil it up for 10 minutes. Beat the whites of 10 eggs up to a high froth, mix them with the jelly well together and boil it up for 10 minutes, then take it off the fire, cover it and let it stand for 5 minutes. Have your bag ready with a bowl under. Pour your jelly in gently, and as it runs through, pour it into the bag again, till it is as bright as you want it. When it has all run through, fill your moulds and let it stand till it is cold. Then loosen the sides with your fingers, dip the mould into warm water, and turn it out onto your dish. To make green melon jelly. Make a pint of blancmange and colour it of a light green with the juice of spinach. Put it into a melon mould and when it is cold turn it out. Have a deep mould with a little jelly at the bottom quite cold. Put your melon in and put in some jelly blood warm. Let it be cold, then fill up your mould with more blood warm jelly. Let it stand all night and the next morning turn it into a dish and garnish it with sweetmeats, flowers or anything you fancy. To put fruit in jelly. Have a plain mould, either long or round, about 3 inches deep. Have some mould jelly made as directed, and put some at the bottom of the mould about 1/4 inch thick. Let it be cold, then put in ripe peaches, grapes, or any sort of ripe fruit, preserved fruit, or China oranges cut in quarters, or in any shape you fancy. Put in a little jelly blood warm and let it stand till it is cold to fasten your fruit in its place, otherwise it will rise up. Then fill up your mould with blood warm jelly, let it stand till it is thoroughly cold, then turn it into a dish and garnish it to your fancy. These jellies look extremely well in a dish if you are careful to put in your fruit neatly, to show it to advantage, and your jelly very clear, as a little experience will teach you. To make apricot jam. Pare the apricots, take out the stones, break them, take out the kernels and blanch them. Then to every pound of apricots boil 1 pound of sugar till it blows very strong. Put in the apricots and boil them very brisk till they are all broke. Take them off, bruise them well, put in the kernels and stir them all together over the fire. Then fill your pots or glasses with them. Another way to make apricot jam. Provide some rich apricots. Cut them in thin pieces and infuse them in an earthen pot till they are tender and dry. Put 1 pound of double refined sugar and 3 spoonfuls of water to every 1.5 pounds of apricots. Then boil your sugar to a candy height and put it upon your apricots. Set them over a slow fire and stir them till they appear clear and thick, but they must only simmer, not boil. Then put them in your glasses. To make raspberry jam. Press out the water from the raspberries, and to every pound of raspberries take 1 pound of sugar. First dry the raspberries in a pan over the fire, but keep them stirring lest they burn. Put in your sugar, incorporate them well together, and fill your glasses or pots, covering them with thin white paper close to the jam whilst it is hot. When cold, tie them over with other paper. Another way to make raspberry jam. Take 1 quart of currant jelly and 2 quarts of ripe but sound raspberries. Bruise them well together over a slow fire. Boil it 6 or 7 minutes. Keep stirring all the time. Pour it in your gallipots and paper it as you do the currant jelly. To make a fine raspberry jam. Take raspberries full ripe, bruise them fine, add a gill of the juice of currants, pass them through a sieve to take out all the seeds. To every pound of pulp put a pound of double refined sugar pounded. Boil it to a proper thickness, put it into small pots or glasses, paper it down according to the receipt for currant jelly, and keep it in a dry place. If you perceive it does not keep, boil it again and add some more sugar to it. Another way to make a fine raspberry jam. Gather your raspberries when they are ripe and dry. Pick them very carefully from the stalks and dead ones. Crush them in a bowl with a silver or wooden spoon. Pewter is apt to turn them to a purple colour. As soon as you have crushed them, strew in their weight of loaf sugar and half their own weight of currant juice, baked and strained as for jelly. Then set them over a clear, slow fire, boil them half an hour, skim them well and keep stirring them at the time. Then put them into pots or glasses with brandy papers over them, and keep them for use. Note: as soon as you have got your berries, strew in your sugar. Do not let them stand long before you boil them. It will preserve their flavour. To make cherry jam. Take 6 pounds of cherries, stone them into 4 pounds of loaf sugar, and let them stand till the sugar is dissolved. Then set them on the fire to boil very fast. When you find them stiff, shake in half a pound of sugar more. Let it boil till it comes clear from the bottom of your preserving pan, and then it is enough. Another way to make cherry jam. Stone some cherries, boil them well and break them. Take them off the fire, let the juice run from them. To 3 pounds of cherries, boil together half a pint of red currant juice and half a pound of loaf sugar. Put in the cherries as they boil, sift in 3/4 pound of sugar. Boil the cherries very fast for more than half an hour. When cold, put on brandy paper. To make strawberry jam. Take some of the finest scarlet strawberries, gathered when they are full ripe. Pick them from the stalks. Put some juice of strawberries to them, beat and sift their weight in double refined sugar, and strew it over them. Put them into a preserving pan, set them over a slow fire, boil them 20 minutes and skim them. Then put them in glasses. When cold, put brandy paper on them. To make black currant jam. Gather your currants when they are full ripe on a dry day. Pick them from the stalks, then bruise them well in a bowl, and to every pound of currants put a pound of double refined sugar beaten and sifted. Put them into a preserving pan, boil them half an hour, skim and keep them stirring all the time, then put them into pots. When cold, put brandy paper over and tie white paper over all. To make green gooseberry jam. Before they are ripe, but at the full growth, take the green gooseberries. Pick out the seeds, green them as directed for green hops, then drain them, beat them in a mortar with their weight of sugar. Take a pint of gooseberries, boil them in a pint of water, then squeeze them, and to every half pint of liquor put 3/4 pound of loaf sugar. Boil and skim it well. Throw in your gooseberries, let them boil till thick, green and clear. Put in glasses to use them. Another way to make green gooseberry jam. Take some large, full-grown green gooseberries, but not too ripe. Cut them in half, take out the seeds. Put them in a pan of cold spring water, lay some vine leaves at the bottom, then some gooseberries, then vine leaves, till the fruit is in the pan. Cover it very close, that no steam can evaporate, then set them on a very slow fire. When they are scalding hot, take them off, then set them on and take them off again. They must be done so till they are of a good green. Lay them on a sieve to drain. Beat them in a marble mortar with their weight in sugar. Then take a quart of water and a quart of gooseberries, boil them to a mash, squeeze them. To every pint of this liquor, put a pound of fine loaf sugar, boil and skim it. Then put in the green gooseberries, let them boil till they are thick and clear, and of a good green. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cakes, puffs, biscuits, etc. Part 1. Always have everything in readiness before you begin to make any kind of cakes. Then beat your eggs well, and never leave them till they are finished, as by that means your cakes will not be so light. When you put butter in your cakes, be particularly careful in beating it to a fine cream before you put in the sugar. Otherwise, double the beating will not have so good an effect. Rice cakes, seed cakes, or plum cakes are best baked in wooden garths, for when they are baked in pots or tins, the outsides of the cakes are burned, and they are so confined that the heat cannot penetrate into the middle, which hinders its rising. To make orange cakes. Take 6 Seville oranges, grate the rinds of 2 of them, then cut off the rinds of all 6 to the juice, and boil them in water till very tender. Squeeze out all the water you can, and beat them to a paste in a marble mortar. Rub it through a hair sieve, and what will not easily rub through must be beaten again till it will. Cut to pieces the insides of your oranges, and rub as much of them through as you possibly can. Then boil about 6 or 8 pippins, as in much water as will almost cover them. Boil them to a paste, and rub it through a sieve to the rest. Put all in a pan together, and give them a thorough heat till they are well mingled. Then, to every pound of this paste, take 1 pound and a quarter of loaf sugar. Clarify the sugar and boil it to the crick. Put in your paste and the grated peel, and stir it all together over a slow fire till it is well mixed and the sugar all melted. Then, with a spoon, fill your round tin moulds and set them in a warm stove to dry. When dry on the tops, turn them on sieves to dry on the other side, and when quite dry, box them up. Another way to make orange cakes. Take what quantity you please of Seville oranges that have good rinds, quarter them and boil them in 2 or 3 waters till they are tender and the bitterness is gone off. Skin them and lay them on a clean napkin to dry. Take all the skins and seeds out of the pulp with a knife, shred the peels fine, put them to the pulp, weigh them, and put rather more than their weight of fine sugar into a tossing pan, with just as much water as will dissolve it. Boil it till it becomes a perfect sugar, and then by degrees put in your orange peels and pulp. Stir them well before you set them on the fire. Boil it very gently till it looks clear and thick, and then put them into flat-bottomed glasses. Set them in a stove and keep them in a constant and moderate heat, and when they are candied on the top, turn them out upon glasses. To make orange clear cakes. Take the best pippins, pare them into as much water as will cover them, and boil them to a mash. Then press out the jelly upon a sieve and strain it through a bag, adding juice of oranges to give it an agreeable taste. To every pound of jelly take 1 pound and 1/4 of loaf sugar, boil it till it cracks, and then put in the jelly and the rind of a grated orange or two. Stir it up gently over a slow fire till all is incorporated together. Then take it off and fill your clear cake glasses. What scum arises on the top you must carefully take off before they are cold. Then put them into a stove, and when you find them begin to crust upon the upper side, turn them out upon squares of glasses and put them to dry again. When they begin to have a tender candy, cut them into quarters or what pieces you please, and let them dry till hard. Then turn them on sieves, and, when thorough dry, put them in your boxes. As they begin to sweat in the box, shift them from time to time, and it will be requisite to put no more than 1 row in a box at the beginning, till they do not sweat. Lemon colour cakes are made with lemons, as these. To make lemon cakes. Take 6 thick rind lemons, grate 2 of them, then pare off all the yellow peel and strip the white to the juice, which white boil till tender, and make a paste exactly as for orange cakes. Another way to make lemon cakes. Take the best coloured lemons, scrape out the blacks, and grate off the peel clean. Put the peel into a strainer, wet what sugar you think will serve, and boil it to a candy height. Then take it off and put in your lemon peel. When it boils, take it off, squeeze in a little lemon juice, and drop them on buttered plates or papers. You may put in musk or ambergris if you please. To make gooseberry clear cakes. Gooseberry clear cakes may be made after the same manner as the paste, with this difference only. Strain the jelly through the bag before you weigh it for use. To make raspberry cakes. To make raspberry cakes. Pick all the grubs and spotted raspberries away, then bruise the rest and put them on a hair sieve over an earthen pan. Put on them a board and weight to press out all the water you can. Then put the paste into your preserving pan and dry it over the fire till you perceive no moisture left in it, stirring it all the time it is on the fire to keep it from burning. Weigh it, and to every pound take 1 pound and 2 ounces of sugar, beat to a fine powder, and put it in by degrees. When all is in, put it on the fire and incorporate them well together. Take them from the fire, scrape all to one side of the pan, let it cool a little, then put it into your moulds. When quite cold, put them into your stove without dusting them, and dry it as other paste. Note: you must take particular care that your paste does not boil after your sugar is in, for if it does, it will grow greasy. To make raspberry clear cakes. Take 2 quarts of ripe gooseberries or white currants and 1 quart of red raspberries. Put them into a stone jug and stop them close. Put it into a pot of cold water, as much as will cover the neck of the jug. Boil them in that water till it comes to a paste, then turn them out in a hair sieve placed over a pan. Press out all the jelly and strain it through the jelly bag. Take 20 ounces of double refined sugar and boil it till it will crack in the water. Take it from the fire, put in your jelly and stir it over a slow fire till all the sugar is melted. Give it a good heat till all is incorporated. Take it from the fire, scum it well, and fill your cake glasses. Take off what scum is on them and put them into the stove to dry, observing the method directed before for clear cakes. Note: in filling out your clear cakes and clear pastes, you must be as expeditious as possible, for if it cools it will be a jelly before you can get it into them. White raspberry clear cakes are made after the same manner, only mixing white raspberries with the gooseberries in the infusion. Another way to make raspberry clear cakes. Take 2 quarts of gooseberries and 2 quarts of red raspberries. Put them in a pan with about 1.5 pints of water. Boil them over a quick fire to a mummy. Throw them upon an earthen pan. Press out all the juice, then take that juice and boil it in another quart of raspberries. Throw them on a sieve and rub all through the sieve that you can. Then put in the seeds and weigh the paste. To every pound take 20 ounces of fine loaf sugar boiled. When clarified till it cracks, remove it from the fire, put in your paste, mix it well, and set it over a slow fire, stirring it till all the sugar is melted and you find it is become a jelly. Take it from the fire and fill your pots or glasses whilst very hot. Scum them and put them into the stove, observing when cold to dry them as you do other pastes. To make raspberry biscuits. Press out the juice and dry the paste a little over the fire, then rub all the pulp through a sieve and weigh them. To every pound take 18 ounces of sugar sifted very fine, and the whites of 4 eggs. Put all in the pan together, and with a whisk beat it till it is very stiff, so that you may lay it in pretty high drops, and when it is so beaten, drop it in what form you please on the glazed sides of cards, paper being too thin. If it be difficult to get them off, dust them a little with very fine sugar, and put them into a very warm stove to dry. When they are dry enough, they will come easily from the cards, but while soft they will not stir. Then take and turn them on a sieve, let them remain a day or 2 in the stove, then pack them up in your box, and they will, in a dry place, keep all the year without shifting them. To make a bride cake. Take 4 pounds of fine flour well dried, 4 pounds of fresh butter, 2 pounds of loaf sugar. Pound and sift fine 1/4 ounce of mace and the same quantity of nutmegs. To every pound of flour put 8 eggs. Wash and pick 4 pounds of currants and dry them before the fire. Blanch a pound of sweet almonds and cut them lengthways very thin. A pound of citron, a pound of candied orange, a pound of candied lemon, and half a pint of brandy. First work the butter with your hand to a cream, then beat in your sugar 1/4 hour. Beat the whites of your eggs to a very strong froth, mix them with your sugar and butter. Beat the yolks half an hour at least, and mix them with your cake. Then put in your flour, mace and nutmeg. Keep beating it till the oven is ready. Put in your brandy and beat the currants and almonds lightly in. Tie 3 sheets of paper round the bottom of your hoop to keep it from running out. Rub it well with butter. Put in your cake and the sweetmeats in 3 lays, with cake betwixt every lay. After it has risen and coloured, cover it with paper before your oven is stopped up. It will take another 3 hours baking. Another way to make a bride cake. Wash and rub 7 pounds of currants, place them before the fire. Take 4 pounds of flour, dry and sift it, 6 pounds of fresh butter, which work with your hand till it comes to a cream, 2 pounds of loaf sugar beat and sifted fine. Blanch 2 pounds of almonds, pound them fine, 1/4 ounce of mace, cloves and cinnamon, 3 nutmegs and some ginger, half a pint of sack, and the same quantity of brandy, sweetmeats such as candied orange, lemon and citron. Work the butter well into a cream, then put in your sugar. Let the eggs, which must be 8 to every pound of flour, be beat well, and strain through a sieve. Put in your almonds, beat them well, then put in the sack, brandy and spices. Shake the flour in by degrees. When your oven is ready, put in your currants and sweetmeats. Tie a few sheets of paper at the bottom of the hoop, but rub it well with butter. It will take 4 hours baking. To make almond icing for the bride cake. Take the whites of 6 eggs, 1.5 pounds of double refined sugar. Beat 1 pound of Jordan almonds, blanch them and pound them fine in a little rose water. Then mix all together and whisk it well for an hour or two, then lay it over your cake and put it in an oven. To make pomegranate clear cakes. Draw your jelly as for the orange clear cakes, then boil it in the juice of 2 or 3 pomegranate seeds, and all with the juice of an orange and lemon, the rind of each grated in. Then strain it through a bag, and to every pound of jelly put 1 pound and a quarter, boiled till it cracks. To make the colour a fine red, put in a spoonful of cochineal, prepared as we have directed. Then fill your glasses and order them as oranges. To make apricot cakes. Take 1 pound of nice ripe grapes, scald and peel them, take out the stones, then beat them in a mortar to a pulp. Boil half a pound of double refined sugar with a spoonful of water and skim it well, then put in the pulp of your apricots and simmer them 1/4 hour over a slow fire, stirring them softly all the time. Then put it into shallow flat glasses, and when cold turn them out on glass plates. Put them in a stove and turn them once a day till they are dry. To make apricot clear cakes. First draw a jelly from Codlings, and in that jelly boil some very ripe apricots, and press them upon a sieve over an earthen pan. Then strain it through your jelly bag, and to every pound of jelly take the like quantity of fine loaf sugar, which clarify and boil till it cracks. Then put in the jelly, mix it well, and give it a heat on the fire. Scum it and fill your glasses. In drying, order them as before directed. To make clear cakes of white pear plums. Take the clearest of your plums, put them into a gallipot, and boil them in a pot of boiling water till they are enough. Let the clear part run from them, and to every pound of liquor add as much sugar, boiled to a candy height. Then take it off, put the liquor to it, and stir all together till it be thoroughly hot, but not boiled. Put it in glasses and dry them in a stove with a constant warm fire. To make almond cakes or figures. Boil 1 pound of double refined sugar to a thin candy. Blanch with orange flower water half a pound of Jordan almonds. Add the juice of 1 lemon and the peels of 2, grated to the juice. First boil your sugar and almonds together, stirring it till the sugar is boiled to a proper height. Put in the lemon juice, stir it well together over a slow fire, taking care it does not boil after the juice is in. Make this into cakes or what form or shape you please, either gilt or plain. Another way to make almond cakes or figures. Take 2 ounces of bitter and 1 pound of sweet almonds, blanched and beat, with a little rose or orange flower water and the white of an egg, half a pound of sifted loaf sugar, 8 yolks and 3 whites of eggs, the juice of half a lemon, the rind grated. Bake it either in one large pan or small pans. To make almond loaves. Beat a pound of almonds very fine. Mix them well with 3/4 pound of sifted sugar. Set them over the fire, keep them stirring till they are stiff, and put in the rind of a lemon grated very fine. Make them up in little loaves, shake them well in the whites of eggs beat to a very stiff froth, that the eggs may hang about them. Then put them in a pan with a pound of fine sifted sugar. Divide them if they stick together, and add more sugar till they begin to be smooth and dry. And when you put them on papers to bake, shake them in a pan that is just wet with white of eggs to make them have a gloss. Bake them after biscuits on papers and tin plates. To make little candied cakes. Take double refined sugar finely seared, about a silver ladleful. Wet it no more than will make it boil to a candy height, and put in what flowers you please. Strew some sugar upon them, glass drop them upon white paper, and take them off hot to avoid their sticking. To make a great rich cake. Take a peck of flour well dried, an ounce of nutmeg, and as much cinnamon. Beat the spice well, mix them with your flour, 1.5 pounds of sugar, some salt, 13 pounds of currants well washed, picked and dried, and 3 pounds of raisins stoned and cut into small pieces. Mix all these well together, make 5 pints of cream almost scalding hot, put into it 4 pounds of fresh butter, beat the yolks of 20 eggs, 3 pints of good ale yeast, a pint of sack, 1/4 pint of orange flower water, 3 grains of musk and 6 grains of ambergris. Mix these together and stir them into your cream and butter. Then mix all in the cake and set it for an hour before the fire to rise, before you put it in the hoop. Mix your sweetmeats in it, 2 pounds of citron and 1 pound of candied orange and lemon peel cut in small pieces. Bake it in a deep hoop, butter the sides, put 2 papers at the bottom, flour it and put it in your cake. It must have a quick oven, and it will take 4 hours to bake it. When it is drawn, ice it over the top and sides. Take 2 pounds of double refined sugar, beat and sifted, the whites of 6 eggs beat to a froth, with 3 or 4 spoonfuls of orange flower water and 3 grains of musk and ambergris. Beat these in a stone mortar with a wood pestle till it be as white as snow, and with a brush or bunch of feathers spread it all over the cake and put it into the oven to dry, taking care the oven does not discolour it. When it is cold, paper it, and it will keep good 5 or 6 weeks. Another way to make a great rich cake. Take 4 pounds of flour dried and sifted, 7 pounds of currants clean washed, picked and rubbed well, 6 pounds of the best fresh butter, 2 pounds of Jordan almonds blanched and beat fine in a mortar with orange flower water and sack. Then take 4 pounds of eggs, put half the whites away, 3 pounds of double refined sugar beaten and sifted, 1/4 ounce of cloves, the same of cinnamon and mace, 3 large nutmegs and a little ginger, all beaten fine and sifted, half a pint of sack, half a pint of good French brandy, some candied citron, orange and lemon peel to your liking and cut in slips. Work the butter to a cream with your hands before any of your ingredients are put in, then put in the sugar and mix them well together. Before you put in the eggs, let them be well beaten and strained through a sieve, then work in your almonds, put in the eggs and beat all well together till they look white and thick. Put in your sack, brandy and spices. Shake your flour in by degrees, and when the oven is ready, put in your currants and sweetmeats and work it up well. Put it into your hoop and bake it 4 hours in a quick oven. You must keep beating it with your hand all the while you are mixing it, and when your currants are washed and cleaned, put them before the fire to plump, so that they may go warm into the cake. You may bake this quantity in 2 hoops if you please, and when it is cold, ice it. To make a plum cake. Take 2 pounds 10 ounces of the finest flour well dried, 2 pounds of currants weighed after picked, washed and dried, 3 nutmegs finely grated, 3 or 4 blades of large mace, 10 cloves, a little cinnamon dried and beat fine. Mix all these into the flour with 2 ounces of fine sugar. Break into the basin the yolks of 12 eggs and the whites of 6. Beat into them a pint of very good yeast, not bitter, lest it spoil your cake. Strain it through an hair sieve into the middle of the flour. Set over the fire a pint of new cream, and when it is boiled, take it off. Put in a pound of new butter cut in thin slices, and as much saffron as will colour the cream. When the butter is all melted and the cream not very hot, pour into the flour as much as will make it like a pudding, but not too thin. Never offer to mould it, but lift it up with your fingers till your flour be wet all over. Flour a cloth and lay it before the fire for 1/4 hour to rise. Put it into a frame well buttered and, with a knife dipped in flour, cut a crease across and prick it to the bottom with a bodkin, and set it over a quick fire. Set it in a quick oven, bake it a full hour, and draw it gently out of the oven, for shaking any cake will make it heavy. You may, if you please, add 6 spoonfuls of sack, some ambergris, citron and lemon. Ice it as soon as drawn, and set it in a proper place. If you follow these directions, it will eat as if a great quantity of almonds were in it. To make icing for the cake. Take a pound of the best refined sugar, sift it through a lawn sieve, take the whites of 2 eggs well beat with 4 or 5 spoonfuls of orange flower water. Put your sugar into the eggs and never leave beating them till they are as white as snow. Cover your cake all over and stick some thin slices of citron, if you put any in the cake. Another way to make icing for the cake. Take 7 pounds of flour, 2 pounds and a half of butter and mix them, 7 pounds of currants, 2 large nutmegs, half an ounce of mace and 1/4 ounce of cloves, all finely beat and grated, 1 pound of sugar and 16 eggs, leaving 4 whites. Put in a full pint and a half of ale yeast, warm as much cream as you think will wet it, and put sack to your cream to make it as thick as batter. Beat also 1 pound of almonds with sack and orange flower water, but do not let them be fine, but grossly beat. Put in a pound of candied orange, lemon and citron peel, or more if you desire it very rich. Mix all, put it into your hoop, with paste under it to save the bottom. To make a very fine rich plum cake. Take 4 pounds of the finest flour well dried and sifted, 6 pounds of the best fresh butter, 7 pounds of currants well washed, picked and rubbed very clean and dry, 2 pounds of Jordan almonds blanched and beat in a marble mortar with sack and orange flower water till they are very fine. Take 4 pounds of eggs, leave out half the whites, and add 3 pounds of double refined sugar, beat and sifted through a lawn sieve, with mace, cloves and cinnamon, of each 1/4 ounce. 3 large nutmegs beat fine, a little ginger, of sack and brandy half a pint each, sweetmeats to your liking, lemon and citron. Take a large broad pan, beat the butter to a cream before any of your ingredients go in, minding to beat it all one way, or it will turn to oil. Put in the sugar, beat it well and work in your almonds. Let your eggs be well beat, put in and beat all together till it looks white and thick. Put in the brandy, sack and spices and shake your flour in by degrees. When your oven is ready, put in the currants and sweetmeats and put into your hoop. It will take 4 hours baking in a quick oven. Note: as you mix it for the oven, you must be mindful to keep beating it all the time with your hand, and your currants, as soon as cleaned, must be put in a dish before the fire, that they may be warm when mixed. The above quantity bakes best in 2 hoops. An ordinary plum cake. Take 3 pounds of flour, a little ale yeast, a pint of milk, a pound of sugar, a pound of butter and a little allspice. Make it into dough before you put in the plums, and work in as many as you please. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cakes, puffs, biscuits, etc. Part 2. To make a pound seed cake. Take a pound of flour, 1 pound of fine powder sugar, 1 pound of butter, 8 yolks and 4 whites of eggs, as much caraway seeds as you like. First beat up the butter to a cream with your hands, beating it one way lest it oil. Then by degrees beat in your eggs, sugar and flour till it goes into the oven. Bake it in a quick oven and it will take 1 hour and 1/4 baking. To make another seed cake. Take 2 pounds of flour, 2 pounds of fresh butter rubbed well in, 10 yolks and 5 whites of eggs, 3 spoonfuls of cream and 4 spoonfuls of ale yeast. Mix all together, put it before the fire to rise. Then work in a pound of caraway comfits and bake it in 1 hour and 1/4. To make a rich seed cake. Take 5 pounds of fine flour well dried and 4 pounds of single refined sugar beat and sifted. Mix these together and sift them through an hair sieve. Then wash 4 pounds of butter in 8 spoonfuls of rose or orange flower water, and work the butter with your hands till it is like cream. Beat 20 yolks and 10 whites of eggs, and put them to 6 spoonfuls of sack. Put in the flour, a little at a time, and keep stirring it with your hand all the time. You must not begin mixing it till the oven is almost hot, and after it is mixed, let it stand some time before you put it into the hoop. When you are ready to put it into the oven, put to it 8 ounces of candied orange peel sliced, with as much citron, and 1.5 pounds of caraway comfits. Mix them well and put it into the hoop. It must be a quick oven, and 2 or 3 hours will be sufficient to bake the cake, after which you may ice it if you please. To make little currant and seed cakes. Take 2 pounds of fine flour, 1 pound and a half of butter, the yolks of 5 or 6 eggs, 1 pound and a half of sugar, 6 spoonfuls of rosewater, 9 spoonfuls of sack, 3 spoonfuls of caraway seeds, 2 nutmegs and 1 pound of currants. Beat the butter with your hand till it is very thin. Dry the flour well, put in the caraway seeds and nutmegs finely grated. Afterwards put them all into your batter with the eggs, sack and rosewater. Mingle them well together, put in the currants, let your oven be pretty hot, and as soon as they are coloured, they will be enough. To make licorice cakes. Take hyssop and red rose water, of each half a pint, half a pound of green licorice, the outside scraped off, and then beat with a pestle. Put to it half a pound of anise seeds, and steep it all night in the water. Boil it with a gentle fire till the taste is well out of the licorice. Strain it, put to it 3 pounds of licorice powder, and set it on a gentle fire till it is come to the thickness of cream. Take it off and put to it half a pound of white sugar candy seared very fine. Beat this well together for at least 3 hours, and never suffer it to stand still. As you beat it, you must strew in double refined sugar finely seared, at least 3 pounds. Half an hour before it is finished, put in half a spoonful of gum dragon steeped in orange flower water. When it is very white, then it is beat enough. Roll it up with white sugar, and if you want it perfumed, put in a pastil or 2. To make nun's cake. Take 4 pounds of very fine flour, and mix with it 3 pounds of double refined sugar, finely beaten sifted. Dry them by the fire till your other materials are prepared. Take 4 pounds of butter, beat it in your hands till it is very soft like cream. Beat 34 eggs, leave out 16 whites, and take out the trees from all. Beat the eggs and butter together till it appears like butter. Pour in 4 or 5 spoonfuls of rose or orange flower water, and beat it again. Then take your flour and sugar with 6 ounces of caraway seeds. Strew it in by degrees, beating it up all the while for 2 hours together. Put in as much tincture of cinnamon or ambergris as you please. Butter your hoop and let it stand 3 hours in a moderate oven. To make saffron cakes. Take a quarter of a peck of fine flour, a pound and a half of butter, 3 ounces of caraway seeds, and 6 eggs. Beat a quarter of an ounce of cloves and mace together very fine, a pennyworth of cinnamon, beat a pound of sugar, a pennyworth of rosewater, a pennyworth of saffron, a pint and a half of yeast, and a quart of milk. Mix all together lightly with your hands, thus. First boil the milk and butter, scum off the butter, and mix it with the flour and a little of the milk. Stir the yeast into the rest and strain it. Mix it with the flour, put in your seed, spice, rosewater, tincture of saffron, sugar and eggs. Beat all up with your hands very lightly, and bake it in a hoop or pan, minding to butter the pan well. It will take an hour and a half in a quick oven. You may leave out the seed if you choose. To make a rich yeast cake. Take a quartern and a half of fine flour, 6 pounds of currants, an ounce of cloves and mace, some cinnamon, 2 nutmegs, about a pound of sugar, some candied lemon, orange and citron cut in thin pieces, a pint of sweet wine, some orange flower water, a pint of yeast, a quart of cream, 2 pounds of butter melted and put in the middle. Strew some flour over it, let it stand half an hour to rise. Knead it well together, let it stand some time before the fire, work it up well, put it in a hoop and bake it 2 hours and a half in a gentle oven. To make little queen cakes. Take 2 pounds of fine flour, a pound and a half of butter, the yolks of 6 eggs, 1 pound and a half of sugar, 6 spoonfuls of rosewater, 9 spoonfuls of sack, 2 nutmegs and 2 pounds of currants. Beat the butter with your hand till it is very thin. Dry your flour well, put in the sugar and nutmegs finely grated, and put them all into your batter with the eggs, sack and rosewater. Mingle them well together, put in the currants, let your oven be moderately hot, and they will be baked in a quarter of an hour. Let your currants be nicely washed and cleaned. Another way to make little queen cakes. Take a pound of sugar, beat it fine, pour in the yolks and whites of 2 eggs, half a pound of butter, a little rosewater, 6 spoonfuls of warm cream, a pound of currants, and as much flour as will make it up. Stir them well together, and put them into your patty pans, being well buttered. Bake them in an oven almost as hot as for bread, for half an hour. Then take them out and glaze them, and let them stand but a little after the glazing is on to rise. To make Marlborough cakes. Take 8 eggs, yolks and whites, beat and strain them, and put them to a pound of sugar beaten and sifted. Beat these 3/4 of an hour together, then put in 3/4 of a pound of flour well dried and 2 ounces of caraway seeds. Beat all well together and bake it in broad tin pans in a brisk oven. To make Uxbridge cakes. Take a pound of wheat flour, 7 pounds of currants, half a nutmeg and 4 pounds of butter. Rub your butter, cold, well among the meal. Dress the currants well in the flour, butter and seasoning, and knead it with as much good and new yeast as will make it into a pretty high paste. Usually 2 pennyworth of yeast to that quantity. After it is kneaded well together, let it stand an hour to rise. You may put half a pound of paste in a cake. To make pepper cakes. Take a gill of sack and a quarter of an ounce of whole white pepper. Put it in and boil it together for a quarter of an hour. Then strain out the pepper and put in as much double refined sugar as will make it like a paste. Then drop it, in what shape you please, on a tin plate and let it dry itself. To make maudling cakes. Take a quarter of a peck of flour well dried before the fire. Add 2 pounds of mutton suet, tried and strained clear off, and when it is a little cool, mix it well with the flour, some salt, and a very little allspice beat fine. Take half a pint of good yeast, and put in half a pint of water. Stir it well together, strain it, and mix up your flour into a paste of a moderate stiffness. You must add as much cold water as will make the paste of a right order, and make it into cakes about the thickness and bigness of an oat cake. Have ready some currants, clean washed and picked. Strew some in the middle of your cakes between the dough, so that none can be seen till the cake is broke. You may leave the currants out if you do not choose them. To make caraway cakes. To a pound of flour, add a pound of new butter without salt, 8 spoonfuls of good yeast, 4 spoonfuls of rosewater, the yolks of 3 new laid eggs, caraway seeds, as many as you please, 4 ounces of sugar, and some ambergrease. Knead all into a paste, make it up into what form you please, and when they come out of the oven, strew on sugar. To make almond cakes. Take a pound of double refined sugar finely seared, a quarter of a pound of the best almonds laid in cold water all night and blanched. Take the white of an egg, put to it a spoonful of rosewater, and beat it to the whiteness of snow, letting it stand half an hour. Beat your almonds, putting thereto a spoonful of rosewater, a little at once, and the same with the egg. When the almonds are well beat, put the sugar in by degrees, taking care not to wet the paste too much whilst you roll out the cakes. You must continue beating till all be used, and when your cakes are made, lay them severally on papers with some seared sugar over them. Bake them in an oven as hot as for your sugar cakes. To make Portugal cakes. Put a pound of fine sugar, a pound of fresh butter, 5 eggs and a little mace beaten into a broad pan. Beat it with your hands till it is very light and looks curdling. Then put thereto a pound of flour and half a pound of currants very dry. Beat them together, fill tin pans and bake them in a slack oven. You may make seed cakes the same way, only put in caraway seeds instead of currants. To make Dutch cakes. Take 5 pounds of flour, 2 ounces of caraway seeds, half a pound of sugar, and something more than a pint of milk. Put into it 3/4 of a pound of butter. Then make a hole in the middle of the flour and put in a pint of good ale yeast. Pour in the butter and milk and make these into a paste, letting it stand a quarter of an hour before the fire to rise. Then mould and roll it into cakes pretty thin. Prick them all over, or they will blister, and bake them in a quarter of an hour. To make Shrewsbury cakes. Take half a pound of butter, beat it to a cream, put in half a pound of flour, 1 egg, 6 ounces of loaf sugar beat and sifted, half an ounce of caraway seeds mixed into a paste. Roll them thin and cut them round with a small glass or little tins. Prick them and lay them on sheets of tin and bake them in a slow oven. Another way to make Shrewsbury cakes. Take 2 pounds of flour, a pound of sugar finely seared, and mix them together. Take out a quarter of a pound to roll them in, then take 4 eggs well beat, 4 spoonfuls of cream and 2 of rosewater. Beat them well together, mix them with the flour into a paste, roll them into thin cakes and bake them in a quick oven. To make Banbury cakes. Take half a peck of fine flour, 3 pounds of currants, a pound and a half of butter, a quarter of a pound of sugar, a quarter of an ounce of cloves and mace, 3/4 of a pint of ale yeast, and a little rosewater. Boil as much milk as will serve to knead it, and when it is almost cold, put in as much caraway seed as will thicken it. Work it all together at the fire, pulling it to pieces 2 or 3 times before you make it up. To make Whetstone cakes. Take half a pound of fine flour and the same quantity of loaf sugar seared, a pound of caraway seeds dried, the yolk of 1 egg, the whites of 3, a little rosewater with ambergrease dissolved in it. Mix all well together and roll it out as thin as a wafer. Cut them with a glass, lay them on floured paper and bake them in a very slow oven. To make Bean cakes. Take an equal weight of fine sugar and blanched almonds cut in long narrow slices. Slice some preserved orange, lemon and citron peel. Beat the white of a new laid egg with a little orange flower water to a high froth. Put as much of the froth into sugar as will just wet it, and with the point of a knife build up your almonds, piling it round as high as you can upon a wafer. Let some of the ambergris be in your sugar, and bake them after the manner of a manchet. To make gum cakes. Take gum dragon, let it lie all night in rose water till it is dissolved, having double refined sugar beaten and seared, and mix your gum and sugar together. Make it up into a paste, then roll some up plain and some with herbs and flowers. All the paste must be kept separately. The herbs and flowers must be beat small before you make them into a paste, but you may use the juice of the flowers and herbs only. Sweet marjoram, red roses, marigolds, clove gillyflowers and blue bottle berries, all clipped from the white. When you have made all your colours ready, have to every one a little rolling pin and a knife, or else the colours will mix. First lay a white and then a colour, then a white again, for two colours will not do well. So roll them up and cut them the bigness of a sixpence, but in what form you please, minding that they are rolled very thin. To make honeycomb cakes. Boil your sugar to a candy height, then put in your flowers, which must be cut. Have little papers with four corners ready. Drop some of your candy on the papers, take them off when ready, and if they are rightly done, they will look full of holes like honeycombs. To make lemon cakes. Take the best coloured lemons, scrape out the blacks and grate off the peel clean. Put the peel into a strainer, wet what sugar you think will serve, and boil it to a candy height. Then take it off and put in the lemon peel. When it boils, take it off, squeeze in a little lemon juice and drop them on buttered plates or papers. You may put in musk or ambergris if you please. To make lemon, orange and flour cakes. Take sugar finely seared and wet it with the juice of orange or any flowers you fancy. There must be no more juice than will make your paste stiff and thick. Set it upon the fire when it begins to boil. Drop it in little cakes and they will come off presently. Scurvy grass done thus is good against the scurvy. If it boils, you will spoil it. To make violet cakes. Beat your sugar wherein gum hath been steeped, put in the violets and the juice, and so work it together with seared sugar, and dry them in a stove. To make wormwood cakes. Take 1 pound of double refined sugar sifted, mix it with 3 or 4 eggs well beat, and drop in as much chemical oil of wormwood as you please. Drop them on papers. You may have them of various colours by pricking them with a pin and filling the holes with the colour. The colours must be kept separate in small gallipots. For red, take a dram of cochineal, some cream of tartar, and as much alum. Tie them up severally in little bits of fine cloth, and put them to steep in a glass of water 2 or 3 hours. When you want the colours, press the bags in the water, and mix some of it in a little white of egg and sugar. Saffron for the yellow, prepared as the red. For green, mix blue with the saffron. For blue, put powder blue in water. To make a pound cake. Take a pound of butter, beat it in an earthen pan with your hand one way, till it is like a thick cream. Then have ready 12 eggs, but half the whites. Beat them well, and beat them up with the butter, a pound of flour beat in it, a pound of sugar, and a few carraways. Beat it all well together for an hour with your hand or a great wooden spoon. Butter a pan and put it in, and then bake it an hour in a quick oven. For change, you may put in a pound of currants, clean washed and picked. To make butter cakes. Take a dish of butter and beat it with your hands till it is like cream. 2 pounds of fine sugar beat and sifted, 3 pounds of flour well dried, and mix the butter with 24 eggs, leave out half the whites, and then beat all together for 1 hour. When you are going to put it into the oven, add 1/4 ounce of mace and a nutmeg beaten, a little sack and brandy, and seeds or currants as you please. To make rice cakes. Take the yolks of 16 eggs and beat them half an hour with a whisk. Put to them 3/4 pound of loaf sugar beat and sifted fine, and beat it well into the eggs. Put in half a pound of the flour of rice, a little orange flower water and brandy, and the rinds of 2 lemons grated. Then beat 7 whites with a whisk for an hour, and beat all together for 1/4 hour, then put them in small hoops, and bake them half an hour in a quick oven. To make Prussian cakes. Dry half a pound of fine flour well, a pound of fine sugar beaten and sifted, 7 eggs, and beat the whites and yolks separately, the peels of 2 lemons grated fine, and the juice of 1 1/2, and a pound of almonds beat fine with rose water. As soon as the whites are beat to a froth, put in the yolks and everything else except the flour, and beat them together for half an hour. Beat in the flour just before you put it into the oven. To make Bath cakes. Take half a pound of butter and rub it into a pound of flour. Add 1 spoonful of good yeast, warm some cream and make it a light paste and set it to the fire to rise. When you make them up, take 4 ounces of caraway comfits, work part of them in and strew the rest on the top. Form them into round cakes about the size of a French roll. Bake them on tin sheets and send them in hot for breakfast. To make gingerbread cakes. Rub 1 pound of butter into 3 pounds of flour, 1 pound of sugar, 2 ounces of ginger beat fine and sifted, and a large nutmeg grated. Then take a pound of treacle, a gill of cream, warm them together and make up the bread stiff. Roll it out and form it into thin cakes, or cut it round with a teacup or glass, or make it into nuts of any form or shape you please. Put it on oven plates and bake it in a slack oven. To make cakes of flowers. Boil double refined sugar to a candy height, and strew in your flowers and let them boil once up. Then with your hand lightly strew in a little double refined sugar sifted, and put it directly into little pans made of card and pricked full of holes at the bottom. You must set the pans on a cushion, and when they are cold, take them out. To make a cake, leaving out either eggs, sugar or butter. Make your cake as you do the pound cake. Leave out either the sugar, eggs or butter. But then you must add thick cream instead of the butter. Any of the 3 left out, the cake will be good. To make quince cakes. Take a pint of syrup of quinces and 2 quarts of raspberries picked, bruised and rubbed through a coarse sieve. Boil and clarify them together over a gentle fire, and as often as the scum rises, skim it off. Then add 1.5 pounds of sugar beat and sifted, and as much more boiled to a candy height and pour it in hot. Boil all up together, take it off the fire, keep it stirring till it is nearly cold, then spread it on plates and cut it out in cakes of what shape you like and dry them in a stove. To make Savoy cakes. Take an equal weight of eggs and sugar. Separate the yolks and whites. Put the sugar to the yolks with some lemon peel finely chopped, powder of orange flowers or a spoonful of the water. Beat up this well together, and also the whites, which mix with the yolks, stirring continually, and half as much weight of flour as of eggs. Pour it in the vessel it is to be baked in, well rubbed with butter. Bake it in a soaking oven about an hour and a half. If it is of a good colour, you may serve it without garnishing. If not, as it may be too brown or too pale, glaze it with white sugar. To make sugar cakes. Take 3 pounds of fine flour, dried well and sifted. Add 2 pounds of loaf sugar beaten and sifted. Put in the yolks of 4 eggs, a little mace, 1/4 pint of rosewater, and, if you choose, musk or ambergris may be dissolved in your sugar. Mix all together, make it up to roll out, then bake them in a quick oven and sift some sugar on them. To make cream cakes. Sift some double refined sugar, beat the whites of 7 or 8 eggs, shake in as many spoonfuls of the sugar, grate in the rind of a large lemon, drop the froth on a paper laid on tin in lumps at a distance. Sift a good deal of sugar over them, set them in a middling oven, the froth will rise. Just colour them. You may put raspberry jam and clap 2 bottoms together. Set them in a cool oven to dry. To make a fashion cake. Mix a handful of flour with a pint of good cream, half a pound of beef suet melted and sifted, 1/4 pound of sugar powder, half a pound of raisins stoned and chopped, dried flowers of orange, a glass of brandy, a little coriander and salt. Bake it as all other cakes about an hour, and glaze or garnish it. To make puff cakes. Make some fine puff paste, roll it as thin as a crown piece. Take a dish of the bigness of the cake you design to make, and place the same over the paste, which cut round. Then put it on a sheet of paper or a tin plate. Make another round piece of paste in the same manner, cutting it in what figures you please. Fill the first abyss either with a marmalade of apricots or apples, or with a cream of pistachios, and cover it with your abyss cut out into figures. Then bake your cake, and when done, strew some fine sugar over it, and glaze it with a red-hot fire shovel. Put it in a dish and serve it up either hot or cold. If it is filled with cream, serve it up always hot. To make sword knots. Make a second best paste and roll it very thin. Cut it in thongs like ribbons, some with a knife and some with a dented paste cutter to make the scallop. Fold them like a sword knot. Wet the paste with eggs where it should join together. Bake them on a baking plate, and when ready to serve, garnish with currant jelly, apricot marmalade, frothed cream, or anything else. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cakes, Puffs, Biscuits, etc. Part 3. To make Lisbon cake. In order to make this cake, get 4 or 5 pounds of fine flour. Make a good puff paste and roll it as thin as a half-crown piece. Then put it over a dish of the bigness of your cake you design to make. Cut your paste round it and put it upon a sheet of paper. Cut out in the same manner 7 or 8 abysses more, cutting one of them into several figures, to be placed on the top of your cake. Let them be baked separately, then glaze the abyss, cut out into figures, and make your cake as follows. Put over one of these abysses a laying of apricot marmalade. Over this another abyss with a laying of currant jelly, then another abyss over the last with gooseberry jelly. Continue after the same manner to place the rest of your abysses, putting between them your several layings of preserved raspberries, apple jelly, etc. Place on the top your figured and glazed abyss so that the rest may not be seen. The cake must be glazed with a white, green and cochineal colour glaze, that it may appear no more than one abyss. Make the glaze thus. Beat together in an earthen vessel with a wooden spoon about 1 pound of powder sugar, the white of 2 eggs and the juice of half a lemon. If this mixture proves to be too thin, put some more sugar in it. Then divide this composition into 3 parts. In the first put nothing, but leave it white as it is. In the second put a little cochineal to make it red, and the third green with some juice of spinach. Glaze the cake from top to bottom, first with a streak of the white composition, then with a streak of the red, and afterwards with a streak of the green, following the same order till your cake is entirely glazed. Dry the icing by putting the cake for a little while in a warm oven or before the fire, turning it round pretty often. Then lay it on a dish and serve it up. It may be made as small or as large as you please. To make a cake in the form of a snail. Get some puff paste and cream made after the same manner as has been before directed. It may be made either white or green. Spread your paste the length of 1 or 2 yards, of the breadth of 4 or 6 fingers, and about the thickness of 2 crown pieces. Put your cream in the middle of the whole length of it, and close the paste so that your cream may not run out, and make it in the shape of a sausage. Then put it on paper well buttered, turning it round to imitate the form of a snail, and rub it with beaten eggs. Bake it in a moderate oven and glaze it. To make white loaves. Take double refined sugar, a little musk and ambergris, wet them with the white of an egg, beaten to a froth to the thickness of a paste. When beaten and tempered well together with a wooden spoon, take as much as a filbert made up and cut round the middle like a loaf. Put them in the oven upon papers, taking care it be not too hot, for they must be perfectly white, only a little coloured at the bottom of the sugar. The longer they are beaten with the back of the spoon, the better. To make common biscuits. Beat up 6 eggs with a spoonful of rosewater and a spoonful of sack. Then add 1 pound of fine powdered sugar and 1 pound of flour. Mix these into the eggs by degrees, with 1 ounce of coriander seeds. Shape them on white thin paper or tin moulds in any form you please. Beat the white of an egg, and with a feather rub it over and dust some fine sugar over them. Set them in an oven moderately heated till they rise and come to a good colour. And if you have no stove to dry them in, put them into the oven at night and let them stand till morning. To make ratifia biscuits. Take 4 ounces of bitter almonds, blanch and beat them as fine as you can. In beating them, put in the whites of 4 eggs, one at a time, and mix it up with sifted sugar to a light paste. Roll the cakes and lay them on wafer paper or tin plates. Make the paste so light as to take it up with a spoon. Then bake them in a quick oven. To make sugar biscuits a cheap way. Take 1 pound of fine flour, 1 pound of powder sugar, a few almonds blanched and pounded. Mix these with 6 spoonfuls of rose water and the yolks and whites of 8 eggs, beat a full hour. When well mixed, put it into small tin pans of various forms, and bake them only with the heat of the oven after the batch is drawn, and stop the oven very close. To make Savoy biscuits. Take 8 eggs, separate the whites from the yolks, and beat the whites till they are very high. Then put your yolks in with 1 pound of sugar. Beat this for 1/4 of an hour, and when the oven is ready, put in 1 pound of fine flour and stir it till it is well mixed. Lay the biscuits upon the paper and ice them, only taking care the oven is hot enough to bake them speedily. Another way to make Savoy biscuits. Take 12 eggs, leave out half the whites, beat them up with a small whisk, put in 2 or 3 spoonfuls of rose or orange flower water, and, as you beat it up, strew in 1 pound of double refined sugar, well beat and finely sifted. When the eggs and sugar are as thick and white as cream, take 1 pound and 2 ounces of the finest flour that is dried and mix with it. Then lay it in long cakes and bake them in a cool oven. To make Naples biscuits. Put 3/4 of a pound of very fine flour to 1 pound of fine sugar sifted. Sift it 3 times, then add 6 eggs well beat and a spoonful of rose water. When the oven is almost hot, make them, but take care that they are not made up too wet. To make Sponge biscuits. Beat the yolks of 12 eggs for half an hour. Then put in 1.5 pounds of fine sugar, beat and sifted. Whisk it well till you see it rise in bubbles. Then beat the whites to a strong froth, and whisk them well with the sugar and yolks. Beat in 1 pound of flour, with the rind of 2 lemons grated. Butter your tin moulds, put them in, and sift fine powder sugar over them. Put them in a hot oven, but do not stop the mouth of it at first. They will take half an hour baking. To make Spanish biscuits. Beat the yolks of 8 eggs for half an hour. Then beat in 8 spoonfuls of fine sugar. Beat the whites to a strong froth, then beat them well with your yolks and sugar for half an hour. Put in 4 spoonfuls of fine flour and a little lemon peel grated. Bake them on papers in a moderate oven. To make Drop biscuits. Beat the yolks of 10 eggs and the whites of 6, with 1 spoonful of rose water, half an hour. Then put in 10 ounces of loaf sugar, beat and sifted. Whisk them well for half an hour. Then add 1 ounce of caraway seeds, crushed a little, and 6 ounces of fine flour. Whisk in your flour gently, drop them on wafer papers, and bake them in a moderate oven. To make French biscuits. Having a pair of clean scales ready, in one scale put 3 new laid eggs, in the other scale as much dried flour as is equal in weight with the eggs. Take out the flour and as much fine powdered sugar. First beat the whites of the eggs up well with the whisk till they are of a fine froth. Put in half an ounce of candied lemon peel cut very thin and fine, and beat well. Then, by degrees, put in the flour and sugar, slip in the yolks, and with a spoon temper it well together. Shape your biscuits on fine white paper with a spoon, and throw powdered sugar over them. Bake them in a moderate oven, not too hot, giving them a fine colour on the top. When they are baked, with a fine knife cut them off from the paper and lay them in boxes for use. To make lemon biscuits. Take the whites of 4 eggs and yolks of 10. Beat them a quarter of an hour with 4 spoonfuls of orange flower water. Add to it 1 pound of loaf sugar, beaten and sifted. Beat them an hour longer. Stir in half a pound of dry flour and the peel of a lemon grated off. Butter the pan, sear some sugar over them as you put them into the oven, and when they are risen, take them out and lay them on a clean cloth. When the oven is cool, put them in again on sieves and let them stand till they are dry and will snap in breaking. To make hard biscuits. Take half a peck of fine flour, 1 ounce of caraway seeds, the whites of 2 eggs, a quarter of a pint of ale yeast, and as much warm water as will make it into a stiff paste. Form it into long rolls, bake them an hour, and the next day pare them round. Then slice them into pieces about half an inch thick. Dry them in the oven, draw and turn them and dry the other side, and they will keep a whole year. To make iced biscuits the French way. Take the whites of 8 and the yolks of 6 eggs. Put to them 1 pound of loaf sugar beat and seared, and beat them 2 hours. Have ready 14 ounces of fine flour double beat, sifted and well dried in an oven or over coals. When the oven is swept and your plates buttered, put in the flour as fast as you can mingle them together, and lay them upon the plates, putting a little musk and ambergris finely beat into them. You must be very quick after the flour is in, and set them in a quick oven. This will make 20 large ones, laying 1 spoonful out for each. To make orange biscuits. Take your oranges and water them 2 days. Boil them tender, shift the water they are boiled in, and put them to another that is hot. When they are tender, take them up, and put them in a cloth to dry, minding the meat be taken out of the oranges. Then take their weight and a half of double refined sugar finely beaten. Let your oranges be beat in a stone mortar. Strew the sugar on them as they are beating, and when the pulp is very small and the sugar taken up with beating, then take it out and lay it on glasses like your paste, minding to be quick in laying it out, for fear it should grow rough and dry too fast. Set them in an oven after manchets, and keep them in a stove to dry. Beat the pulp of your oranges very small, or else they will look rough, dark, tough and harsh. To make aniseed biscuits. To every 12 pounds of dough, put 20 ounces of butter, a pound of sugar, 2 ounces of aniseeds with a little rose water, and what spice you think fit, and bake it in a moderate oven. To make nuns biscuits. Take the whites of 6 eggs and beat them to a froth. Take also half a pound of almonds, blanch and beat them with the froth of the whites of your eggs as it rises. Then take the yolks with a pound of fine sugar. Beat these well together, and mix your almonds with the eggs and sugar. Put in a quarter of a pound of flour with the peel of 2 lemons grated and some citron finely shred. Bake them in little cake pans in a quick oven, and when they are coloured, turn them on tins to harden the bottoms. But before you set them in the oven again, strew some double refined sugar on them finely sifted. Remember to butter your pans and fill them but half full. To make black caps of apples. Pare them, lay them in your pan, strew a few cloves over them, a little lemon peel cut very small, and 2 or 3 blades of cinnamon with some coarse sugar. Cover the pan with brown paper, set them in an oven with the bread, and let them stand till the oven is cold. To make chocolate almonds. Take a pound of chocolate finely grated, and 1.5 pounds of the best sugar, finely sifted. Soak some gum dragon in orange flower water, and work them into what form you please. The paste must be stiff. Dry them in a stove. You may write devices on paper, roll them up, and put them in the middle. To make wafers. Take a pound of fine flour and 8 eggs, beat them well together. Put in a penny loaf grated, 1 nutmeg, 2 glasses of sack, a spoonful of yeast, better than ½ pound of melted butter, and as much milk as will make it a thick batter. Let it stand 3 or 4 hours to rise. They must be well beaten, and when you have rolled them out thin, put them into any shape and bake them. Another way to make wafers. Dry the flour very well, either in a silver or pewter basin on a charcoal fire. Stir it often that it may not burn, and when cold, sift it through a hair sieve. Then make a thin batter with cream, a little water, sack, cinnamon, and mace beaten and sifted with double refined sugar. Mix and beat all well together, and when your irons are clean and very hot, rub them with a little butter and a clean rag. Then put them on and turn the irons, first one way and then another, till you think they are brown, which will be in a short time. Take them off the irons and roll them about your finger or a stick, and keep them in a tin pot near the fire. You must make them over a quick charcoal fire, or else they will not come off the irons whole. To make sugar wafers. Sift some fine sugar. Put about 2 spoonfuls at a time in a small silver porringer or silver ladle. Wet it with juice of lemon till it be a little thin. Put in 2 drops of sack, with what perfume you like. Throw it over a very slow fire. When a thin white skin rises, stir it and drop it on square papers as broad as your hand. If you make coloured ones, mix the colours as you do lemons, and make them as thin as you can, which you must do by turning your papers up and down. Make it run and spread it with your fingers. About 2 spoonfuls will make 3 or 4 wafers. They do best upon thin papers, that you may turn them round and work them together as is used to be done for sugar. Place and pin them up at one corner in a warm place till they are dry. It must not be in too hot a place when it comes off. To make bean or almond bread. Take a pound of pure white almonds and blanch them in cold water, taking care you pare not the almonds. Take a pound of double refined sugar, beat and sifted. Then do your almonds and slice them the round way. As you cut them, strew on sugar, stirring them all together that they do not stick. Be sure you have sugar to the last, and always stir them, for if they cleave to each other, they will not be good. They must be put in an earthen basin. Put in a small spoonful of caraway seeds, mingle these well together, and add a little gum dragon dissolved in rose water and strained. Put in also 3 grains of musk and ambergris, dissolved in fine sugar, and the froth of 2 eggs beaten with rose water. Make your froth as light as you can, and put in 2 spoonfuls of fine flour. When these are well mixed, lay them on wafers as broad as macaroons and the thickness of 2 flat almonds. Open them with a knife or bodkin, lest 2 or 3 pieces stick together. Lay them as hollow and low as you can to make them appear in the best manner, and the quicker you lay them out, the more hollow they will be. Put them in a well-heated oven, minding they do not scorch, which will destroy their beauty. When they are half baked, take them out, wash them with the white of an egg, scrape a little sugar over them, and let the egg be beaten to a froth, but let not your sugar be too gross. Set them into the oven about half an hour. Then you may take them out, and when cold, put them up. Note: you may lay out bean bread upon whole sheets of wafers and cut round to their size, the quantity being 1 pound of sugar, 1 pound of almonds, 6 sheets of wafers, and 1 pennyworth of gum dragon. You may leave out either the musk or ambergris, if you please. To make tumbles of almonds. Take 3 ounces of almonds, blanch and cover them with a cloth from the air. Beat them in a stone mortar very fine, and, as you beat them, drop in a little gum dragon laid in sack, to keep them from oiling. When they are almost beaten enough, take the white of an egg beaten to a froth, 1 pound of double refined sugar finely beaten, and put it in by degrees, working it with your hands till it is all in a paste. Roll it out and bake it upon buttered plates, and set them in a hot oven. To make jumbles. Take a pound of fine flour and half a pound of sugar beaten and seared. Rub in a piece of butter the bigness of an egg, a little mace finely shred, the yolks of 4 eggs and the whites of 3 of them. Beat them with rose water and a few caraway seeds. Make it up in paste, with cream in what shape you please, and bake them. 1 pound of sugar and 10 eggs make them extremely rich. To make Lady Leicester's hollow gum balls. Take the white of 3 eggs, squeeze in the juice of a lemon and the peel grated in. With a whisk beat it up to a froth. Have ready half a pound of double refined sugar finely sifted. Take off the froth as it rises, and put it into the sugar till it be wet and thick like paste. Roll it into what form you please, lay them upon paper, and put them in a moderate hot oven. To make apricot jumbles. Take apricots, pare and slice them into a clean dish. Set them on the fire, and with a wooden spoon bruise them so that the pulp may be small. Dry them on the coals, stirring till they are dry and tough. Lay them out in glasses in a stove for 2 or 3 days. Cut them out in long pieces and roll them into rounds and shapes like tumbles. They must be rolled in double refined sugar, and then dry them well in a stove. To make orange tumbles. Take 4 oranges, let the peels be large with thick rinds. Take out all the meat and boil them in 3 several waters till they are tender, and the bitterness out of them. Then squeeze them hard, dry them in a coarse cloth, beat them in a stone mortar till they are come to a pulp. Then take as much double refined sugar, seared, as will work it into paste, and roll it into what shape you think proper. To make sugar puffs. Take the whites of 10 eggs and beat them till they rise to a high froth. Put it in a stone mortar or wooden bowl, and add as much double refined sugar as will make it thick. Put in some ambergris to give it a taste, and rub it round the mortar for half an hour. Put in a few caraway seeds, take a sheet of wafers and lay it on as broad as a sixpence and as high as you can get. Put them in a moderate hot oven 7 or 8 minutes, and they will look as white as snow. To make seed puffs. Take gum dragon and steep it in rose water. Some double refined sugar, sear and wet it with some gum as stiff as paste. Work it with a spoon till it becomes white. Roll it out upon white paper very thin, and cut it out in shapes with a jigging iron, and bake it in an oven, taking care not to scorch it. To make tumblets. Take of fine sugar and flour 1 pound each, 8 eggs with their whites taken out, and beat the yolks with 2 spoonfuls of rose water. Take the quantity of a walnut of butter, which, along with the eggs, put to half the quantity of sugar and flour, and mingle in the other half gradually. Make some tumblets thus. Take a pound of sugar and mix it to the white of an egg well beaten. Put to it a little grated lemon peel, making it in little balls. Put them upon round papers and do them in a pan over the fire till they are enough. To make macaroons. Take a pound of almonds, scald and blanch them, and throw them into cold water. Dry them in a cloth, pound them in a mortar, and moisten them with orange flower water or the white of an egg, lest they turn to oil. Afterwards take an equal quantity of white powder sugar, the whites of 4 eggs, and a little milk. Beat all well together, shape them round upon wafer paper with a spoon, and bake them in a gentle oven on tin plates. Another way to make macaroons. Take 1/4 pound of almonds blanched, and 3 ounces of sugar seared. Beat these together with a little of the white of an egg and rose water, till it is thicker than batter. Then drop it on wafer paper and bake it. To make brown almond gingerbread. Take 1/4 pound of blanched almonds, beat exceeding fine with water wherein gum arabic has been steeped, with a few drops of lemon juice, as much cinnamon beat, and some ginger finely grated and seared, as to make it brown. Make it sweet and smooth it well. Roll it out and cut it in square cakes rolled very thin. Dry it in a stove or before the fire. Another way to make brown almond gingerbread. Take 3 pounds of flour, a pound of sugar, a pound of butter rubbed in very fine, with 2 ounces of ginger and a grated nutmeg. Mix these with a pound of treacle and 1/4 pint of cream warm together. Then make your bread stiff, roll them out and make them in thin cakes, and bake them in a stove or oven. To make gingerbread. Take 1.5 pounds of London treacle, 2 eggs beat, half a pound of brown sugar, 1 ounce of ginger beat and sifted, of cloves, mace and nutmeg altogether half an ounce. Of very fine coriander and caraway seeds, half an ounce each. 2 pounds of butter melted and mixed together. Add as much flour as will knead it into a very stiff paste, and roll it out. Cut it into what form you please, bake it in a quick oven on tin plates, and a little time will be sufficient. Another way to make gingerbread. Take 3 pounds of fine flour, the rind of a lemon dried and beat to powder, half a pound or more of sugar, and 1.5 ounces of beat ginger. Mix all these together and make it stiff by adding and working in treacle. Make it into what form you please. You may put candied orange peel and citron in it. Butter the paper it is baked on and bake it hard and firm. To make wigs. Take 1 pound of butter cut in slices and put it into a pint of milk. Set it on the fire till it is melted, and take 1/4 peck of flour with some cloves, mace and ginger. Then beat 4 eggs, 1/4 pint of good yeast, and 3 or 4 spoonfuls of sack. When the milk is as warm as though just come from the cow, mix all together into a paste and let it lie half an hour to rise. Then put to it a pound of caraway comfits, mould them into wigs and bake them on papers. The oven must be very hot and they will take a considerable time in baking. To make light wigs. Take 1.5 pounds of flour and mix it with a pint of milk made warm. Cover it and let it lie by the fire half an hour. Then take 1/2 pound of sugar and 1/2 pound of butter. Work them in the paste and make it into wigs with as little flour as possible, and if the oven is quick, they will rise very much. To make chocolate puffs. Take 1/2 pound of chocolate grated and 1 pound of double refined sugar beat fine and sifted. With the whites of 2 eggs make a paste and have ready some more sugar to strew on the tins. Turn the rough side upwards and bake them in a slow oven. You may form the paste into any shape and colour it with different colours. To make black caps the best way. Take 1.5 dozen of very large French pippins or golden rennets. Cut them in half and lay them with the flat side downwards. Lay them as close to each other as you can. Press the juice of a lemon into 2 spoonfuls of orange flower water and mix them together. Shred some lemon peel into it and grate some double refined sugar over it. Put them into a quick oven and half an hour's baking will be sufficient. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tarts, Custards, Cheesecakes, etc. Part 1. Apple tart is made the same way as a pie, but if to be eaten cold, make the short crust, which must be observed with all tarts intended to be eaten cold. If you use tin patties to bake in, butter them and put a little crust all over them, or you will not be able to take them out. But if you bake them in glass or china, only an upper crust will be necessary, as you will not want to take them out when sent to table. Lay fine sugar at the bottom, then your cherries, plums, or whatever you may want to put in them, and put sugar at the top. Currants and raspberries make an exceeding good tart and do not require much baking. Cherries require but little baking. Gooseberries, to look red, must stand a good while in the oven. Apricots, if green, require more baking than when ripe. Quarter or halve ripe apricots and put in some of the kernels. Preserved fruit, as damascenes and bullace, require but little baking. Fruit that is preserved high should not be baked at all, but the crust should first be baked upon a tin the size the tart is to be. Cut it with a marking iron or knot, and when cold take it off and lay it on the fruit. Apples and pears intended to be put into tarts must be pared, cut into quarters and cored. Cut the quarters across again, set them on in a saucepan with as much water as will barely cover them, and let them simmer on a slow fire just till the fruit is tender. Put a good piece of lemon peel into the water with the fruit, and then have your patties ready. Lay fine sugar at the bottom, then your fruit, and a little sugar at top. Pour over each tart a teaspoonful of the liquor they were boiled in. Then put on your lid and bake them in a slack oven. Apricot tarts may be made in the same manner, observing that you must not put in any lemon juice. To make rhubarb tarts. Take stalks of English rhubarb that grow in the gardens, peel and cut it the size of gooseberries, sweeten it and make them as you do gooseberry tarts. These tarts may be thought singular, but they are very fine ones and have a pretty flavour. The leaves of rhubarb are a fine thing to eat for a pain in the stomach, the roots for tincture, and the stalks for tarts. To make Angelica tarts. Take the stalks, peel them, cut them into little pieces, pare some golden pippins or nonpareils of each an equal quantity. First take away the parings of the apples and the cores. Boil them in as much water as will cover them, with a little lemon peel and fine sugar till it is like a very thin syrup. Then strain it off and set the syrup on the fire again with the Angelica. Let it boil about 10 minutes. When the crust is ready, lay a sliced apple and a layer of Angelica, so on till the patty pans are full, and bake them, filling them first with syrup. To make a raspberry tart with cream. Roll out some thin puff paste and lay it in a patty pan. Lay in some raspberries and strew over them some very fine sugar. Put on the lid and bake it. Cut it open and put in half a pint of cream, the yolks of 2 or 3 eggs well beat, and a little sugar. Let it stand to be cold before it is sent to bake. To make orange or lemon tarts. Take 6 large oranges or lemons, rub them well with salt, put them in water for 2 days with a handful of salt in it. Change them into fresh water every day, without salt, for a fortnight. Put them into a saucepan of water and boil them for 2 or 3 hours till they are tender. Cut them into half quarters and then 3-corner ways, as thin as possible. Pare, quarter and core 6 pippins. Put them into a saucepan with a pint of water. Boil them till they are tender. Break them smooth with a spoon and put the liquor and pippins to your oranges or lemons with a pound of fine sugar and boil all together for a quarter of an hour. If for an orange tart, squeeze in the juice of an orange. If for lemon, the juice of a lemon. Put it into gallipots and when cold, tie paper over them. When you make the tarts, let your china or other patty pans be small and shallow. Fill them nearly full and put a thin puff paste over them. Ice them and bake them in a slow oven till the paste is done. To make green apricot tarts. Take green apricots, put some vine or cabbage leaves at the bottom of a preserving pan. Put them in and cover them with spring water. Put vine or cabbage leaves at the top, put a board or trencher on to keep them under water, and scald them till they are yellow. Then take them out, put them into cold water a minute, and take them out of the water. Put vine or cabbage leaves at the bottom of your preserving pan. Put them in and cover them with cold spring water. Put vine or cabbage leaves over them. Set them at a good distance from the fire and let them simmer up, but not boil. Put them away all night in a pan and liquor, and the next morning they will be green. Take them out and put them into another pan with as much of the liquor as will moisten them. Sweeten them with fine sugar to your palate. Give them a boil till the sugar is melted, and when they are cold, make them into tarts in china, earthenware, or tin patty pans, with what sort of paste you please. Ice them and bake them in a slow oven till the paste is done. To make green almond tarts. Gather the almonds off the tree before they begin to shell, and rub off the down with a coarse cloth. Have a pan of spring water ready to put them in as fast as they are done. Put them into a skillet, cover them with spring water, and set them over the fire at a great distance till it simmers. Change the water twice and let them remain in till they begin to be tender. Then take them out and put them in a clean cloth with another over them and gently press them to make them dry. Then make a syrup with double refined sugar, put them in and simmer them a few minutes. Repeat it the next day. Put them into a stone jar and cover them very close, for if the least air gets to them, they will turn black. When you use them, put them into patty pans and put either puff or tart paste over them. Ice and bake them in a moderate oven. To make icing for tarts. Beat up the white of an egg to a high froth. With a paste brush, put it on the top of the tarts and sift on them fine powder sugar. Before you put them in the oven, sprinkle a little water over them. Or thus: beat up the white of an egg to a high froth and put in 2 ounces of fine powder sugar. With a wooden spoon, beat it well for 1/4 of an hour. Then with a knife, lay it very thin over the tarts. To make apple or pear tarts. Pare them first, then cut them into quarters and take the cores out. Cut each across again. Throw them into a saucepan with no more water in it than will just cover the fruit. Let them simmer over a slow fire till they are tender. Before you set your fruit on the fire, take care to put a large piece of lemon peel into the water. Have the patty pans in readiness and strew fine sugar at the bottom. Then lay in the fruit and cover them with as much of the same sugar as you think sufficient. Over each tart pour a teaspoonful of lemon juice and 3 spoonfuls of the liquor in which they were boiled. Then lay the lid over them and put them into a slack oven. If the tarts be made of apricots, etc., you must neither pare, cut nor stone them, nor use lemon juice, which is the only difference between these and other fruits. Observe, with respect to preserved tarts, only lay in the preserved fruit and put a very thin crust over them, and bake them as short a time as possible. To make a cream tart. Put into a stew pan 2 spoonfuls of fine flour with the yolks of 6 eggs, reserving the whites of them. Mix your flour in a quart of milk and season it with sugar and a stick of cinnamon. Keep it stirring with a ladle and put in a good lump of butter. The cream being half done, put in some green lemon grated, some preserved lemon peel shred small, with some bitter almond biscuits. Let the whole be thoroughly done. When ready, let it be cold. Then put an abace of puff paste in a baking pan with a border of paste, and put your cream over it. Mix it with some orange flower water and the whites of eggs beat up to a froth. Take care not to overfill your custard, and let it be done either in the oven or under the cover of a baking pan, with fire under and over. When ready and glazed with sugar, by means of a red-hot fire shovel, serve it up hot. To make a pistachio tart. Get a pound of pistachio scalded. Pound them and do them as been before directed. Take 3 or 4 Savoy biscuits, moisten them a little with cream or milk, let them be handled like paste. Then mix them and proceed in the same manner as with almond tarts. Another way to make a pistachio tart. The pistachios being scalded and pounded, mix them with some pastry cream. Strew over them sugar, rasped green lemon peel and preserved lemon peel cut small. Add the whites of 6 eggs beat up to a froth. Do the rest as before. Note: the above 2 compositions with pistachios are to be made use of with tarts and in the following pastry. To make a chocolate tart. Put 2 spoonfuls of fine flour in a stew pan with the yolks of 6 eggs, reserve their whites. Mix these with some milk, add 1/4 pound of rasped chocolate with a stick of cinnamon, some sugar, a little salt and some rasped green lemon peel. Let them be a little time over the fire, after which put in a little preserved lemon peel cut small, and having tasted whether it has a fine flavour, let it cool. When cold, mix this with the reserved whites of eggs beat up to a froth, doing the rest as before directed. Another way to make a chocolate tart. Put a spoonful of rice flour and a little salt into a pan with the yolks of 5 eggs, a little milk, and mix them well together. Then add a pint of cream and as much sugar as is necessary. Set it all to boil over a stove, taking care that it does not curdle. Then grate some chocolate into a plate, dry it a little before the fire, and when your cream is boiled, take it off the fire, mix your chocolate well with it, and set it by to cool. Sheet a tart pan, put in your cream, and bake it. When it is baked, glaze it with powdered sugar and a red-hot shovel. So serve it up. To make a cowslip tart. Take the blossoms of a gallon of cowslips, mince them very small, and beat them in a mortar. Put to them a handful or 2 of grated Naples biscuit and about 1.5 pints of cream. Boil them a little over the fire, then take them off and beat them in 8 eggs, with a little cream. If it does not thicken, put it over again till it does. Take care that it does not curdle. Season it with sugar, rose water, and a little salt. Bake it in a dish or a little open tartist. It is best to let your cream be cold before you stir in the eggs. To make green gooseberry tarts. You may either use them whole or make a marmalade of them with a good syrup. This last is the best method, for by this means you can easily judge how sweet they are. For the marmalade, they ought to be stoned when they are pretty large. To make minced pies. Pare and core 2 pounds of golden pippins, 2 pounds of suet clean picked, and 2 pounds of raisins of the sun stoned. Chop these separately very fine. Add 2 pounds of currants washed, dried and rubbed very clean in a cloth. Put these ingredients together into a large pan, strew in 1/2 ounce of cinnamon beaten fine, 1 pound of lump sugar pounded, the peel of a lemon cut fine, the juice of a Seville orange, a gill of sack, and a gill of brandy. Mix all well together, then put it close down in a pot, and lay over it writing paper dipped in brandy. When you make pies, add sweetmeats to them if you choose, but they are exceeding good without. To make minced pies for Lent. Boil 6 eggs hard, a dozen of golden pippins pared and cored, 1 pound of raisins of the sun stoned. Chop these separately very fine. 1 pound of currants washed, cleaned and rubbed in a cloth, 2 ounces of sugar pounded, an ounce of citron and an ounce of candied orange, both cut small, 1/4 ounce of beaten cinnamon, 2 cloves beat fine, and half a nutmeg grated, a gill of canary and half a gill of brandy. Squeeze in the juice of a Seville orange. Mix these all well together, and press them close down into a pot for use. To make almond custard. Take half a pound of sweet Jordan almonds and 3 bitter almonds. Blanch and beat them very fine with orange flower water and the yolks of 6 eggs, well beat and strained, with a quart of sweet cream. Mix all together and sweeten it to your palate. Set it over a slow fire and keep it stirring one way till it be thick. Then pour it into your cups, and if you would have it richly perfumed, put in a grain of ambergris. To make lemon custard. Beat the yolks of 10 eggs, strain them, beat them with a pint of cream. Sweeten the juice of 2 lemons, boil it with the peel of 1. Strain it. When cold, stir it to the cream and eggs till it nearly boils, or put it into a dish, grate over the rind of a lemon, and brown with a salamander. To make rice custard. Put a blade of mace and a quartered nutmeg into a quart of cream. Boil it, then strain it and add to it some whole rice boiled and a little brandy. Sweeten it, stir it over the fire till it thickens, and serve it up in cups or a dish. It may be eaten either hot or cold. To make baked custard. Boil a pint of cream with mace and cinnamon. When cold, take 4 eggs, leaving out 2 of the whites, a little rose and orange flower water and sack, nutmeg and sugar to your palate. Mix them well together and bake them in china cups. To make orange custard. Take the juice of 10 oranges, strain and sweeten them to your taste. Dissolve your sugar in the juice over the fire. When cold, take 6 and 20 yolks of eggs, beat them well and mingle them with a quart of cream. Put the juice of 10 oranges more in and strain all together, stirring them all the time they are over the fire one way for fear of curdling. When it is of a good thickness, pour it into your cups. Another way to make orange custard. Take half the rind of a Seville orange and boil it tender. Beat it very fine in a mortar and put to it a spoonful of brandy, a quarter of a pound of loaf sugar, the juice of a Seville orange and the yolks of 4 eggs. Beat them all well together for 10 minutes and then pour in by degrees a pint of boiling cream. Keep beating them till they are cold, then put them in custard cups and set them in an earthen dish of hot water. Let them stand till they are set, then take them out and stick preserved orange on the top. They may be served up either hot or cold. To make cream custard. Grate the crumb of a penny loaf extremely fine and put it into a quart of cream with half a pound of fresh butter and the yolks of a dozen eggs. Put to them as much sugar as you choose. Then let it thicken over the fire, make the custard shallow, and when they have stood half an hour in a slow oven, grate some loaf sugar over them and serve them up. To make a plain custard. Take a quart of cream or new milk, a stick of cinnamon, 4 laurel leaves and some large mace. Boil them all together. Take 12 eggs, beat them well together, sweeten them and put them in your pan. Bake them or boil them, stirring them all one way till they are of a proper thickness. Boil your spice and leaves first, and when the milk is cold, mix your eggs and boil it. You may leave out the spice and only use the laurel leaves, or, in the room of that, 4 or 5 bitter almonds. Another way to make a plain custard. Take a quart of new milk, the yolks of 6 eggs beat fine and strained, and half a small nutmeg grated. Sweeten all to your palate, and either bake or boil them. Another way to make a plain custard. Boil a quart of cream, then sweeten it with fine powder sugar and beat up the yolks of 8 eggs with 2 spoonfuls of orange flower water. Stir all together, strain it through a sieve, set them on the fire and keep them stirring all one way till they are of a proper thickness. Then pour them into your cups and put them soon after in a stew pan with as much water as will rise half up the cups. Set the stew pan over a charcoal fire and let it simmer so as to have them of a proper thickness. To make a cream posset. Take 12 eggs, leave out 2 or 3 whites. Take out all the treeds and beat them well into the basin you make your posset in. Add half a pound of sugar, a pint of sack and a nutmeg grated. Stir it and set it on a chafing dish of coals till it is more than blood warm. Take a quart of sweet cream. When it boils, pour it into a basin. Cover it with a warm plate and a cloth. Then set it on a chafing dish of embers till it be as thick as you wish, and strew on some fine cinnamon. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tarts, Custards, Cheesecakes, etc. Part 2. To make cheesecakes. Take a gallon of new milk, set it as for a cheese, and gently weigh it. Break it into a mortar. Put to it the yolks of 6 eggs and 4 of the whites. Sweeten it to your taste. Put in a nutmeg, some rosewater and sack. Mix these together. Set over the fire a quart of cream and make it into a hasty pudding. Mix all together well and fill your patty pans just as they are going into the oven, which must be ready immediately to receive them. When they rise well up, they are enough. Make your paste. Take about a pound of flour and strew 3 spoonfuls of loaf sugar, beat and sifted, into it. Rub in a pound of butter, 1 egg and a spoonful of rosewater, the rest cold fair water. Make it into a paste, roll it very thin, put it into your pans and fill them almost full. Another way to make cheesecakes. Take tender curds, 2 gallons of milk, a quart of cream, and force the curd through a canvas strainer. Add to this half a pound of good butter, a pint of cream, the yolks of 12 eggs and 2 whites. Put nutmeg, rosewater and salt to your own taste. Mingle these well together and add to this a pound of currants washed, plumped and dried. Mix them all together, put them into coffins and bake them in an oven or hot stove. Another way to make cheesecakes. Take the curd of a gallon of milk, 3/4 of a pound of fresh butter, 2 grated biscuits, 2 ounces of blanched almonds pounded with a little sack and orange flour, half a pound of currants and 7 eggs, some spice and sugar. Beat them up in a little cream till they are very light, and then make your cheesecakes. To make potato or lemon cheesecakes. Take 6 ounces of potatoes, 4 ounces of lemon peel, 4 ounces of sugar and 4 ounces of butter. Boil the lemon peel till tender. Pare and scrape the potatoes, boil them tender and bruise them. Beat the lemon peel with the sugar, then beat them all together well, and let it lie till cold. Put crust in your patty pans and fill them a little more than half. Bake them in a quick oven half an hour, and sift some double refined sugar on them as they go in. This quantity will make a dozen small patty pans. To make Mrs. Harrison's Cheesecakes. For the paste, use a quart of fine flour or more, a pound of butter rubbed into the flour with a quarter of a pound of sugar beat fine, 2 spoonfuls of orange flower water. Make it into a paste and lay it in the patty pans for the curd. Take the yolks of 12 eggs, beat in a pint of very thick cream. When the cream boils up, put in the eggs, then take it off and put it in a cloth over a colander. Weigh some new milk with runnet for the other curd. When you temper them together, take a pound of currants, 3/4 of a pound of butter, half a pound of sugar, a quarter of an ounce of nutmegs, 4 spoonfuls of rosewater, and bake them quick. To make orange cheesecakes. Take half a pound of Jordan almonds, beat them very fine, and put to them a little sack or orange flower water, lest they turn to oil. The yolks of 8 eggs and 3 whites, 3/4 of a pound of melted butter, and the rinds of 2 Seville oranges, grated and well beaten. Mix these all together and sweeten it to your taste. The oven must be as quick as can be without burning them, and a very little time will bake them. To make rice cheesecakes. Take a pound of ground rice and boil it in a gallon of milk with a little whole cinnamon till it be of a good thickness. Pour it into a pan and put about 3/4 of a pound of fresh butter in it. Let it stand covered till it is cold. Then put in 12 eggs and leave half the whites out, and a pound of currants, grate in a small nutmeg and sweeten it to your own palate. To make bread cheesecakes. Having sliced a penny loaf as thin as possible, pour on it a pint of boiling cream and let it stand 2 hours. Take 8 eggs, half a pound of butter and a nutmeg grated. Beat them well together and put in half a pound of currants well washed and dried before the fire, and a spoonful of white wine or brandy. Then bake them in patty pans or raised crust. To make cheesecakes the French way, called ramekins. Take good Parmesan or Cheshire cheese, melt it in a stew pan with a bit of butter and 1 or 2 spoonfuls of water. Add as much flour as will make it pretty thick and quit the sides of the pan. Put it into another pan and add eggs to it one by one, mixing it well with a wooden spoon till it becomes pretty light and clear. Add 1 or 2 pounded anchovies and a little pepper. Bake the cases singly upon a baking plate or in paper cases of what shape you please. They require but a short time and a soft oven, and must be served quite hot. To make citron cheesecakes. Boil a quart of cream and when cold mix it with the yolks of 4 eggs well beaten. Set it on the fire and let it boil till it curds. Blanch some almonds, beat them with orange flower water, put them into the cream with a few Naples biscuits and green citron shred fine. Sweeten it to your taste and bake them in teacups. To make court cheesecakes. Boil a bit of butter in a little water and a little salt. Thicken it with as much flour as it will take, stirring it on the fire constantly until it becomes quite a paste. Then mix the eggs with it one by one to make it almost as liquid as a thick batter, and mix some good cream cheese with it. Bake it in a good puff paste, coloured with yolks of eggs. Serve it up either hot or cold. To make apple fritters. Take 4 yolks of eggs and 2 whites, beat them well together and strain them. Then take a pint of cream, make it hot, put to it half a quarter of a pint of sack and half a pint of ale. When cool, put it to the eggs and beat it well together. Put in ginger, nutmeg, salt and flour to your liking. Pare some pippins, slice them in and fry them. They are proper for a side dish for supper. To make clary fritters. Beat 2 eggs well with 1 spoonful of cream, ratifia water, loaf sugar and 2 spoonfuls of flour. Grate in half a nutmeg. Have ready washed and dried clary leaves, dip them in the batter and fry them a nice brown. Serve them up with quarters of Seville oranges laid round them, and good melted butter in a boat. To make raspberry fritters. Grate 2 Naples biscuits, pour over them half a gill of boiling cream. When it is almost cold, beat the yolks of 4 eggs to a strong froth. Beat the biscuits a little, then beat both well together. Put to it 2 ounces of sugar and as much juice of raspberry as will make it a fine pink colour and give it a proper sharpness. Drop them into a pan of boiling lard the size of a walnut. When you dish them up, stick bits of citron in some and blanched almonds cut lengthways in others. Lay round them green and yellow sweetmeats and serve them up. They are a pretty corner dish for either dinner or supper. To make plum fritters with rice. Grate the crumb of a penny loaf, pour over it a pint of boiling cream or good milk, let it stand 4 or 5 hours, then beat it very fine. Put to it the yolks of 5 eggs, 4 ounces of sugar and a nutmeg grated. Beat them well together and fry them in hog's lard. Drain them on a sieve and serve them up with white wine sauce under them. You may put currants in if you please. To make strawberry fritters. Make a paste with flour, a spoonful of fine oil, chopped lemon peel, half whites of eggs beat up, and white wine sufficient to make it pretty soft and just ready to drop with a spoon. Mix some large strawberries with it, and drop the size of a large nutmeg in the hot fritter for as many as you propose to make. Be careful to take them out in the same manner as they are draining and glaze them with sugar. To make rice fritters. Take some rice, wash it in 5 or 6 different waters and dry it well before the fire. Then beat it in a mortar and sift it through a lawn sieve that it may be very fine. You must have at least an ounce of it, then put it into a saucepan, wet it with milk, and when it is well incorporated with it, add to it another pint of milk. Set the whole over a stove or a very slow fire, and keep it always moving. Put in a little sugar and some candied lemon peel grated. Keep it over the fire till it is almost the thickness of a fine paste. Flour a peel, pour it on and spread it about with a rolling pin. When it is quite cold, cut it into little pieces, taking care that they do not stick one to the other. Flour your hands and roll up your fritters handsomely and fry them. When you serve them up, pour a little orange flower water and sugar over them. These are very handsome to garnish or make a side dish with. To make orange fritters. Take 1 or 2 preserved oranges, which cut into as many pieces as you think proper. Make a good thick batter with sweet wine and finish these as all others. The same may be done with lemon, bergamot, or any other fruits. To make curd fritters. Take about a handful of curds, the same quantity of flour, 10 eggs well beaten and strained, some sugar, cloves, mace and nutmeg beat, and a little saffron. Stir all well together and fry them quick and of a fine brown. To make olive fritters. Make a thin puff paste and cut it into small bits. In each put a little boiled cream and mix a few pistachio nuts bruised. Wet the borders with water or yolks of eggs to pinch them close. Fry them of a good colour. You may glaze them brown or white. These are also done with apples, marmalade, etc., either baked or fried. To make fritters in the Italian fashion. Boil 1/4 pound of rice very tender in milk. When it is pretty thick, put in a little salt, some fine sugar, orange flowers preserved, and chopped green lemon peel, a handful of flour, and 3 whole eggs. Mix it all well. Add some currants or a couple of good apples, peeled and cut in small bits. Butter a sheet of paper and put this preparation upon it singly with a spoon, each about the size of a large nutmeg. Put this sheet of paper into your pan, observing to have butter enough to prevent them burning when they quit the paper. Take it out and continue frying them till they are of a good colour. Take them out to drain upon a sieve. Strew upon them a little powder sugar and serve them as hot as possible. To make fritters in the English fashion. Beat up 6 whole eggs with a good handful of flour, salt, fine sugar, green lemon peel chopped, orange flower water, macaroni drops bruised, half a pint of good rich cream. Rub the inside of a stew pan with butter. Boil this preparation slowly between 2 fires without stirring it. When it is simmered thick enough, turn it over upon a dish and let it cool to harden. When you mean to use it, cut it in small pieces and fry it of a good colour. Finish as the last. To make almond fritters. Take ½ pound of sweet almonds and 6 or 8 bitter ones, orange flowers, chopped lemon peel, sugar in proportion, a handful of flour, 2 or 3 whites of eggs. Pound all together some time with a few drops of water or more whites of eggs to make it of a proper suppleness, to roll it in little balls. Roll them in flour to fry as forcemeat bullets. Stew a little fine powder sugar upon them when they are ready to serve. To make a cream curd. Take a pint of cream, boil it with a little mace, cinnamon, and rose water to make it sweet. When it is as cold as new milk, put in about half a spoonful of good runnet, and when it curds, serve it up in a cream dish. To make lemon or orange cream. Squeeze 9 lemons or oranges upon 1.5 pounds of double refined sugar, 14 or 15 spoonfuls of fair water, and set it on the fire till the sugar is all melted. Put in the white of 9 eggs, strain it and set it on the fire again. Stir it all the while till you see it begins to thicken. Then put in about 4 or 5 spoonfuls of orange flower water. Take it off the fire and put it into your glasses. Cut some lemon peel in small strings and lay it in the bottom, after being boiled tender. This must be done over a charcoal fire. Another way to make lemon or orange cream. Take a pint of thick cream, set it on the fire, keep it stirring and let it simmer. Make it very sweet with double refined sugar. Keep it stirring till it is pretty cool, then put in the juice of half a lemon with the peel squeezed in to give it a fine bitter. Keep stirring till it is cold, Then stir it up high to bring a froth in the dish. This should be made early in the morning for dinner. To make clear lemon cream. Take a little hartshorn jelly and put into it the peel of 2 lemons, taking care there is none of the white. Set it over the fire, let it boil. Take the whites of 6 eggs and beat them well. Take the juice of 4 lemons, grate in the peel to the juice, let it soak a little while, and afterwards put the juice and eggs together. Put in such a quantity of double refined sugar as will sweeten it to your taste. Let it boil very fast near 1/4 hour, then strain it through a jelly bag, and as it runs through, put it in again till it is quite clear. After which, take the peels of the lemons boiled in it and cut them into each glass. Stir it till it is half cold and put it into the glasses. To make yellow lemon cream. Grate off the peel of 4 lemons, squeeze the juice to it, let it steep 4 or 5 hours, strain it, put to it the whites of 8 eggs and the yolks of 2, well beaten and strained. Add thereto a pound of double refined sugar, 1/4 pint of rose water, and a pint of spring water. Stir all these well together, set it on a quick fire, but let it not boil, and when it creams, it is enough. To make orange cream. Take a fine clear Seville orange, pare the rind off very thin, squeeze the juice of 4 oranges and put them in a stew pan with half a pint of water and half a pound of fine powder sugar. Beat the whites of 5 eggs and mix into it. Set them on a slow fire. Stir it one way till it gets thick and white, then strain it through a gauze sieve and stir it till it is cold. Beat the yolks of 5 eggs very fine. Mix all together in a stew pan. Put it over a slow fire, stirring it till it nearly boils. Pour it into a bowl and continue stirring it till it is nearly cold. Then put it into your cups or glasses. To make Spanish cream. Take 3 spoonfuls of flour of rice seared very fine, the yolks of 3 eggs, 3 spoonfuls of fair water, 2 spoonfuls of orange flower water, and mix them well together. Then put to it 1 pint of cream, set it on a good fire, keep it stirring till it is of a proper thickness, and then pour it into your cups. Another way to make Spanish cream. Take an ounce of isinglass cut small. Dissolve it in half a pint of rose water, run it through a hair sieve, add to it the yolks of 4 eggs, beat and mixed with 3/4 pint of cream, 2 sorrel leaves and sugar to your taste. Dip the dish in cold water before you put in the cream, then cut it out into what form you please, and serve it up. To make loaf sugar cream. Take a pint of jelly of hartshorn, put in a little isinglass, make it thick with almonds or cream, which you please. Sweeten it well and put it into tin pots. Let it stand till cold, and when you use it, dip the pan in warm water and take it out whole. To make imperial cream. Take a quart of water, 6 ounces of hartshorn, put them into a stone bottle and tie it close down. Do not fill it too full and set it in a pot of boiling water or in an oven to bake. Let it stand 3 or 4 hours. Strain it through a jelly bag and let it cool, having ready 6 ounces of almonds beat very fine. Put into it as much cream as jelly, mix them together, strain the almonds and cream, and set all together over the fire till it be scalding hot. Strain it into narrow bottom glasses, Let them stand a whole day and then turn them out. Stick them all over with blanched almonds or pineapple seeds laid in water a day before you peel them, and they will come out like a flower. Then stick them on the cream. To make steeple cream. Put 2 ounces of ivory cut very fine and 6 ounces of hartshorn into a stone bottle. Fill it up with fair water to the neck. Put in a little gum arabic and gum dragon, then tie the mouth of the bottle close and set it in a pot of water with hay at the bottom and let it simmer for 6 hours. Take it out and let it stand an hour before you open it, for fear it should fly in your face. Strain it through a fine sieve into a pan that it may cool. When it is cold, observe that it is of a very strong jelly. If it is not, put it into a stew pan with 2 ounces of isinglass, let it simmer till the isinglass is dissolved. Then take half a pound of sweet almonds, blanch and beat them fine in a mortar, and as you beat them, put in a little cream to prevent their oiling, and afterwards mix them with a pint of thick cream. Strain them through a fine sieve into a stew pan, and put in a pint of jelly. Sweeten it to your palate with fine powder sugar. Set it over the fire till it is scalding hot, taking care that it does not boil. Then take it off and put a little amber into it. Strain it through a sieve into a bowl and let it stand a few minutes. Have your steeple moulds ready, pour it in, let it stand till quite cold, and carefully turn it into a dish. Garnish with currant jelly, sweetmeats, or anything you choose. Another way to make steeple cream. Take 5 ounces of hartshorn and 2 ounces of honey. Put them into a stone bottle and fill it up to the neck with fair water. Put in a small quantity of gum arabic and gum dragon. Tie up the bottle very close, set it in a pot of water with hay at the bottom, let it stand 6 hours. Then take it out, let it stand an hour before you open it, then strain it, and it will be a strong jelly. Take a pound of blanched almonds, beat them fine and mix them with a pint of thick cream. Let it stand a little, strain it, mix it with a pound of jelly and set it over the fire till it is scalding hot. Sweeten it to your taste with double refined sugar. Take it off, put in a little amber and pour it into small gallipots like a sugar loaf at top. When it is cold, pour them out and lay cold whipped cream about them in heaps, taking care it does not boil when the cream is in. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tarts, Custards, Cheesecakes, etc. Part 3. To make almond cream. Take almonds blanched in cold water. Beat them fine with rose water and ambergris steeped in them. Take the yolks of 6 eggs. Beat your cream, being boiled with mace. Put in your almonds, and when well mingled, put in your eggs, taking care that they only simmer. When it is thick, take it off. Your cream must be an ale pint, half a pound of almonds, and 6 whites of eggs. Garnish with gilded almonds and dried citron. Another way to make almond cream. Blanch almonds, bruise them small in a mortar and strain them through a strainer with fair water. Strain them again with thick milk and with 1/4 pound of sugar. Put them into a pot, add a little salt and set it over the fire. Stir it well to prevent it burning to the pot. When it is boiled, take it from the fire, put a ladle of fair water into it, cover it with a dish, and let it stand. Then a clean cloth of an ell long, let it be held straight, and cast the cream upon it with a ladle. Draw from under the cloth the water from the cream, pin the four corners together, and hang it up again. Another way to make almond cream. Boil a pint of cream, beat an handful of almonds very fine with rose water. Take the cream off the fire and put it to the almonds. Stir them together and strain it. Season it with rose water and sugar. Let it boil fast till it is thick, and serve it up. To make pistachio cream. Peel your pistachios, beat them very fine, and boil them in cream. If it is not green enough, add a little juice of spinach, thicken it with eggs, sweeten it to your palate, pour it into basins, and set it by till it is quite cold. Another way to make pistachio cream. Take half a pound of pistachio nuts, break them, and take out the kernels. Beat them in a mortar with a spoonful of brandy. Put them into a tossing pan with a pint of cream and the yolks of 2 eggs. Beat very fine. Stir it gently over a slow fire till it is thick, but do not let it boil. Then put it into a china soup plate. When it is cold, stick some kernels, cut lengthways, all over it, and send it to table. Another way to make pistachio cream. Take 2 ounces of isinglass, boil it in a pint of water with a little lemon peel and a small stick of cinnamon till thoroughly dissolved. Strain it through a fine sieve into a stew pan, sweeten it with fine sugar, put in a pint of cream. Break half a pound of pistachio nuts, beat them fine in a mortar with a little cream. Rub them through a sieve, put them into a stew pan, boil it gently, then pour it into a bowl and let it remain till half cold. Afterwards, put it into what moulds you please, or deep cups. When quite cold, turn it out into a dish, and garnish to your fancy. To make Rhenish cream. Cut 2 calves' feet very small, put them into a saucepan with 2 quarts of water, a stick of cinnamon, and a little lemon peel. Boil them gently till they are reduced to less than a quart. Strain it and skim off the fat. Put it into a stew pan with a little lemon peel, 2 laurel leaves, a few coriander seeds, and a little saffron. Sweeten it with fine sugar to your palate, and let it boil up. Beat the yolks of 8 eggs very fine. Take the cream off the fire and stir in the eggs well. Put it over the fire a moment, taking care that it does not boil. Strain it through a sieve, put in a gill of Rhenish wine, stir it till it is half cold, then put it into moulds. When it is cold, turn it out into a dish, and garnish as you fancy. Another way to make Rhenish cream. Put over the fire a pint of Rhenish wine, a stick of cinnamon, and half a pound of sugar. While this is boiling, take 7 yolks and whites of eggs, beat them well together with a whisk till your wine is half driven in them, and your eggs to a syrup. Strike it very fast with the whisk till it comes to that thickness that you may lift it on the point of a knife, but be sure not to let it curdle. Add to it the juice of a lemon and orange flower water. Pour it into your dish, garnish it with citron, sugar or biscuit, and serve it up. To make cold cream. Take a pint of sack or Rhenish wine and a good deal of fine sugar. Beat fine a quart of good cream and a lemon cut round, a little nutmeg and cinnamon and a sprig of rosemary. Pour them all together, let them stand a while, and beat them up with a rod till they rise. Take it off with a spoon as it rises, lay it in a pot or glass, and then serve it up. To make Codling Cream. Take 20 fair codlings, core them, beat them in a mortar with a pint of cream, strain it into a dish, put into it some crumbs of brown bread with a little sack, and dish it up. Gooseberry cream may be made in the same manner. To make Sweetmeat Cream. Take some good cream and slice some preserved peaches, apricots or plums into it. Sweeten the cream with fine sugar or with the syrup the fruit was preserved in. Mix all well together and put it into your basin. To make Stone Cream. Take a pint and a half of thick cream. Boil in it a blade of mace and a stick of cinnamon with 6 spoonfuls of orange flower water. Sweeten it to your taste and boil it till it is thick. Pour it out and keep it stirring till almost cold. Then put in a small spoonful of runnet and put it in your cups or glasses. Make it 3 or 4 hours before you use it. To make Clouted Cream. Take a great quantity of new milk from the cow and scald it in a kettle on a charcoal fire. When it is nearly ready to boil, take it off and stir it a little. Ladle it into a milk pan and let it stand at least 24 hours. Divide the cream with a knife as it stands upon the pan, and take it off with a skimmer, that the thin milk may run away. Then lay it in a dish, one piece upon another, till your dish be as full as you please to have it. Keep it 24 hours before you spread it. To make Blanched Cream. Take a quart of the thickest cream you can get, sweeten it with fine sugar and orange flower water. Boil it and beat the whites of 20 eggs with a little cold cream. Take out the treads, and when the cream is near boiling, pour in your eggs, stirring it well till it comes to a thick curd. Then take it up and pass it through a hair sieve. Beat it well till it is cold, and put it in dishes. To make a rich almond or steeple cream. Put half a pound of good hartshorn into 5 pints of water, which will make a very strong jelly. Let it boil away near half. Strain it off through a jelly bag. Have ready 6 ounces of almonds beaten to a very fine powder, which must be carefully mixed up with 1 spoonful of orange flower water and 6 or 8 spoonfuls of very thick cream. Then take near as much cream as you have jelly and put both into a skillet and strain in your almonds. Sweeten it to your taste with double refined sugar. Set it over the fire and stir it constantly till it is ready to boil. Take it off and keep it stirring till it is near cold. Then put it into narrow bottomed drinking glasses, in which let it stand a whole day. When you wish to turn it out, put your glasses into warm water for a minute, and it will turn out like a sugar loaf. To make Chocolate Cream. Take a quart of cream, a pint of white wine, and a little juice of lemon. Sweeten it well, lay in a sprig of rosemary, grate some chocolate, and mix all together. Stir it over the fire till it is thick, and pour it into your cups. To make Raspberry Cream. Take the whites of 7 eggs and 7 spoonfuls of raspberry mash, which put into an earthen pan and beat it well with a spoon till it comes to a cream, or you think it looks white enough, then fill your glasses. This quantity will make about a dozen. Another way to make raspberry cream. Take a quart of very ripe raspberries or raspberry jam, rub them through a hair sieve to take out the seeds, mix it with a quart of good cream, sweeten it to your taste with fine powder sugar, and put in a spoonful of rosewater. Put it into a deep pan and with a chocolate mill raise a froth. As the froth rises, take it off and put it on a sieve to drain. If you have not a chocolate mill, put it into a broad pan and beat it with a whisk till the froth rises. As it rises, take it off and lay it on a sieve as before. When you have got as much froth as you want, put what cream remains into a deep china dish or bowl, and with a spoon put your froth upon it as high as you can, and stick a light flower in the middle, or pull the pips off some flowers and put here and there over it. To make coffee cream. Roast 1 ounce of coffee, put it hot into a pint and a half of boiling cream. Boil these together a little. Take it off, put in 2 dried gizzards, cover this close, let it stand 1 hour, sweeten with double refined sugar. Pass it 2 or 3 times through a sieve with a wooden spoon. Put it into a dish with a tin on the top, set the dish on a gentle stove, put fire on the tin. When it has taken, set it by. Serve it cold. Tea cream is made in the same manner. To make barley cream. Boil a quantity of pearl barley in milk and water till it is tender. Then strain the liquor from it, put your barley into a quart of cream and let it boil a little. Then take the whites of 5 eggs and the yolks of 1, beaten with a spoonful of fine flour and 2 spoonfuls of orange flower water. Take the cream off the fire, mix in the eggs by degrees, and set it over the fire again to thicken. Sweeten it to your taste, pour it into basins, and when cold, serve it up. To make gooseberry cream. Take 2 quarts of gooseberries, put them into a saucepan, just cover them with water, scald them till they are tender, then rub them through a sieve with a spoon to a quart of pulp. Have 6 eggs well beaten, make your pulp hot, and put in 1 ounce of fresh butter. Sweeten it to your taste, stir in your eggs, put it over a gentle fire till they are thick, but you must take care they do not boil. Then stir in a gill of the juice of spinach, and when it is almost cold, stir in a spoonful of orange flower water or sack. Pour it into basins, and when cold, serve it up. To make lute cream. Boil a quart of new milk with a stick of cinnamon, a little lemon peel, and 2 or 3 laurel leaves. Sweeten it to your taste. Strain it through a sieve into another stew pan, beat up the yolks of 8 eggs and the whites of 2 with a little milk very fine. Stir the eggs into the milk, put it over a slow fire, and stir it one way till it is thick. Pour it into a bowl, put 2 spoonfuls of rose or orange flower water into it, and stir it till it is cold. Then put it into glasses or cups. To make whipped cream. Take a quart of cream, put it into a broad pan with half a pint of sack, half a pound of fine powder sugar. Beat up the whites of 4 eggs to a high froth and put in with some lemon peel cut thin. You may perfume it if you please with a little musk or ambergris tied in a bag and steeped in the cream. Whip it up well with a whisk and, as the froth rises, put it into cups, glasses or small basins. Or you may put it over fruit tarts. To make hartshorn cream. Take 4 ounces of hartshorn shavings and boil it in 3 pints of water till it is reduced to half a pint, and run it through a jelly bag. Put to it a pint of cream and 4 ounces of sugar, and just boil it up. Put it into cups or glasses and let it stand till it is cold. Dip your cups or glasses in scalding water and turn them out into your dish. Stick sliced almonds on them. It is generally eaten with white wine and sugar. To make blanched cream. Season a quart of very thick cream with fine sugar and orange flower water. Boil it and beat the whites of 20 eggs with a little cold cream. Strain it, and when the cream is upon the boil, pour in the eggs, stirring it well till it comes to a thick curd. Then take it up and strain it again through a hair sieve. Beat it well with a spoon till it is cold, then put it into a dish. To make quince cream. Take as much cream as you think you will want. Boil it with a little cinnamon and lemon peel. Make it very sweet with sugar. Strain it off and let it get cold. Put your quinces into boiling water. Boil them quick, uncovered, till they are tender. Pare and beat them very fine. Rub them through a sieve, then put them into a mortar and mix the cream well with them. Put it into small basins or glasses and serve it up. To make snow cream. Take a large deep dish, strew the bottom with fine sugar beat to a powder. Fill it with strawberries. Take some sprigs of rosemary, stick a large one in the middle and several round about to resemble a tree. Then take a quart of the thickest cream you can get, and the whites of 8 or 10 eggs. Whisk it up for half an hour till you have made the froth very strong. Let it stand 10 minutes, then take off the froth, throw it over the tree, and cover the dish well with it. If it is done properly, it makes a grand pile in a dessert. To make ratafia cream. Boil 6 laurel leaves in a quart of thick cream. Take them out, beat the yolks of 5 eggs with a little cold cream and sugar to your taste. Pour it into the cream, set it over the fire again and keep it stirring, but do not let it boil. Pour it into china dishes, and when cold, it is fit for use. To make currant cream. Bruise currants that are thorough ripe in boiled cream. Put in beaten cinnamon and sweeten it to your taste. Then strain it through a fine sieve and serve it up. You may do raspberries or strawberries the same way. It is best to sweeten the fruit before you put it to the cream, which should be almost cold before the fruit is put to it, else it is liable to curdle. To make cream of any preserved fruit. Take half a pound of the pulp of any preserved fruit, put it in a large pan, put to it the whites of 2 or 3 eggs beat together well for an hour. Take it off with a spoon and lay it heaped on the dish or glass salver with other creams, or put it in the middle basin. Raspberries will not do this way. To make citron cream. Put a quart of cream into a stew pan with 1 ounce of isinglass, a stick of cinnamon, 2 laurel leaves and a little lemon peel. Sweeten it to your taste with fine sugar. Boil it gently till the isinglass is dissolved, then strain it off. Put it into a deep china dish or small basins. Cut some green citron in very thin small slices. Wash it in rose water to raise the green colour, and when your cream is nearly cold, put in the citron so that it may fall into the middle and be covered with the cream at top, but not fall to the bottom. When cold, serve it up to table. To make burnt cream. Take a pint of cream, boil it with sugar and a little lemon peel shred fine. Beat the yolks of 6 and the whites of 4 eggs separately. When your cream is cooled, put in the eggs with a spoonful of orange flower water and a spoonful of fine flour. Set it over the fire. Keep stirring it till it is thick. Then put it into a dish. When it is cold, sift 1/4 pound of sugar over it. Hold a hot shovel over it till it is very brown and looks like a glass plate put over your cream. To make lemon peel cream. Pare 2 lemons, squeeze to them the juice of 1 large or 2 small ones. Let it stand some time, then strain the juice to a pint of cream. Add the yolks of 4 eggs beaten and strained. Sweeten it, stir it over the fire till thick, and, if agreeable, add a little brandy. To make pompadour cream. Take the whites of 5 eggs, and after beating them into a strong froth, put them into a tossing pan with 2 ounces of sugar and 2 spoonfuls of orange flower water. Stir it gently 3 or 4 minutes, pour it into a dish and melted butter over it. Send it in hot. To make Newcastle curd and cream. Take new milk and put it in the basin you intend to go to table. Let it stand till it turns to curds, which may be 1 or 2 days after. Eat it with cream and sugar and it is very fine. If the milk is good, it will be 2 days turning. To make runnet curd and cream. Take new milk and sweeten it. Grate in nutmeg and the yellow rind of a lemon. Put in runnet enough to turn it to curds, which, if covered, will be in about 2 hours. Then, if there is a quart, pour over it half a pint of thick cream and send it to table. To make almond butter with milk. To 1/4 pound of blanched almonds well beat, put some new milk and rose water. Take a quart of thick cream and the yolks of 12 eggs, beat well with a little of the cream. Put the rest of the cream to them, then 1/4 pint of new milk to the almonds, and strain it into the cream so often that there is no strength left. Strain all together into a skillet, set it over a charcoal fire, and stir it till it comes to a tender curd. Put it into a strainer and hang it up till all the whey is run out. Then take 6 ounces of fine sugar well sifted, and a little rose water, and beat all into butter with a spoon. To make orange butter. Take the juice of 12 oranges, the yolks of 18 eggs, double refined sugar sufficient to sweeten it to your taste, but not very sweet. Set it over a slow fire, stirring it all one way till it grows thick. Put in as much butter as the size of a walnut and a little ambergrease. Keep it smooth with stirring. When it is thick, put it into little china dishes, being dipped in water first, that it may turn out the easier. To make fairy butter. Take the yolks of 2 hard eggs, beat them in a marble mortar with a large spoonful of orange flower water and 2 spoonfuls of fine sugar beat to powder. Beat all to a fine paste. Add a like quantity of fresh butter just taken out of the churn, and force it through a fine strainer full of little holes into a plate. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. syllabubs, blancmange, flummery, etc. To make everlasting syllabubs. Take 3 pints of the thickest and sweetest cream you can get, a pint of Rhenish, half a pint of sack, 3 lemons, near a pound of double refined sugar. Beat and sift your sugar and put it to the cream. Grate off the yellow rind of 3 lemons. Put that in and squeeze the juice of 3 lemons into your wine. Put that to the cream. Beat all together with a whisk just half an hour, then take it up all together with a spoon and fill your glasses. Another way to make everlasting syllabubs. Take a quart of the thickest cream you can get. Make it very sweet with double refined sugar finely beat. Grate in the yellow rind of 2 large lemons. First fill your glasses 1/3 full of sack or any white wine sweetened. A little juice of orange just to give it a pleasant tartness, then with a whisk beat it up well to a froth. Take the froth and with a spoon put it in your glasses as high as you can fill them. Keep it whisking up as long as it will froth and put it in the glasses. If your cream is thin, beat up the yolk of an egg. To make a mock syllabub. Take a pint of sack and a pint of red port, the juice of a large lemon and a Seville orange. Grate in the yellow rind of one of the lemons and a little nutmeg. Make it pretty sweet with fine sugar. Take 2 quarts of new milk from the cow, make it blood warm, put it in a jug with a spout, hold it high and pour it in as if milked from the cow. When it has stood 5 minutes, have ready a pint of good warm cream, and pour that all over in the same manner. It will be best to eat directly, but very good 2 or 3 hours after. To make a syllabub under the cow. Put a bottle of either red or white wine, ale or cider into a china bowl. Sweeten it with sugar and grate in some nutmeg. Then hold it under the cow and milk into it till it has a fine froth at the top. Strew over it a handful of currants, clean washed and picked, and plumped before the fire. You may make this syllabub at home by having new milk made as warm as from the cow, and pouring it out of a teapot or any other vessel with a spout, holding your hand very high. To make lemon syllabubs. Take a quarter of a pound of loaf sugar in one piece, and rub it on the rind of 2 lemons till you have got all the essence out of them. Then put the sugar into a pint of cream and a gill of mountain wine. Squeeze in the juice of both the lemons and let it stand for 2 hours. Then whip it with a whisk or mill it with a chocolate mill, and as the froth rises, take it off and put it on a sieve to drain. Let it stand all night, then put the clear into the glasses, and with a spoon put on the froth as high as you can. To make blancmange with isinglass. Put an ounce of picked isinglass to a pint of water. Put to it a bit of cinnamon and boil it till the isinglass is melted. Put to it 3/4 of a pint of cream, 2 ounces of sweet almonds and 6 bitter ones, blanched and beaten, and a bit of lemon peel. Sweeten it, stir it over the fire, and let it boil. Strain it, stir it till it is cool, squeeze in the juice of a lemon, and put it into what mould you please. Turn it out, garnish with currant jelly and jam, or marmalade, quinces, etc. If you choose to have your blancmange of a green colour, put in as much juice of spinach as will be necessary for that purpose, and a spoonful of brandy. but it should not then retain the name of blancmange, or white food, but verdmange, green food. If you would have it yellow, dissolve a little saffron in it. You should then call it jaune-mange. Or you may make it red by putting a bit of cochineal into a little brandy. Let it stand half an hour and strain it through a bit of cloth. It is then entitled to the appellation of rouge-mange. Always wet the mould before you put in the blancmange. It may be ornamented when turned out by sticking about it blanched almonds sliced or citron, according to fancy. To make clear blancmange. Take a quart of strong calf's foot jelly, skim off the fat and strain it. Beat the whites of 4 eggs, put it into a jelly bag and run it through several times till it is clear. Beat 1 ounce of sweet almonds and 1 of bitter to a paste, with a spoonful of rosewater squeezed through a cloth. Mix it with the jelly and 3 spoonfuls of very good cream. Set it over the fire again and keep stirring it till it is almost boiling. Pour it into a bowl and stir very often till it is almost cold. Then wet your moulds and fill them. To make blancmange with a preserved orange. Fill your orange with blancmange and, when cold, stick in it long slips of citron like leaves. Pour blancmange in the dish. When cold, set the orange in the middle. Garnish with preserved or dried fruits, or you may pour blancmange into a mould like a Turk's cap. Lay round it jelly a little broken. Put a sprig of myrtle or small preserved orange on the top. To make almond flummery. Boil 3 ounces of hartshorn in 2 quarts of spring water. Let it simmer over the fire 6 or 7 hours till half the water is consumed, or else put it in a jug and set it in the oven with household bread. Strain it through a sieve and beat half a pound of almonds very fine with a quantity of orange flower water. When they are beat, mix a little of your jelly with it and some fine sugar. Strain it with the rest of the jelly, stirring it till it is a little more than blood warm. Then pour it into your basins or cups, and when you use them, stick in almonds cut small. To make isinglass flummery. Put 6 ounces of isinglass into a quart of new milk. Sweeten it, set it over the fire, and keep it stirring one way all the time till it is jellied. Pour it into your basins, and when cold, turn it out. You may put in orange flower water if you choose. To make oatmeal flummery. Take oatmeal, steep it in pure clean water till it turns sour. Stir it every day, strain it, and put it in a kettle over the fire. Keep stirring it with a stick one way all the time till it is as thick as hasty pudding. Then pour it into your basins, and when cold, turn it out. You may eat it with milk, ale, or wine sweetened. To make a pretty sort of flummery. Put 3 large handfuls of oatmeal ground small into 2 quarts of fair water. Let it steep a day and night, then pour off the clear water, and put the same quantity of fresh water to it. Strain it through a fine hair sieve and boil it till it is as thick as hasty pudding. Stir it all the while that it may be very smooth. When you first strain it, before you set it on the fire, put in 1 spoonful of sugar and 2 of good orange flower water. When it is boiled enough, pour it into shallow dishes for use. To make hartshorn flummery. Put half a pound of hartshorn shavings into a saucepan with 3 pints of water. Boil it gently till reduced to a pint, strain it into a basin and set it by to cool. Boil a pint of thick cream and let it get cold. Put the jelly on and make it blood warm. Put the cream to it with a gill of white wine, 2 spoonfuls of orange flower water, sweeten it with fine sugar, and beat it till well mixed. Dip your moulds or cups in cold water, then put in the flummery. When it is cold, turn it out into a dish and mix a little cream, white wine and sugar together and pour it into the dish. Cut a few blanched almonds in long slips and stick in the top of the flummery. Another way to make hartshorn flummery. Put 4 ounces of hartshorn shavings into a saucepan with 2 quarts of spring water. Let it simmer over the fire till reduced to a pint. Or put it into a jug and set it in the oven with household bread. Strain it through a sieve into a stew pan. Blanch and beat half a pound of sweet almonds with a little orange flower water. Mix a little of your jelly in and fine sugar enough to sweeten it. Strain it through a sieve to the other jelly, mix it well together, and when it is blood warm, put it into moulds or half-pint basins. When it is cold, dip the moulds or basins in warm water and put them into a dish. Mix some white wine and sugar together and pour into the dish. You may stick almonds in if you please. To make Welsh flummery. Put a little isinglass to a quart of stiff hartshorn jelly. Add to it a pint of cream, a little brandy and some lemon juice and sugar. Boil this till it is thick, then strain it. You may, if you please, add 3 ounces of almonds, blanched and beaten, about 10 bitter ones. To make yellow flummery. Beat and open 2 ounces of isinglass. Put it into a bowl and over it a pint of boiling water. Cover it up till it is almost cold. Add a pint of white wine, the rind of 1 and the juice of 2 lemons, the yolks of 8 eggs well beat and sweeten to your taste. Then put it into a tossing pan and continue stirring it. When it boils, strain it, and when almost cold, put it into moulds or cups. To make Solomon's Temple in flummery. Having made a quart of stiff flummery, divide it into 3 parts. Make 1 part of a pretty thick colour, with a little cochineal bruised fine and steeped in French brandy. Scrape 1 ounce of chocolate very fine, dissolve it in a little strong coffee, and mix it with another part of your flummery to make it a light stone colour. The last part must be white. Then wet your temple mould and fix it in a pot to stand even. Fill the top of the temple with red flummery for the steps, and the 4 points with white. Then fill it up with chocolate flummery. Let it stand till the next day. Loosen it round with a pin and shake it loose very gently, but do not dip your mould in warm water, as it will take off the gloss and spoil the colour. When you turn it out, stick a small sprig or flower stalk down from the top of every point, which will strengthen them and make them look pretty. Lay round it rock candy sweetmeats. It is proper for a corner dish for a large table. To make French flummery. Take a quart of cream and half an ounce of isinglass beat fine and stir them together. Let it boil softly over a slow fire a quarter of an hour, stirring it all the time. Then take it off the fire, sweeten it to your palate, and put to it a spoonful of rose and orange flower water. Strain it, pour it into glasses or basins, and when cold, turn it out and lay round it baked pears. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ornaments for grand entertainments and dragées. To make sugar of roses in figures. Clip off the white from the red bud and dry it in the sun. To 1 ounce of which, finely powdered, take 1 pound of loaf sugar. Wet the sugar in rose water, but if in season, the juice of roses. Boil it to a candy height, put in the powder of roses and the juice of a lemon. Mince all well together, put it on a pie plate and cut it into lozenges, or make it into any figures you please, as men, women or birds. And if you want ornaments in your dessert, you may gild or colour them as in the wormwood cakes. To make a grand trifle. Take a very large deep china dish. First make some calves' foot jelly, with which fill the dish about half the depth. When it begins to jelly, have ready some Naples biscuits, macaroons, and the little cakes called matrimony. Break an equal quantity of these in pieces and stick them in the jelly before it be stiff, all over very thick. Pour over that a quart of thick sweet cream, then lay all round currant jelly, raspberry jam, and some calves' foot jelly, all cut in little pieces, with which garnish your dish thick all round, intermixing them, and lay on them macaroons and the little cakes, being first dipped in sack. Then take 2 quarts of the thickest cream you can get, sweeten it with double refined sugar, grate into it the rind of 3 large lemons, and beat it up with a whisk. Take off the froth as it rises, and lay it in your dish as high as you can possibly raise it. To make calves' foot jelly for the above dish. Take 4 calves' feet, set them on the fire in a saucepan or pot that will hold 2 gallons of water, and let them boil till they come to pieces, or 2 parts wasted, or till the jelly, by taking a little out, be as stiff as glue. Strain it through a sieve. When cold, take off the fat at top. Then take 2 quarts of this jelly, 1 quart of mountain wine, the juice of 6 large lemons, half a pound of double refined sugar, and the whites of 6 eggs beat to a froth. Mix all together, let it boil, and run it through a jelly bag into a bowl on a good quantity of lemon peel. Throw what quantity you want into your dish, and pour the rest into another dish, so that you may cut it out when cold to garnish your trifle with. To make a floating island. Take a quart of very thick cream, sweeten it with fine sugar, grate in the peel of 2 lemons and half a pint of sweet white wine. Whisk it well till you have raised all the froth you can. Pour a pint or quart of thick cream into a china dish according to its depth. Take 2 French rolls, slice them thin, and lay them over the cream as light as you can. Then a layer of fine calves' foot or hartshorn jelly. Roll them over the currant jelly, then put the French rolls, and whip up your cream. Lay it on as high as you can, and what remains pour into the bottom of the dish. Garnish the rim of your dish with different sorts of sweetmeats, jellies, and ratafia cakes. This looks very ornamental in the middle of the table. To make a hedgehog. Blanch 2 pounds of almonds, beat them well in a mortar with a little canary and orange flower water to keep them from oiling. Make them into a stiff paste and beat in the yolks of 12 eggs, leave out 5 of the whites. Put to it a pint of cream sweetened with sugar. Put in half a pound of sweet butter melted. Set it on a furnace or slow fire and keep it constantly stirring till it is stiff enough to be made into the form of a hedgehog. Then stick it full of blanched almonds, slit and stuck up like the bristles of a hedgehog. Put it into a dish. Add a pint of cream and the yolks of 4 eggs beat up. Sweeten with sugar to your palate. Stir them together over a slow fire till it is quite hot. Then pour it round the hedgehog in a dish, and let it stand till it is cold, and serve it up. Or a rich calf's foot jelly made clear and good, poured into the dish round the hedgehog. When it is cold, it looks pretty and makes a neat dish. Or it looks handsome in the middle of a table for supper. To make a floating island of apples. Bake or scald 8 or 9 large apples. When cold, pare them and pulp them through a sieve. Beat this up with fine sugar. Put to it the whites of 4 or 5 eggs that have been beaten with a little rose water. Mix it a little at a time and beat it till it is light. Heap it on a rich cold custard or on jelly. To make a floating island of chocolate. Take the whites of 2 eggs and mix them up with 2 ounces of chocolate scraped. Pile it on thin custard or jelly. To make a dessert island. Form a lump of paste into a rock 3 inches broad at the top, colour it and set it in the middle of a deep china dish. Set a cast figure on it with a crown on its head and a knot of rock candy at its feet. Then make a roll of paste an inch thick and stick it on the inner edge of the dish 2 parts round. Cut 8 pieces of aringo roots about 3 inches long and fix them upright to the roll of paste on the edge. Make gravel walks of shot comfits round the dish and set small figures in them. Roll out some paste and cut it open like Chinese rails. Bake it and fix it on either side of the gravel walks with gum and form an entrance where the Chinese rails are, with 2 pieces of aringo root for pillars. To make artificial fruit. First take care at a proper time of the year to save the stalks of the fruit with the stones to them. Then get some neat tins made in the shape of the fruit you intend to make, leaving a hole at the top to put in the stone and stalk, so contrived as to open in the middle to take out the fruit. You must also have a frame of wood to fix them in. In making the tins, care must be taken to have them extremely smooth in the inside, lest by their roughness they mark the fruit, as also that they are made of exact shape to what they represent, for a defect in either will give deformity to the artificial fruit. Then take 2 cow heels and a calf's foot and boil them in a gallon of soft water to rags. When you have a full quart of jelly, strain it through a sieve, put it in a saucepan, sweeten it, put in some lemon peel with perfume and colour it to the fruit you intend to imitate. Stir all together, give it a boil and fill your tins. Put in your stones and the stalks just as the fruit grows. When the jelly is quite cold, open your tins for the bloom and carefully dust powder blue. To make moonshine. Take the shapes of a half moon and 5 or 7 stars. Wet them and fill them with flummery. Let them stand till they are cold, then turn them into a deep china dish, and pour lemon cream round them, made thus. Take a pint of spring water, put it to the juice of 3 lemons and the yellow rind of 1 lemon, the whites of 5 eggs well beaten, and 4 ounces of loaf sugar. Then set it over a slow fire and stir one way till it looks white and thick. If you let it boil, it will curdle. Then strain it through a hair sieve and let it stand till it is cold. Beat the yolks of 5 eggs, mix them with your whites, set them over the fire and keep stirring it till it is almost ready to boil. Then pour it into a basin. When it is cold, pour it among the moon and stars. Garnish with flowers. It is a proper dish for a second course, either for dinner or supper. To make a fish pond. Fill your large fish moulds and 6 small ones with flummery. Take a china bowl and put in half a pint of stiff clear calf's foot jelly. Let it stand till cold and lay 2 of the small fishes on the jelly the right side down. Put in half a pint more jelly, let it stand till cold and lay in the 4 small fishes across one another that, when you turn the bowl upside down, the heads and tails may be seen. Then almost fill your bowl with jelly and let it stand till cold. Lay in the jelly 4 large fishes, fill the basin full with jelly and let it stand till the next day. When you want to use it, set your bowl to the brim in hot water for 1 minute. Take care that you do not let the water go into the basin. Lay your plate on the top of the basin and turn it upside down. If you want it for the middle, turn it upon a salver. Be sure you make your jelly very still and clear. To make French dragées. Take any quantity of almonds, put them a short time in the oven to dry. Then put them in the tossing pan over a small fire and keep stirring them till they are warm. Take 1/4 pound of gum arabic, which dissolve on the fire with a little water. When the gum is dissolved, add to it a little clarified sugar, and boil them together a short time. Then put some of that mixture in the tossing pan with your almonds. Keep stirring till the almonds are dry. When dry, add a little gum to them, and do the same till they are dry again, and continue so doing till you have used all your gum. Then add as much clarified sugar as will cover the almonds, and boil it a little. Stir your almonds till you see they are well covered. You must take care to stir them continually and to keep always an equal fire under your tossing pan. When you see the almonds are well covered, take a little clarified sugar light, that is, where there is more water than sugar. Diminish your fire and give your almonds 3 or 4 washes over with the sugar in moving them to make them slip to and fro in the pan. You may even sleek them in the pan with your hand till they begin to be dry. Then continue to sleek them with the pan, and take them off and set them in the stove to dry. To make coriander dragées. Take any quantity of coriander seeds, put them in the tossing pan over the fire, and let them warm. When they are warm, throw in about half a glass of vinegar. Stir them well till they are dry. Have clarified sugar, which boil in another pan, and proceed as directed for the almonds, till you see the corianders are covered to the size you want to have them. When that is done, take the corianders out from the pan, wash them well, and put them in again, and stir them well till they are all warm, then have clarified sugar, which boil to the first degree. When this is done, put it in an instrument of copper, made on purpose for the operation, and at the bottom of which there is a little hole. Hang it up by a packthread string that the sugar may fall from about a yard height into the pan where the corianders are. While the sugar falls into your pan, keep stirring well your corianders, till you see they are well pearled over or rough and grainy. When they are sufficiently so, take them out and place them in the stove to finish drying. To make cinnamon dragées. Take any quantity of cinnamon, put it to soak in water for 1 day, then take it out and cut it lengthways into small fine pieces. Put it in your pan and just heat it over a gentle fire. Then take clarified sugar, which must be warm, and put a little of it in your pan. Then stir it about with your hands that those bits should not stick to each other till it is dry. Give your cinnamon thus 2 or 3 bodies by keeping stirring with your hands till it is pretty well covered. Afterwards continue to add sugar to it occasionally till you have brought it to the size you would have it. Then proceed for the rest, as directed for the coriander, till it has done pearling, when you may put it in the stove to finish drying. To make cardamom dragées. Take any quantity of cardamoms, put them in the oven to dry. When they are well dried, take them off the fire and pick all the seeds out of them. Clean them well and part all the grains, for they frequently stick together. When the seed is well cleaned, put it in the preserving pan, and, except the gum, which you will not have occasion to make use of, proceed as before directed for the almonds. To make caraway seed dragées. Take any quantity of caraway, put it in the preserving pan, and when it is quite warm, put in clarified sugar a little at a time, stirring it occasionally till it is of what size or bigness you wish to have it. Then proceed as directed for the almonds, with respect to the managing of them from that time to the putting of them in the stove to dry. To make violet dragées. Take 1 ounce of gum dragon, which set to soak in half a pint of water for 24 hours. Then pass it through a cloth and put it in the mortar. First pound it alone to make it whiten, then add to it some powdered sugar, and continue to pound it in, adding sugar at intervals till your paste rises very high and sticks to your powder. Then take it off and put it in a bowl, cut a bit of it and fill it with powdered sugar till you can handle it without it sticking to your fingers. Then add to it violet powder and take a bit with your fingers, which roll and dress of the size of half a corn of rice. Put the other in a pot to keep it moist, and that which you worked as directed, place in the stove to keep dry. Keep it stirring for fear they should stick one to another, but the fire must be very gentle. When they are well dried, put them in the preserving pan over a slow fire, and when warm, put some clarified sugar in the preserving pan with a spoon, and stir them continually till they are dry. Then add another spoonful of sugar, dry it again, and repeat it till your dragées are brought to the size that you wish to have them, and proceed as directed for the almonds. To make coffee dragées. Take paste made in the same way as for the last dragées, or which you have remaining, fill it with powdered sugar. Take some ground coffee and mix with it. Then with your fingers roll some bits of it to the size of coffee beans. Put them in the stove to dry, and when dry, give them the sugar as directed for the violet dragées. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Complete Confectioner by Hannah Glasse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Miscellaneous receipts. To make orange rings and faggots. Pare your oranges as thin and as narrow as you can. Put the parings into water whilst you prepare the rings, which is done by cutting the oranges, so pared, into as many rings as you please. Then cut out the meat from the inside and put the rings and faggots into boiling water. Boil them till they are tender, then put them into as much clarified as will cover them. Set them by till next day, boil them all together and set them by till the day after. Then drain the syrup and boil it till it is very smooth. Return your oranges into it and give all a boil. The next day boil the syrup till it rises almost up to the top of your pan. Then return your oranges into it, give them a boil, and put them by in a pot to be candied, as hereafter mentioned, whenever you shall have occasion. To make a zest of China oranges. Pare off the outward rind of the oranges very thin, and strew it only with fine powder sugar, as much as their own moisture will take, and dry them in a hot stove. To candy orange, lemon and citron. Drain what quantity you wish to candy clean from the syrup. Wash it in lukewarm water and lay it on a sieve to drain. Then take as much clarified sugar as you think will cover what you will candy. Boil it till it blows very strong. Then put in your rings and boil them till it blows again. Take it from the fire, let it cool a little, and with the back of a spoon, rub the sugar against the inside of your pan till you see the sugar becomes white. Then, with a fork, take out the rings one by one and lay them on a wire grate to drain. Then put in your faggots and boil them as before directed. Rub the sugar and take them up in bunches, having somebody to cut them with a pair of scissors to what size you please, laying them on your wire to drain. Note: thus you may candy all sorts of oranges, lemon peels or chips. Lemon rings and faggots are done the same way, with this distinction only, that the lemons ought to be pared twice over, that the ring may be the whiter. So you will have two sorts of faggots, but you must be careful to keep the outward rind from the other, otherwise they will discolour them. To make fine citron of green melons. Cut them all lengthways into quarters. Scrape out the seeds and inside, and preserve and candy the same as above, only with this difference. Boil them 3 times up in the syrup. Note: you must look over this fruit kept in syrup, and if you perceive any froth on them, give them a boil, and if they should become very frothy and sour, you must first boil the syrup and then all together. To make pippin knots. Take your pippins and weigh them, then put them into your preserving pan. To every pound put 4 ounces of sugar and as much water as will scarce cover them. Boil them to a pulp and pulp them through a sieve. Then to every pound of the apples weighed take 1 pound of sugar clarified. Boil it till it almost cracks. Put in the paste and mix it well over a slow fire. Take it off and pour it on flat pewter plates or the bottoms of dishes to the thickness of 2 crowns, and set them in the stove for 3 or 4 hours. Then cut it into narrow slips and turn it up into knots of what shape or size you please. Put them into the stove to dry, dusting them a little. Turn them and dry them on the other side, and, when thorough dry, put them into your box. Note: you may make them red by adding a little cochineal, or green by putting a little of the following colour. To prepare a green colour. Take gumbooge 1/4 ounce, of indigo and blue the same quantity. Beat them very fine in a brass mortar, and mix with it a spoonful of water, so you will have a fine green. To rock candy violets. Pick the leaves off the violets, then boil some of the finer sugar till it blows very strong, which pour into your candying pan, being made of tin in the form of a dripping pan about 3 inches deep. Then strew the leaves of the flowers as thick on the top as you can, and put it into a hot stove for 8 or 10 days. When you see it is hard candied, break a hole in one corner of it and drain all the syrup that will run from it. Break it out and lay it on heaps in plates to dry in the stove. To candy violets whole. Take the double violets and pick off the green stalks. Then boil some sugar till it blows very strong. Throw in the violets and boil it till it blows again. Rub the sugar against the sides of the pan with a spoon till white. Then stir all till the sugar leaves them, and sift and dry them. Jonquils are done the same way. To candy figs. Take figs when they are ripe, weigh them, and to every pound of figs add a pound of loaf sugar, wetted so as to make a syrup. Put the figs in when the syrup is made, that is, melted. Let it not be too hot when you put them in. Boil them gently till they are tender, and put them up in pots. If they are kept too long candied, they lose their beauty. But when you are desirous to use them, and you take any out of the pots, you must take care to add as much sugar, boiled to a candy height, as will cover those remaining in the pots. But before you put the figs into the sugar, they must be washed in warm water and dried with a cloth. Let not your syrup be boiled above a syrup candy height. Let the figs lie a day or two, then take them up and lay them upon glasses to dry. They will candy with lying 1 hour in the syrup, but it is better that they lie longer. To make March pans. Blanch and beat a pound of almonds with rose or orange flower water, and, when they are well beaten, put in half a pound of double refined sugar, beat and seared. Work it to a paste, spread some on wafers, and dry it in the oven. When it is cold, have ready the white of an egg beaten with rose water and double refined sugar. Let it be as thick as butter, and draw your marchpan through it, and put it in the oven. It will ice in a little time, and keep for use. If you wish to have your marchpan large, cut it when it is rolled out by a gutter plate, and edge it about like a tart. Wafer the bottom, and see as aforesaid when the ice is rising. You may colour, gild, or strew them with comfits, and form them in what shape you please. Mrs. Smith's way to candy cherries. Take cherries before they are ripe, stone them, and pour clarified sugar boiled upon them. To candy apricots, pears, plums, etc. Cut your fruit in half, put sugar upon them, bake them in a gentle oven close stopped up. Let them stand half an hour and lay them one by one on glass plates to dry. To make Lady Leicester's Spanish Pap. Take a quart of cream, boil it with mace, then take half a pound of rice, sifted and beat as fine as flour. Boil it with the cream to the thickness of a jelly. Sweeten it with sugar and turn it into a shallow dish. When cold, slice it, and you may eat it like flummery with cold cream. To candy any sort of flowers. Pick your flowers from the white part, and boil as much double refined sugar to candy high as you think will receive the flowers you do. Then put in the flowers and stir them about till you perceive the sugar to candy about them. Take them off the fire and keep them stirring till they are cold in the pan you candied them in. Then sift the loose sugar from them and keep them dry in boxes. Or you may candy the flowers whole, just as you think best. To candy orange flowers. Take half a pound of double refined sugar finely beaten. Wet it with orange flower water and boil it candy high. Then throw in a handful of orange flowers, keep it stirring, but not let it boil. And when the sugar candies about them, take it off the fire, drop it on a plate and set it by till it is cold. To make sugar of raspberries. Take what quantity of fine sugar you please, well beaten and seared. Put it into a basin, set it over hot coals, and have the juice of raspberries infused in a pot of water, as you do your common cakes. Then throw a little sugar among the juice, but not too much, that it may not dissolve the sugar, but dry with it presently. Let it dry to a candy height, and it will keep all the year. To make orange posset. Squeeze the juice of 2 Seville oranges and 1 lemon into a china basin that holds about a quart. Sweeten this juice with the syrup of double refined sugar. Put to it 2 spoonfuls of orange flower water and strain it through a fine sieve. Boil a large pint of cream with some of the orange peel cut thin. When it is pretty cool, pour it into a basin of juice through a flannel, which must be held as high as you can from the basin. Let it stand a day before you use it. When it goes to table, stick slips of candied orange, lemon and citron peel on the top. To make a whim wham. Take a pint of sack and half a pound of Naples biscuits. Put them in a deep dish or bowl and let them stand 10 minutes. Take a quart of cream, whisk it well, pour it over the wine and biscuit and send it to table directly. It must be made just as you are going to use it. You must mind to put in as much biscuit as will soak up the wine and no more. To make quadrille cards. Take 6 square tins the size of a card, fill them with very stiff flummery. When you turn them out, have ready a little cochineal dissolved in brandy. Strain it through a muslin rag, then take a camel's hair pencil and make hearts and diamonds. For spades and clubs, take a little chocolate with a little sweet oil upon a marble. Rub it till it is fine and bright. If you choose the suit to be in hearts, you must place the ace of spades first, then the 7 of hearts, the ace of clubs, the ace of hearts, and the 2 and 3 of hearts. If in diamonds, the same as hearts. But if you choose the suit in black, then place the ace of spades, the 2 of spades, the ace of clubs, and the 3, 4 and 5 of spades. Do the same in clubs. Observe, that the 2 black aces are always trumps in any suit. Pour a little Lisbon wine into the dish and send it up. To make a dish of snow. Put in cold water 12 large apples, set them on a slow fire, and when soft, put them on a hair sieve, skin them, and put the pulp in a basin. Beat the whites of 12 eggs into a froth, sift half a pound of double refined sugar and strew it in the eggs. Beat the pulp of your apples to a strong froth, and beat them all together till they are like stiff snow. Then lay it on a china dish, heaped as high as you can, and set round green knots of paste in imitation of Chinese rails. Stick a sprig of myrtle in the dish and serve it up. To make raspberry fool. Bruise a pint and a half of raspberries, put them through a sieve, pound half a pound of fine sugar and sweeten them. Boil a spoonful of orange flower water 2 or 3 minutes. Take a pint and a half of cream and boil it. Stir it till cold, and when the pulp is cold, stir them both together till they are well mixed, then put them in cups or glasses. Gooseberry fool may be made in the same manner, only using milk instead of cream, and putting in 3 yolks of eggs to a quart of milk. Keep stirring it whilst boiling until it is cold. The quantity of gooseberries must be 1 quart. End of section 19.